Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Yes, Z is a couple of minutes early today. Yes, we are. Right. So, haha, to all the people that were gonna say something like ZPT time. Haha, BGS. Z's on time. Actually, early. Actually, a couple minutes early today. Okay. Um. So I did click the link right from I am Waffles. So shout out to I am Waffles. I want to say that was his link. Let's make sure. Was that I am? Yeah, that was his link. I did click your link also. I did click your link also, Vince, and yeah, we'll talk about it. So first, let's get to the link of I am Waffles. I actually put it in the description box, so I guess we'll speak about that first, and then I'll get to the main topic. Um, so I genuinely tend to like Zed. I don't know Chisa Zed's background. If anyone knows, I'm assuming Chisa Zed is a child of immigrants. Maybe a grandchild of immigrants. I don't think he's ADOS FBA, right? So my apologies if he is. But so something that kind of I want to push back, or I want Chisa Zed to potentially consider. You know, there's this thing that we do, and it takes away from what black people around the globe, particularly in the West, particularly in America, have experienced. And there's this minimizing of perspective. And I give space particularly to people of color, but particularly to black people when they speak about their apprehension and their angst in relationship to white folks in particular. And so if a black woman is, hmm, if she is apprehensive about her literal brother, her literal male sibling, having a white girlfriend, if she looks at that sideways, including if Mr. Z was with a white woman and his own sisters looked at that sideways, I would understand. The history is the history. The actual current situation is the current situation. It was only a couple years ago that the white lady in Central Park called the police on the bird watcher, and put on her crocodile tears and attempted to get him caught up. It was only a couple years ago that the white officer ran up on Botham Jean and deleted him in his own apartment. Rumors are that they might have been having some type of affair or something like that with each other. Rumors. Once again, I know we never got confirmation on that. There were people that were saying yes. There are people that are saying no. Okay, cool. Right. So I want to be very clear. This minimizing of black people who are against intimate relationship with white folks. I'm not here to tell people not to be in relationship with white folks, let alone intimate relationships with white men or white women. With that, for those that are against it for themselves and for their family members and relatives and friends, etc., the people that they may have sway over, I understand. The truth in the history are the truth in the history, right? We have to be honest about that. And I get Chisa Zed, and I I I get the way he speaks and the way he presents, and the logic and the reason, and yeah, all of that's out the window when we start talking about white supremacy, bro. Whether you believe in it or not, I don't even do that thing with the centrist and the conservative brothers that start playing down white hegemony, white power on the planet, white supremacy. Once we get there, once people start minimizing it, I just kick y'all kick y'all off the edge of the mountain, just gone, right? Um, and so Chisa Zed kind of playing down and minimizing what this sister is saying. Look, was this an awakening for many black women? Yes. Um, and there's another clip that he plays later on also concerning this. There are a number of black women who thought they thought they got it, right? They thought they got it. And they really thought, and as I think she might have been South Asian descent, it looks like maybe Latina. I'm not 100% sure, but there was another clip that Chisa Zed played where the young woman was saying, being in Atlanta, um, her For You page was full of Harris, 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 right? Harris walls. And, when she woke up to how red Georgia was and how the country leaned um, for president, it was an awakening for her. Once again, as Black men, particularly of the Black manosphere, we already knew this. We are not surprised at all. We attempted to say this to Black women. Shout out to the brother who said that he did vote for Harris, but he was trying to tell Black women this. Yes, dear Black women, you took for granted, as Mr. Z continues to stress, you took for granted what you saw as quote unquote progress over the past 40, 50 years. You took for granted your ability to give Black men the middle finger. You took for granted this supposed sisterhood with you and other non Black women, particularly white women. You took this for granted. You took for granted this thing you think you really have called autonomy. You took for granted that other women would trade their security and their family and their intimate and platonic relationships with the men of their own demographic and with men writ large. You took for granted that women would trade that for their quote unquote freedom and autonomy, which is really the way a lot of Black women actually practice it, negative liberty, right? You took this for granted. Dear Black women, particularly Black feminists, even quote unquote Black womanists, you're taking for granted your negative liberty and how many other women from different demographics will sign up for that over relationship, intimate relationship, security, and even if they can, obviously, some provision from the men of their demographic. There are plenty of Latina women who husbands, boyfriends, and baby daddies earn significantly less than your average Black man, and those women will still stay with those men because she rather that than what you're talking about, huh? This is something I don't think many Black women appreciate, and they just got backhanded with it this current election. It's not even all about the money. Shout out to you, Chrissy. Many of you get off, dear Black women, this is directed towards you in particular. Many of you get off giving Black men the middle finger because you thought you had a friend. Over the past 50, 60 years, y'all have loved giving Black men the middle finger. Y'all loved embarrassing Black men, talking crazy about Black men secretly on the DL, Black men misogynistic, sexist, colorist, featurist, texturist, Black men who can't wait to physically assault their girlfriends, their wives, the LGBTQ folks in the Black community. Y'all love doing that, embarrassing Black men every chance y'all got. Talk radio, morning talk shows, every chance you got. Black women out earning Black men. There's no Black men to date. There's no Black men to marry. No Black men worth a damn. Black men, when they do get money, they go find them the closest white woman, etc., etc., etc. Then, God forbid, social media pops up. Black women talking all type of crazy on social media, and you took for granted all the women of different demographics that stood by and said nothing or encouraged you. And what you just found out is a good third of Latina women said no. Latino men chuckled and said no. Um, White men clearly said no. More than half, it's looking like, of white women said no. They're not signing up for what you're talking about, dear Black women. Huh? Dear Black women, they're not signing up for what you're talking about. Asian women been give y'all they ass to kiss. Huh? So, Black women, you let liberal and progressive purple hair, blue hair feminists gas y'all up, the Leisha Millers of the world gas y'all up into believing you had far more allies than you actually had. Far more people that will back your play of giving black men the middle finger and secretly ending up with white men. Oops. And you believe that you had far more allies with your pseudo bell hooks. The woman takes on the status of the men. That's why many of y'all are secretly trying to end up with white men, low key, high key, while punching down on black men, which is really racist and anti-black, but y'all try to frame it like it's some type of empowerment for black women. And white women said, yeah, we see your play. Nope. So, dear Chisa Zed, what I would say to the brother is when it comes to race, and the reason why I'm saying this is because Chisa Zed was playing this game, which a lot of white folks like to play. This is why I'm cautioning you on this, Chisa Zed, which is isn't that racist coming from black people? Isn't that like black racism? When you see black people who are a little apprehensive, a little cautious when it comes to being in intimate relationships with non-black folks, particularly white folks. And the way Chisa Zed spoke is like there's no history there. There's no like contemporary, like current goings on. Like we can't open a newspaper or well, we don't even live in that era anymore, but check online and find out some weird story of some white dude that deleted his black girlfriend or some white woman who called her black boyfriend husband the N-word, and like all these stories that we're not talking about like 50 years ago. We're talking about like today. We're talking about like last week, last month. All these stories. Shout out to Only Logical. Only Logical have of the white dudes deleting their black girlfriends and black baby mamas, their ex-wives, their come on, man. So I would caution Chisa Zed, and this is why I'm not sure if he's ADOS or not, because what I see here is yes, obviously we have ADOS FBA folks that engage in this, but it's a whole lot of immigrants and children of immigrants that like to play this white supremacy thing down as if y'all didn't get colonized and get the white foot up y'all ass too, right? As if y'all still not dealing with that white oppression right now, huh? So I would caution Chisa Zed with that, right? But I do get where he's coming from to a certain extent. Shout out to the young lady who said she's not dating white men. It's not like she was gun ho about dating white men anyway, and et cetera, et cetera. Either way, I would say to that young lady what you thought. Black men tried to tell you, right? Black men tried to tell you. Y'all thought we were just hating. Well, you're here now. And shout out to all you black women who now, we all we got. Black women, do you understand the environment? Black women are not all they got. Either black women get on black men's program, or black men will step aside and watch white men like JD Vance roll y'all the hell over. And that's what will happen. I just want to make sure y'all are under no illusion that there's another outcome. That is the outcome. You either get on black men's program and have some type of safety net, some type of security, or you keep on listening to the Chrissy types and the Real Talk with Yanny types and the Kim Foster types, and black men will be chuckling as y'all try to do y'all Golden Girls thing. As many of you who would have never looked at a woman or touched a woman like that, all of a sudden, love is love and you can't help who you love. And I never thought I would end up in this same sex loving relationship. Yeah, you starving, aren't you? Huh? Wow. And Indigo says Chisa is from Zimbabwe or Zambia or something like that. See, that's what I thought. And Saint Chris says, yeah, he's not ADOS, he's African, I think East African. And I don't mean that in any type of like xenophobic way. Like y'all know, Z is a child of immigrants. By the way, if Chisa Zed ever gets a hold of this, I'm not. This is not no type of like Tariq Nasheed style, like just mocking you, making fun of you. I'm also a fellow baldhead brother too. right? So this is not any of that weirdo stuff. What I am saying is your playing down of that young lady's perspective doesn't really appreciate why she may be saying the things she's saying, and calling it some type of lightweight black racism and like that. That's not how race works in America, bro. And like the way you sound, it sounds like you were born and raised here, or at least raised here. That is not how race works in America. There is only one racism in America. It's white supremacy, anti-blackness. Everything else is bigotry and maybe prejudice, and it could be offensive. Yes, we're not going to say that people don't say offensive things to Asians or Latinos or whoever the hell. But the one racism in America is white worship and anti-blackness. Everything else is a joke. And whenever we get these non-black folks or maybe even non-ADOS folks talking, they start playing down this form of anti-blackness racism, and they start trying to equalize it. Well, this black person said something kind of offensive, so isn't that the same as like what? Isn't that the same as like white supremacy? Isn't that the same? Like, isn't that the same as like what white folks say? No, huh? I'm gonna get to it. I'm gonna get to it because Leon said something too. Let me read this right now. And Trell says, "Z, you my brother for real, but a rainbow and a T word." I'm gonna get to it. I'm gonna get to it. I'm gonna tell y'all why I chose that link. And where's the comment from Leon? And Leon says, Eric says something. Eric Deadman says, "I curse you for having me listen to Matt Bernstein podcast. Hysterical." Where's Leon's comment? Leon said something about that too. Let me see. Give me a second. Give me a second. Where's that comment from you, Leon? And Leon says, "Oh yeah, there we go. What do you have me watching, bro?" I'm gonna get to it. I'm gonna get to it, right? Uh, I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna get to. Let me wrap up with the Chisa Zed stuff. So with Chisa Zed, brother, like we gotta be careful with this. It's not the same. It's not the same. And whether you appreciate it and realize it or not, you somewhat equalize black people maybe saying offensive things to white people's actual oppression when we start doing that. Isn't that black racism type thing? And we gotta be real, especially right now. We gotta be real careful how we do this. If you notice, every time a black person gets caught up with anything, that's the first thing white folks, Latinos, Asians want to do is equalize whatever this black person did or group of black people did to some type of white person or white folks in their anti-blackness racism, because it's about minimizing the anti-blackness racism directed towards black folks. That's the first step in minimizing it. It is the, well, we're all humans and we all have prejudice, which really is the, hey, don't be mad just because white folks' prejudice is just stronger. Your prejudice too. We slow walking into like, and I'm saying this because in no way do I think Chisa Zed is slow or any type of inept or any of that. I just, it might be like a blind spot that he doesn't appreciate. And I'm okay if he thinks I'm being a bit hyperbolic, or I may not, appreciate where he's coming from. That's possible. I'm exaggerating. I appreciate that. Whatever. But the history of America is the history of America. The history of the West is the history of the West. And if y'all really think white folks changed that much without being forced to, I don't think y'all appreciate who y'all dealing with. Huh? Listen to what a bunch of white folks are saying under the age of 60. Curtis Yarvin, JD Vance, Elon Musk, right? What's his name? Oh man, we just said his name the other day. Um, God damn, the white version guy. But yeah, a bunch of these guys, some of them are under the age of 30. Forget under the age of 60, under the age of 50. And we're not talking about nobody's on social media. We're talking about people with power, influence, the ears of powerful, influential people. Huh? So I want us to consider this, dear Chisa Zed. This is not something to take lightheartedly. This is not something, right? These white folks ain't changed as much as you might think they have, right? And I don't know how overt and in your face and how much they have to show black people in particular, but other people of color before y'all get it, right? Just something to consider. And I'll pause right there with that. And Buckeye fan says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Buckeye fan says, did you see the black women accelerationist poster? No, I did not. No, I did not. Right. So that's something I got to check out. Okay, so there's a black women accelerationist, acceleration mist poster. You said acceleration mist. Okay, I don't know what that's about. Excuse me. Yeah, no, I have not. I guess I got something to check out now. Um, yeah, I guess I'll read these now because I'm about to switch subjects. So let me read these from KMS now. And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. KMS says, to those of the diaspora, if being Pan-African is living on a person's estate, being Black American is living in their bedroom, and being a Black man is living in their bathroom. There's a graphic understanding we have of white people. Yes. And he continues, continuing, Black Americans know how white people really get down, and no one has more intimate understanding of white people's capacity for F-ish than Black men. I think a lot of it is that. Um, Obviously, Mr. Z has seen some crazy stuff in his life. But a lot of reading, obviously documentary watching, and just appreciating that for the most part, Black people ain't lying. Black people across the diaspora are not lying, but definitely Black people in America aren't lying. The white folks that they see and the white folks that they tell everyone about is these are the white folks. I remember having a conversation, a back and forth. Mr. Z was what, 27, 26 years old, something like that, with a couple of young white dudes years and years, obviously, years and years and years and years ago. This is maybe 3, 4, 5 months before the whole Donald Sterling thing. And I was saying, like, white people are talking all type of crazy about Black people behind their back. White folks is all type of, and he played it down. And not he, but those two white dudes played it down. We were at happy hours with a couple of friends, and we just got into a conversation and blah blah blah. And obviously, I'm talking to one white guy, Wasp, one white Latino guy, and obviously they're minimizing it, and So this is not. Did Trayvon happen yet? No, this was Sterling was before Trayvon, right? Or was it after? I can't recall. And I'm having these conversations. Oh no, it was after. It was after. Sterling was after. Yeah, it was after. It was after Trayvon. And so we're having these conversations, and they minimized it. And so I was still cool with my coworker or homeboy that we went to happy hour, and I end up meeting those two guys through him and whatever. And so when the Donald Sterling thing came out, I remember having this conversation. And it's funny enough because it was an Asian guy, and I was like, "This is what I was trying to tell your homeboys, huh? This is what I was trying to tell your homeboys. Like, this is the conversation. Listen to Donald Sterling. And if for those of you that never listened to the Donald Sterling tapes, and for those of us that did, you notice he never said the N word. He never said the N word, but every bit of what he said is exactly what we're talking about when we talk about anti-blackness. The classism, the racism, the hierarchy, the reinforcing the hierarchy, right? If you want to say sexism, what he didn't care. First of all, you're my side chick. Secondly, I don't care, and he let it be known. I don't care what you're doing with them. Just don't be seen in public with them because you're messing up my image. We have a hierarchy here. I buy them the cars, I buy them the homes, and he don't mean literally buy them, but it's the Clippers. So I'm the team owner. I'm the one who put them in the position for them to buy these things, right? But once again, I buy them the cars, I buy them the homes. I'm of this class. I am a white man, white small hat man, a white man. You could do whatever you want with the black dudes. And yes, I already know about how uncomfortable the players felt because he used to be peeping Tom in the lockers. I already know. Um, but don't be seen in public with them all hugged up because you're lowering my stock. This is classic anti-black white supremacy here. Thank you. In KMS's Donald Sterling tapes, how to treat Negroes like Negroes without calling them Negroes. That is exactly what it is. When you watch the white woman in Central Park call the cops on the bird watchers and put out her crocodile tears, she said, "There's this African American man harassing me." She didn't say the N word. She didn't even really have aggression in her voice. Huh? This is what I'm speaking about, right? This is something I think a lot of non-ADOS FBA black folks and non-black folks they don't really appreciate. It doesn't have to be cartoonish drooling at the mouth, inward Tourette's to be anti-black. And if you're putting the bar all the way up there, then that let me know that you don't actually want to address the situation. You're actually a coward if you're supposed to be quote unquote an ally, or you're secretly on some anti-black stuff yourself, right? So that's something I don't think when you I, I'm I'm one of those that doesn't need these things to be so overt, right? And so that's something I would caution a lot of non-ADOS black folks. Just we you might want to be careful minimizing, you know, minimizing anti-blackness because it's not so in your face. And when you meet people, black people who are cautious, apprehensive, right, a little leery of white folks and being in an intimate relationship. Think about a black woman who says, you know what, I'm really ain't checking for white men like that. Why would that be anti-white or white supremacist when we know the history, right? And not even just the history 300 years ago. We're talking about like 2 months ago, 6 months ago, yesterday. Huh? So, if a black woman is is cautious around white women, we already know the dangers white men pose to black women. I give black women that. The black women that know the dangers that white women pose to them, I gotta give them space and grace. That's the one thing I gotta. That's one thing I'm with black women on. When black women talk about white women weaponizing their crocodile tears, when black women talk about white women saying and doing the most insane things and then playing innocent afterward, I gotta give them grace on that. I actually believe them. I've seen it too. That part, huh? The little microaggressions that white women engage in, the little side talk. That's why y'all see sometimes black women be putting feet and fist on white women. All that little secret underhanded stuff white women be engaging in. Black men, we've been on the wrong side of that throughout American history. You imagine black women? That's why I don't fully understand all the black women that are willing to go to bat for white women. It'd be the funniest thing in the world because this could turn out really bad for you, lady. Right? Huh. So this is something to think about. So on that note, you know, as I said to Chisa Zed, brother, these are things to think about, right? And let's read the rest of these comments. And thank you once again, KMS, for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Inspired Truth says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Facts. Anti-blackness. The rest is inconvenience. For the most part, yes. That doesn't mean that white folks don't delete other non-black folks, or non-black folks don't maybe interact with a black person that says something that hurts their feelings, or any type of myriad of things. But in America, really the hierarchy is black people on the bottom, black men, and white people on the top, white men. And everyone knows it. Everyone's acting dumb and coy until there's a major event, and then for 5 nanoseconds, everyone tells you the truth for 5 nanoseconds. People start spilling the beans, whether they're, hey, that's what y'all get for being black, or they're on some, oh, we didn't know it, but let me tell you what my cousin said and my uncle and did. Let me tell you how Thanksgiving dinner went. You know, we if y'all recall the video, if y'all gives you a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. Oh, actually, y'all do. Okay. Okay, there we go. We're back. We're back. If y'all recall the video a couple years ago with a white young lady, I want to say maybe she was college age, maybe high school age, 17, 18 to maybe early 20s. And she was maybe in the living room having a back and forth. It might have been around 2016 during Donald Trump's first election. Um, and she was having a back and forth with her dad. And her dad was pretty much doing the whole stereotypical, like, black people deserve to get locked up because crime and da da da, and being hyperbolic about the situation. But of course, and she was actually being somewhat of an ally, at least then. And like, that lets there are white folks sometimes that actually engage in this, and they get to see their drooling at the mouth dad for what he really is, or uncle or grandfather or mom, aunt, grandmother. Yeah, every once in a while a major event will happen and you'll get these type of stories, but for the most part, usually everyone's pretending, right? Everyone's pretending. And you see this often. You saw this with Hassan Minaj after, you know was it Freddie Gray? No. Yeah, you saw this with Hassan Minaj when he did the when he spoke of the killing in Minnesota, and the knee on the neck for nine minutes, and he spoke on how many Asians were involved. He spoke on the anti-blackness in the Asian community. And when we say Asia, I mean all of it, from west to east, South Asian included, right? So everyone knows what the hierarchy is. Everybody likes to pretend like they don't. Everyone minimizes it, right? What's going on, babe? Um, so that's something to consider, right? So to Chisa Zed, I say, bro, that's you want to be careful with this. You want to be careful with this. And I don't think he's dumb or slow. I don't think, I all the videos I've ever watched of Chisa Zed, I don't recall him ever playing down race in this way, or saying, isn't that kind of racist? Black folks being a bit apprehensive when it comes to race. Look, all you other non-ADOS and then non-affiliated folks can play this down all y'all want. Hey, I hope you don't have to wake up the wrong way. That's all I'll say. I hope you don't get the wrong awakening. Everybody likes to minimize this until you're on the wrong side at the wrong time, right? And Buckeye fan goes from with his question that he asked earlier, which was, did you see black women acceleration missed? I think you meant to say accelerationist poster, and he says the poster shows black women watching the U.S. burn. Eh, I mean, to be honest, isn't that much of the threat coming from a lot of people who stayed home, or who voted independent or centrist? Those of us, especially, who are not Trump fans, or not, we didn't vote for Trump, but we didn't vote for Harris either, is that, especially if you lean to the left, but you didn't vote for Harris, you're not a quote unquote card carrying. You're not a Democrat nut. You're not, um, isn't that much of our threat, which is like, well, y'all didn't go with Bernie. Um, y'all didn't forward any candidate that's really going to bring about real structural change or any type of major reform. So let the orange guy, right, and his cadre of cartoon villains do what they want. So that's not exclusively a black woman thing. You know, black women blowing smoke up their own rear end with the, oh, we're just gonna watch the country burn. Do y'all understand y'all the most vulnerable in many respects? Like, we understand black men's vulnerability. Don't get it twisted. But do y'all appreciate, especially the fact that y'all made yourselves the face of like aggressive, antagonistic feminism? How vulnerable y'all are? And so for you to all be like, oh, we're just gonna let the country burn and we're gonna watch it burn and we're gonna save it. First of all, you're like 6.5% of the US population. 7 if you're lucky. Or we're just gonna watch the country burn. Stop, man. The extra self-aggrandizement, self-importance, blowing smoke up your own ass talk. Huh? It's just and for, like I said, the my lady said the Legion of Doom. I'm saying we were talking about it a couple nights ago, y'all. That's why. Um, but yeah. So no, it's baby, you throw me off. But yeah, no, it I think black women just put themselves in a very unenviable position being the face of like antagonistic feminism. And meanwhile, white women just gave y'all the ass to kiss by at least half, somewhere around the halfway point. Let's say it's not even because, you know, Kim Foster says when all the numbers comes up and it's adjusted, it's actually not 53, 54%, 52%. It's more like 47-ish. We still around half. It ain't a good look. It's not, right? It's not. So yeah, Buckeye fan, you know, look at what we did, and I mean, a lot of people are claiming this, right? You have the Muslims claiming that they helped to sway the election to Trump. You have certain black men, clearly, black manosphere guys. You have a lot of white manosphere guys. You have black women. You have Latinos, right? A lot of folks are claiming we're the ones, right? So, eh, right? I get it. And Indigo says, we're going to watch the world burn. Plus, we're the most unprotected equal. Delusion, starvation, destitution. What word you want to use, Indigo? Which word do you want to use? Because there's a lot, right? It's not smart. It's not smart, right? So, and once again, Buckeye fan, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Passport OG says, we black slash with last names from Europe. Yeah, right. Oh, so okay. I read that wrong. We're black with last names from Europe. We know them. Yeah. Right. Yes. Ah. Yeah. I struggle because I'm a child of immigrants also, and I want to know where these people are born and raised and what experiences do they have that causes them to think this way. Because once again, I am a child of immigrants also. It reminds me. I've mentioned this a few times. I'm going to mention it again. Goddamn, Z, these stories. Um, yeah, when Charlottesville happened, and you had the young white guys with the tiki torches, and on the grapevine. And by the way, the reason why I mention the grapevine often is because they used to get tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of views. Um, so that's why I mention it. It was a cultural moment. Um, but yeah, the grapevine when Charlottesville happened, and you had a bunch of these black New Yorkers, some child immigrants, some ADOS, and they were like somewhat dumbfounded. And I just recalled telling myself, let's pause right here. I have to ask this question because I know we got a lot of new Northeasterners in my chat. Shout out to the Northeasterners. Is the Northeast that different? Are y'all dealing with a different type of white folk? Is New York that vastly different than the rest of the country? Where when y'all see the white folks with their Confederate flags on the back of their trucks, if y'all come and visit the South, or when y'all see the white folks, you know, or they say something, they say the N word with the hard ER and they mean it with all the aggression in the world, or when they're Donald Trump supporters, but really it's not just simply Donald Trump supporters, it's Donald Trump supporters signaling anti-blackness, white hegemony, white oppression, oppression of other non-white folks. Like, are y'all that surprised because y'all live in some type of like different world up there? Huh? I'm always surprised by Northeasterners when like white people remind y'all who they are, and y'all like, oh my god, clutch invisible pearls, huh? But is y'all my lady? Well, I think she's still in the comments. Y'all can ask her. We, it's a whole different world down here in the South, and it's funny because in South Florida you actually have to drive north to get to the South. It's not like it's not like it's not the South still, but if you really want to experience the South, you either have to go out west, like towards West Florida, or a little bit northern, right? More towards Central Florida. But in South Florida, because metropolitan areas and you know millions of people stacked on top of each other, it's a bit different, but it's still the South. A lot of Latinos down here, but these Cubans said, "Hey, ain't racist wasp and Irish and Italians so much down here in South Florida, but we'll do it." The Cubans said, "We'll do it. Y'all need somebody to be anti-black. We'll do it." Huh? So and I'm bringing that back to what Pastor OG said by saying, like, when I watched the Grapevine, and to watch Ashley and Doug and all of them just be like, and right, it it actually took me back a little bit. And I was like, wait a minute. Oh, y'all thought white folks wasn't white folking no more, huh? Huh? Thank you. And my lady said everything outside of the Tri-County area in Orlando is the South. Yeah, in Florida, that's it. Everything else is the South. It's Orlando, that's Disney, right? And not even all of Palm Beach, right? It's Palm Beach, Broward, and Dade County, and that's it, right? Just saying. And yes, rest in peace to Aisha. Rest in peace to Aisha. Right. So yeah, on that we'll pause on that one right now, and let's go on to our main topic. I'm sorry for torturing y'all. And once again, thank you for the super chat, Passport OG. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. I'm sorry for torturing y'all with the LGBTQ white dude with the makeup and the glittery nails. Let's address some things first. So it's the perspective, right? If y'all read the title, we are our relationships. I call it we are our relationships because once again, it's a bunch of folks speaking about, and it's not a bunch, it's these two, right? Speaking about relationships. Well, not let's take that back. Speaking about black men and white men and Latino men and Asian men, just speaking about boys and men and their shift rightward, particularly for Donald Trump, and it's speaking about them as if they exist in a vacuum. It's the older men and the grifter men and the broken-hearted men influencing the young men with angst, right? This has nothing, and it's a bunch of ninth graders who got ripped out the frame and got their heart broken, and now they want to oppress women. Now, let's pause right here. I don't know about the non-black guys, the non-black young men and the black men, young men, and or excuse me, I don't know about the non-black young men, boys, and men, but at least in the black community, for black men, that's not the case. We are our relationships. That title comes about because, just like what I said when we reviewed the financial diet about a month ago now, you have white folks speaking as if women don't exist. What are you saying, Z? They speak about men and boys as if women and girls don't exist, as if what's helping to radicalize in this, once again, that's if I agree with your framing, which I don't, but fine. What's helping to radicalize young men and boys are their relationships or lack thereof with young women and girls. Huh? It's fascinating listening to this LGBTQ white dude and this white woman speak about these boys and these men wanting to oppress girls and women. And speaking about capitalism, fine, and the male loneliness epidemic, and actually, you heard the host kind of preference his statement before he really wanted to go, and Matt prefaced his statement by saying, he knows that a lot of women are tired of hearing about the male loneliness epidemic. Well, you got Donald Trump. You will address it, or these young men just have y'all keep on eating. There's a pun in there. Eating men who who are going to strip away every single safety net and program that you've used over the past few decades to give them the middle finger, right? Y'all don't appreciate that the young men have mothers and aunts and sisters and girl cousins and young ladies that they're in grade school with and in college and university with, who are some of the most misandrous, sexist, mean, rude, condescending, elitist, classist assholes ever. We are our relationships. These young men are attempting to form and bond relationships with young women, and y'all have made these young women insufferable. Huh? Matt has a part where he speaks about, and so does what's her name again? Lorenz, right? God damn, because I remember her from a couple years ago with the whole crying thing and feeling harassed. Taylor Lorenz, yeah, Taylor Lorenz. I'll mention some stuff about her in a little bit, but Matt speaks, and so does Taylor Lorenz speak about essentially these once, and we get to this place again where women don't need men the same anymore. That's not true. The numbers say it's not true, particularly for non-white women, maybe for Asian women in a significant number, and for white women in a significant number. But black and Latina single and childless women have the least amount of wealth in America. Latina women 14 cents to the white man's dollar, black women 8 cents to the white man's dollar. I don't know what y'all talking about. Huh? That's number one. Number two, The idea that these men and these young men and these boys are being radicalized just by Andrew Tate and Aiden Ross and the Paul brothers. Yeah, but not quite. They're watching the Whatever podcast, man. They're watching Fresh and Fit, and they're watching how your daughters speak about men and boys, and that it's not a figment of their imagination that women want patriarchy. They just want the provider part of patriarchy and potentially the protector part of patriarchy. As Mr. Z says often, patriarchy by feminist specifications. Shout out to Lion, feminarchy. Huh? Right? Feminarchy. And Vince gave us the clip that he was speaking about yesterday, that he was referencing yesterday. We are our relationships. Your young men said they will let this burn because you have made your daughters insufferable. Mean, snarky assholes that are insufferable. Huh? And that still want hyper provider men. Let's address this for the 1 zillionth time. Even if your daughters are highly educated, they have a bit of status because of their career field or in their career field, they're making pretty good money. You know what the young men are running into? She wants a man that earns more. Stop speaking about these women as if hypergamy is not a thing. Even um, Professor Dr. Marcia Inhorn, that's a white woman, speaks on this. Huh? Dr. Jennifer Lundquist, PhD, that's another white woman. These are women that are not conservative necessarily. These are white women who are observing and they did their research and they're like, wait a minute, these women still have roles they want men to play, the provider part. Huh? So we keep on running into these conversations that essentially go nowhere. They blow smoke up women's rear end and they speak about what are we going to do. And in this conversation, Taylor Lorenz and Matt speak about whether they should try to build a Joe Rogan on the left and whether they should hold their nose for leftist men that are somewhat misogynistic. I'm paraphrasing, but that believe in $15 minimum wage and et cetera, et cetera. And I find that framing fascinating because I don't know about the white male youth, but I would argue, at least for the black male youth, this is not about the oppression of women or black women in our case. It is about our society encouraging women and black young women to be insufferable, snarky assholes who claim they don't really care or need men while also chastising men, being sexist, being misandrist, because the men they want and desire may not be desirous of them, while the men that would give them a chance, these women feel they're better than. What's happening is that the left is weaponizing women's angst, while the right is weaponizing men's angst. The left forfeited, and even Dr. Richard Reeve speaks about this. The left forfeited young men and men writ large until it was too late because they thought they could run the numbers with the women. Huh? KMS is a woke Reagan? Hysterical. Why you BSing though, for real though? Huh? Like the left just miscalculated completely. They thought they can run the numbers up. So they first, I agree. I think Kim Foster's right. I think the left thought that they had peeled off enough single cat ladies because they thought that they're like married white women tend to vote more conservatively along the lines with their husbands. And so, because less white women are coupling up with men, or more of them are single mothers, you have an increase in white young women who are single cat ladies. The left thought they had run up the numbers enough where they could forego and benign neglect young men enough to run the numbers with the women and win. And when their internal polling, this is Mr. Z speculation, when their internal polling said otherwise, that's when Barack Obama comes out. That's when Tim Walz comes out, and Barack Obama commences his shaming tour on black men in particular. This is where Magic Johnson comes out. This is where D.L. Hughley comes out, etc., etc. Right? So the left gave young men to the right, completely gave them up, potentially for a generation. Right? Potentially for a generation. Huh? Oh yeah, they did. Oh, yeah, what's going on, BGS? BGS says they knew well before. Detroit says overrated ass Eminem. Yeah, they dragged out Eminem, right? And so now you have Matt and Taylor Lorenz and a lot of the left pretty much say, "What happened to our boys and our men? How did they end up here? What's going on? It's the internet, it's social media, it's this manosphere talk, it's podcast bros, and you take their mics and it's huh? Let me say this: y'all could turn off the internet tomorrow. Y'all not budging y'all sons, man. Taylor Lorenz and Matt go through The Matrix and they go through Fight Club and all of these in ironic movies that men don't appreciate and don't get, that is kind of mocking them and making fun of them and their version of masculinity. They talk about the original like thing with the blue pill and the red pill, and they talk about how the white brothers are now white sisters that originally started the Matrix. We already know about the sister and her whole lawsuit, et cetera, et cetera. We know, we know. And I don't think they appreciate, say it with me now, these white young men don't care. They don't care if the Joker movie wasn't something to be celebrated, or if Matrix and the red pill and the blue pill was actually on some trans thing, right? They don't care that Fight Club was supposed to be ironic and mocking them. They don't care. Huh? They don't care. And they just shove Donald Trump up your rear end. Now what? Huh? Y'all speak about these young men like we are not our relationships. We are our relationships. We are our relationships. These young men want to have sex. They want families. They want children. They want women who are not assholes. They want women who are not going to divorce them. For black folks, within 5 years. For white folks, more like 7 to 10 years. Huh? Once again, listening to Matt Bernstein and Taylor Lorenz speak, it's like listening to the financial diet all over again. They speak as if these men live on a planet by themselves without the women, as if, ooh, Z, you about to say it. I'm about to say it with rocket boosters on, as if women are not equally, if not more invested in the patriarchy. God damn. Anne Marie Slaughter, wait a minute, that's another white woman on the left too. She told you that when she tells women, especially these highfalutin corporate women, that they might have to date and marry men who are not so career oriented, and they might have to change how they see man and masculinity. She said that's when the women jump off the train. Say that again, Z. The women jump off the train. Huh? Y'all love speaking about how much the men are invested in patriarchy, and when you have all of these things, and when people take stuff from you, that's what you see as oppression, and all these weirdo leftist, feminist sayings. Say it with me now. The boys and the men are interacting with the girls and the women, and the girls and the women are hypocritical as hell. The women do want their autonomy. They just want it subsidized by the men and the boys. Huh? Nothing. Chris Rock told you ain't nothing dry up the vagina more than her opening up her goddamn purse. The boys, the high school boys, the 16, 17, 18 year olds are running into that in high school, let alone the young men that are 21 and 23 and 24 and 25. We are our relationships, and yes, that affects your elections. It's great that now we're starting to have a real conversation about how culture is downstream from politics. Oh wait, y'all thought y'all was gonna raise a bunch of insufferable asshole young women, and the young men were gonna be interacting with these women who claim to be leftists and Democrats and politically progressive right up until it's time to date and get married, and all of a sudden she's sounding as traditional and conservative as humanly possible, and those young men were gonna still vote to the left? Yeah, that's it. Huh? Now what? We are our relationships. These young men are struggling to form relationships with your insufferable daughters because you made your daughters insufferable. Huh? And the women are lonely too. Yeah, but the women are sharing men. Goddamn, see. Huh? The women are lonely too. Yeah, but the good looking chisel chin, and they had a whole little drooling session over Hassan Piker, especially Matt. Anyway, um, the Hassan Pikers of the world. I'm not saying him in particular, but the white dudes that kind of have the Hassan Piker look. They're piping 2 and 3 and 5 and 7 women at a time. And your average young men, white guys mainly, have what? Oh wait, they're gonna wait until Hassan Piker wants to settle down and he's finally ready to get married in his mid and late 30s. And your daughter that used to get smashed out by him, now she's like, okay, I guess I'll marry you. In the fine print, we'll be getting divorced in 7 to 5 years, 10 years. Y'all thought that wouldn't affect your election. Uh-oh. Huh? Y'all thought that wouldn't affect your election. Welp. Huh? And L's active says, and I did watch that. I did watch that, and I did watch the other interview also. And L's active says Dr. Curry also was also mentioning how historically white women are invested in patriarchy with his seismic interview with Dr. Johnson. Yep, yep, yep. Right. And of course they are, because they help to raise these patriarchal white men to do their bidding and to bring the spoils of war and the ill-gotten gains back to white women, right? White women are equally as invested in patriarchy, right? They're equally as invested in patriarchy, if not more. And for the life of me, I don't. And y'all gives you a second. And we're back. There we go. Um, for the life of me, you would think black women, particularly ADOS black women, but black women who have been in this country for a few centuries and understand what white men, particularly white women, are, you would think that black women who have been on the wrong side of white women and had to deal with every overt and covert aggression and microaggression from white women, you would think black women would appreciate who the hell white women are. That's liberal white women, progressive white women, conservative white women, centrist white women. You would think black women appreciate that, and they don't. Huh? Dear black women, why would white women sign up for your version of quote unquote autonomy and quote unquote freedom? Why would they ever? Do you appreciate what white women have? Why would your average white woman sign up for what black women are talking about? 2 and 3 kids from 2 and 3 different men, men fighting in the front yard at Thanksgiving dinner, this baby daddy bringing Christmas gifts only for his kids. Um, why would white women sign up for that? Why would white women sign up for spending 3 to 5 years in this situationship slash relationship with this man, right? Then another 3 to 5 with that man, another 3 to 5 with that man, another 3 to 5 with that man. Why would white women sign up for that? Huh? Have y'all ever considered this? Why would white women sign up for giving white men the middle finger and then watching you and Asian women and Latina women walk off with the white man that she just gave the middle finger to? You know how black women give the middle finger to black men and then get jealous when they see those same black men walking down the street with the Latina and the white girls and maybe even a couple of Asian girls? Oops. Huh? Why would white women sign up for that? Why would white women sign up for being the pass around for a bunch of white dudes, leave them, go get piped down by black guys because white men don't build nothing? Then when it fails with black guys and maybe even some Latino guys, then they engage in same-sex loving relationships telling you love is love and you can help who you love. Why would white women sign up for that? Huh? Why would white women sign up for that? See, you see that as autonomy and freedom and you love it. White women said, is that what freedom looks like? It's really negative liberty, but is that what freedom looks like? Yeah, I want no parts. Huh? Why would white women sign up for that? Why would white women sign up to gain another 20 pounds? God damn, Z. Huh? And call themselves quote unquote big boned. Jesus Christ. Why would white women sign up for that? Huh? See, Chrissy simplified it way too much. It's a, these white men, they built a patriarchy and benevolent patriarchy. Stop. No, it's way more than that, ma'am. Your little misandrous ass. Anti-black misandry. No, it's way more than that. Why would white women sign up for what black women call autonomy and freedom. Why would white women sign up for sacrificing their sons to some random other white woman just because she's a white woman in the sisterhood? Why would white women sign up for watching their son get ripped to shred in child support court, in family court? Why would white women sign up for that? Because of the sisterhood? Huh? Why would white women sign up for that? Huh? It's not smart. Yep, Team Red has hotter in shape women than Team Blue. In which state? Alabama? Uh oh. Which one? In which state? In Mississippi? Blech. What, in North and South Carolina? Blech. In Georgia outside of Atlanta? Blech. Where in Tennessee? Jesus Christ, don't even start. Huh? You said higher IQ. You can't be that smart if your women don't want to pipe and have kids. What's the point of high IQ if the most basic, simple human biological function in the world, having sex, your woman ain't trying to engage in that with you or have your kids? That part. Huh? I don't know. Higher IQ? How smart are you if you can't do the most basic thing in the world, have children? Huh? He said higher moral character. Higher moral character coming from the people that are perfectly okay with watching the small hats. Genocide, we'll say, a bunch of brown folks in the Middle East for the land that they're on and that they've been on, because we already know about the natural gas off the coast. Ooh, goddamn, Z, you wasn't supposed to say that out loud. Huh? Higher moral character. I would say coming from the Warhawk Party, but both of the parties are Warhawk parties now, so I can't even say that. Coming from the other Warhawk Party, I'll say that. Right? Hysterical. Man. Right? So, yeah, somebody get this dude out of here, or woman, or whoever the hell. Y'all know I don't even be blocking, but yeah, I'm just not gonna defend black people's IQ with some random loser. Right? Yeah. We get to talk about black women, not you, sir, or ma'am, or whoever you are. This is a family affair, internal conversation. You see your ass out. And if you just trolling, find somewhere else to troll. Right? Loser ass. Right? So continuing. Um, yeah, no, so I think Matt and Taylor Lorenz, them speaking, it just reeks of a world where women are infallible in relationship to men. We are our relationships. I'm going to keep on saying that over and over again. Huh? We are our relationships. When y'all speak about men as if they're not in relationship with women, they're not in school with women, they're not in class with women, they're not working along women, and that it's other men radicalizing other men and boys, it just speaks to some type of ahistoricism. It speaks to a very myopic, small minded way of viewing what the young men are saying and how the older men are reacting and acting and responding. Huh? These men are not simply being radicalized by other men. These boys are not simply being radicalized by older men. They're being radicalized by the women. If Kevin was just talking, if Fresh and Fit were just talking, if the host of the whatever podcast was just talking, it would not have the pull and the effect and the range that it does when they bring women on and put a microphone in front of them and let them talk for themselves. The men are condemning the women. No, the women are condemning the women. Huh? If Fresh and Fit were just speaking in front of a microphone, they wouldn't have been kicked off of YouTube. They wouldn't have all of what they have. No, they bring women on and they let women speak for themselves. And it's not just airhead, uneducated women. Stop. It's young, it's old, it's black and white and Latino and Asian. Well, Latina and Asian. It's educated, not educated. West Coast, East Coast, Midwest, Pacific Northwest, South. It's foreigners sometimes. Human beings are complicated. Women are even more complicated. And the left see, I think the right is getting better at realizing how complicated people are. And so I would argue the right appreciates that people align with them on what they align with them on, but it's not going to be everything. Like the right or the Republican in name only, more folks are that than I think the right would like. But if you vote for them, so be it. I think the left at least seems to take for granted that a lot of folks are leftists in a lot of things until you touch that one thing where they're like, yeah, screw that. And for women, they're leftists right up until it comes to intimate relationship with men. And then they sound real traditional. That's when we start speaking about quote unquote equally yoked in assortative mating and who's on my level. Huh? And similarly situated. Huh? Someone with equal education. All of these things. The leftists sounded real hypocritical because now you see some of them on the fringes talking about quote unquote benevolent patriarchy. That's the patriarchy where the men kiss the women's ass and pay for everything. That's the women infallible, but I'll pay for everything patriarchy. That's the oops, I did it again, Britney Spears patriarchy. That's the she get to be fair weather while you have to be constantly stable and pay for everything. Or at least as much as you can if you have the 80-20 or 70-30 type of relationship. Huh? That does affect. I was saying that before the elections. What these young men are experiencing, not just the lack of stability and the gig work, it's making it worse. But if the lack of stability and the gig work and the corporatizing and the gigifying of the economy, even more than it already was, oh boy, is also keeping a significant amount of these young men from being visible to women, and you have a third of young men under the age of 30 who haven't had sex for a year plus, and you thought they were going to vote for the party that said, yeah, we're going to continue that, oh, you're on drugs. Miss Taylor Lorenz, Mr. Matt, y'all are on drugs. I'm gonna call him Mr. Matt. Yeah. We leave that alone, Z. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Huh? So you can speak about the men and their insecurity all you want. They're running into hypocritical, asshole, mean, condescending, entitled, rude, snarky women. Huh? Oh boy. The left continues. Y'all just don't want to do right. That's all it is. Y'all just don't want to do right. Y'all don't want to go in the correct direction. That's all it is. There's no way y'all are all coming to. Well, what do we do? It's the young men are sexist, and it's the podcast bros. It's the manosphere, right? It's the manosphere. Yawn. No, your daughters are radicalizing your sons, huh? Your daughters are radicalizing your sons. And we'll pause right there for a second. And thank you for the super chat, Big Mo. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Big Mo says, Black women thought white women would emulate their anti-black misandry, imitate, I think you mean, well, emulate your anti-black misandry. That's why they are so surprised white women didn't turn against their own. It's fascinating. It's sad. It's scary. The scary part is that you actually believe this. I'm saying this to black women. Um, it's fascinating. It's like, ooh, look at this, look at this. Watch this as we eat our popcorn. Huh? You had a whole lot of broken-hearted black women who thought they had a friend. Huh? And now they woke up to, as I said earlier, why would white women sign up for what y'all talking about? And that's a real question that I think everyone from Simone Sanders to Tiffany Cross, right? All of these folks need to ask themselves, why would white women sign up for what y'all are talking about in any significant number? Why would they? That's a real question. Why would they? Huh? And that's what I really mean it. That's a real question. What for you for what you call quote unquote autonomy and freedom? Huh? You're gonna get a nice chunk of white women to sign up for that, but not really. They're not gonna sign up for that in at 70%, 65, 70, 80%. You think white women at 70 and 75 and 80% are gonna sign up for what black women see as freedom and quote unquote liberation from men and male oppression? What? That's a real question. What? You think white women, Latina women, at 80%, we already know about two-thirds voted for Kamala. Asian women, you think they're signing up for what black women talking about? That's a question I think all black women who voted for Kamala should really ask themselves. Why would white women sign up for what you're saying? Because they took away their right to practice abortion. Have you ever considered, yeah, it's important to white women, but not as important as you think? Ooh, goddamn Z. Ooh, 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 ooh. Have you considered that white women have reached the market cap of single independent cat ladies? Uh-oh. Have you considered that? Most of them are not going to be Taylor Swift. The vast, vast, vast majority of them are not going to be Taylor Swift. They're not. Have you ever considered that white women said, okay, I got to see what it is to do my own thing and be free and have my experiences in college with all the dudes and a couple of women. Oops. And yeah, okay, yeah. I want to go back home now. Huh? And AB says, how dare you use Logic Z? Big Mo, I don't know what they thought white women were going to do, right? Turn their back on their fathers and their brothers and their sons and their nephews and their uncles, their boyfriends, their side dude, because he's probably white too, for black women, for this kind of, we don't really know what she is, black woman. Y'all thought white women ain't turned their back on white men for a white woman. You thought they were gonna do it for the black Indian mix, whatever woman, huh? And once again, the question is, why would they? I said get on black men's program, and even as of a couple weeks ago, Chrissy mocked it and made fun of it. Her stance didn't change. I hope the majority of black women's stance did, though. These other women will not sign up for what you talking about, regardless if they have the money like that or not. As a matter of fact, we already know the more um, college educated white folks are in particular, the more they earn, the more likely they are to be married. Huh? The more likely they are to be married. Black folks, namely black women, are the ones who look at this as an opportunity to give men the middle finger. That doesn't mean that there's not upper class women that get their little freak on when they in college and whatnot. We already know about the Bush sisters. Oops. We already know about Sarah Palin. Yikes. Huh? But they're going to get married and settle down and chill out. Black women are the ones that look at, okay, now I make 70 grand. To hell with black men. Now I got this little funky degree. To hell with black men. And while y'all in your early and mid 20s, maybe even approaching your late 20s, your white homegirl right there, you getting piped down in this room, she getting piped down in the next room. And once that 27 start creeping, 28 start creeping, them white women start getting married on y'all ass. Then you got women like Camille Austin crying, I just came from a wedding. And, and what about if he wants to have babies? And I don't want this Negro, I want that Negro. Huh? Uh-oh. Exactly. And L's actor says, now I got this Mercedes C-Class. You can't tell. Look, a black woman earning 55 grand a year with her own apartment, maybe a roommate, and she driving a baby Benz, baby Beamer, baby Audi, maybe a Tesla Model 3, and she might have a little random white, black, Latino dude sliding through once, twice a week to knock the cobwebs out. You can't tell her anything. God forbid she make more like 70 grand a year. Oh boy. Huh? She moving around here like the men. She moving around here like the bachelors. Huh? You let a black woman earn 65, 70 grand a year, 60 grand a year, $55,000 a year. She got her little baby Benz, her little, like I said, Tesla Model 3, maybe a Model Y. You can't tell that lady anything. She could be staying at home with her peoples. She earning 65. Boy, if she's staying at home with her peoples and she's earning 60, 65, 70 grand a year, her mom got her paying a little light bill and her cell phone bill. Oh, because really now that's 65 because she's not paying no real rent. That's 65 hitting like 90, 85. Oh, you can't tell her nothing. That 65 really hit like 80 grand, 85, 90 grand a year. Oh, you can't tell her anything. Huh? Someone tell Z he lying. I've met these women. I dated a couple. Huh? Thank you. El's actor said she's Louised up. Huh? Mr. Shook to you said 70. You can't tell them ish at 35. For real, if they stayed at home with their people at 35, 40 grand a year, that means it's really hitting like 50,000, 55. If she's staying with her aunt, her mom, her and one of her girl cousins are roommates, she's staying at an older sibling's home, she's 28 years old, earning 40, 45. Oh man, you can't tell them that. God forbid. If she's, I'm telling y'all, the second they pass that 50, 55 mark, oh, oh, let me don't even just throw the ADOS sisters under the bus. Look, man, what that African brother told y'all, 70 grand. For us as Haitians, it's about the same too. You come across, especially in South Florida, cute ass Jamaican, Haitian, Trini nurses. The Trinis that look like they got a little mix to them. Some Jamaicans, everything from dark skin, fully black Jamaicans, all the way to some of them that once again look like they got a little mix to them. Haitian ones, obviously, light skin to dark skin, brown skin, caramel. You let her be a nurse earning $75,000 a year. And let me be very clear with y'all. More than likely, she live at home with her peoples. So that 75 is really like 100. You can't tell her anything. Anybody from South Florida, tell me I'm lying. You come across these Caribbean women, cute, attractive, they still fit. Huh? They took their education real seriously. So they nurses already by 28 and 29, 30. She earning a good over 70 grand. You can't tell her anything. 65, 70 plus, man. She gonna slide on you with that 3 series, that Tesla Model 3. Definitely nowadays it's the Tesla Model 3. Huh? Now, if you good looking enough, your money may not be all that. She'll give you some. If you got a gift of gab, if you good looking enough, tall enough, with some charisma, she'll give you some. She might even have your oops baby. She's not staying, bro. You could kiss that relationship situation goodbye, bro. It ain't happening. You might get an oops baby out the deal, though. Huh? A split Jim said, it's heavy in NYC, right? Man. A split Jim said, LOL, not the Caribbean nurse. The Caribbean nurse is a nut if y'all don't know. For all of y'all in the deep south, y'all don't really know. But for those of us in New York and Miami, for the brothers in Chicago, y'all dealing with the African sisters that are nurses. Not so much Caribbean. Y'all don't got Caribbean up there like that, like that. Y'all dealing with the African sisters that are nurses. Same thing with some of y'all in LA and on the West Coast. But for those of us in Florida, in New York, in Boston, Massachusetts, in New Jersey, in Connecticut, we're dealing with, yes, obviously African sisters that are nurses too, duh. In DC, obviously. But we're dealing with the Caribbean and the African sisters that are nurses. And God forbid she earned over seven. DC is a little different. Y'all dumb, retarded, expensive. So that's the money situation is different. But for those of us, if she's living at home with her parents, obviously her mom most likely, but she living at home with her parents or any type of siblings or relatives, they got her paying a couple of bills. They tell her to chill out until she get married. She ain't gonna be married until her mid-30s though, if you're lucky. But from the second she get that first job, making some good money, starting around 55 plus, boy, them trips is real. She taking cruises. I'm telling y'all this because I know these women. I've met them. I've dated a couple of my family members. Oops. Um, yeah, can't tell him anything. Someone tells you he's lying. Dre, that's funny. And Dre says, non-FBA women are junior gynocrats. Shout out to the B Dubs for their training program. Yep. And the green guy says, Caribbean, Puerto Rican, sheesh. Yeah, you could throw them Latinas in there too. You're right. Throw the Latinas in there too. Even the racist ass Cuban women. A couple of brothers that smash, that don't mean anything, especially in South Florida. They gonna still marry their Latino husband. Huh? She gonna still delete your baby. Huh? Oh man. Azriel says, welcome to Gyno U. Gyno University. Hysterical. So yeah, these women, no wonder they're surprised. They're nurses, they're earning good money, and they thought the white female nurse that sitting right next to them was gonna vote for Kamala, and she didn't. That white female nurse trying to get married. And she has a better chance of getting that wedding ring from the doctor than you do, even though both of y'all been smashing him. Ooh. Or he been smashing both of y'all. Let me say it the right way. Uh-oh. I wasn't supposed to say that out loud. I was not supposed to say that out loud, huh? That white tall doctor, he been smashing you, the Latina, and the white lady. Only one of y'all gonna get in the ring if he's not married already. Oops. Someone tells Z he's lying. A split gym, goddamn, a split gym. You so 100% right with this. A split gym says Caribbean nurse, ADOS correctional officers. Boy, you can't tell. I've met them. I have friends whose sisters are that. Although they're cool and actually she's married. You know, the couples that I know, they're married. They're off the market. They've been off the market. But I also know some that's out here. You can them ADOS correctional. Oh goddamn, a split gym. You hit the nail on the head with that one. That's good. That was good because it's true. ADOS correctional officer sisters, you can't tell them anything. You can't tell them, and we forgot about the not the morgue, the sisters that do they prepare the bodies. I forgot what is that called. I forgot that because that's mainly Caribbean, also down here in South Florida, and a couple of African. I forgot what that's called, but yeah, morticians. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Shuk to you. Morticians. Oh man, all of those type of fields that they walk in the door at 50 something, maybe 60 something, maybe, even late 40s, 48. Oh, you can't tell them anything. You can't tell them anything. Mr. Shuktiyu says the correctional officers are a special breed of their own. Between the aggression, huh? And like those sisters, they may not be driving around in the Tesla Model 3s. They pull up to you in a Durango. Huh? Somebody tells you he lying. Huh? She pulling up to you in a Charger. And yes, she's straight. Huh? Tell Z he's lying. She's pulling up to you in a Challenger because she don't have no kids. Huh? I just want someone to tell Z he's lying. Someone tells Z he's lying. How did I forget about the Lexus IS? They all pulling up to you in the Lexus IS, or maybe even the Lexus ES. Not so much because it's a bit bigger, but yeah, the Lexus IS. Oh yeah, they pulling up to you in the Lexus IS. All of the women, the correctional officers, all the way to the nurses. Definitely the nurses, or the nurses and the morticians. They definitely slided on you in a Lexus IS. I can't believe because I'm always like I'm missing a car. There's one car I'm missing when I go down the like baby car lane. How did I forget about the goddamn Lexus IS? Right? Yeah, the Q50s, yes. The G37 sedans, yes. But the IS, oh boy. See, the G class, you saw women driving them, especially the first and second generation, the G35, G37s. But it's more men, especially when you start getting into the coupes, the G35 coupe, G37 coupe, the Q60s, right? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But that goddamn Lexus IS, oh, if there's not a Caribbean or goddamn African sister sliding on you in a C class, a CLA, a Benz 3, excuse me, a Beamer 3 Series, a Tesla Model 3, or that goddamn Lexus IS. That's another one, the Land Rovers that are used. Huh? Man. Stop it. And Spain Man says, I respect them, though if it's the Lexus IS 350 or the ES 350, they're sliding to you, they're sliding up on you with the Lexus IS 200T, right? The 350 is a bit too expensive. Back in the day, it used to be that was sliding on you in the Lexus IS 250, right? And then when the IS 200T came out, that's the little two was it 2.4 or 2.0 turbo. That's when they started sliding on you. They're not going to spend more money for the motor. They don't care about acceleration like that. They just want to look good when they pull up to the event. Somebody tells you he's lying. Men are the ones who care about the motor. Very few women want the fast version unless they get in a deal. They just want to slide on you in the Tesla Model 3. They're not sliding on you with the Tesla Model 3 performance or the Model Y performance or the IS. Even if they got an IS 200T, they're not going to modify it. That's not their thing. That for the vast, vast, vast majority of women, that's not their thing. Even when they get the Charger, if they want a little rumble, they get the RT. They're not pulling up with the Scat Pack or the Hellcat. For the most part, very few, very, very few. They don't care about that. If they want, like I said, if they want the rumble, they'll get the RT with the 5.7. Right? The Infinity, yeah, that's because the 3.5 was universal, right? Or the 3.7 for the G37 coupes in the early Q50s was universal. So yeah, they got the motor only because Infinity was giving them away. I put money if you were to go through Infinity and find out who's buying or who bought the Q50 3.0T and who bought the Q50 Red Sport, unless it was a mother financing it for her son, I would argue like 80% of Red Sports. That's the fast one for those of you that don't know. That's the Q50 and Q60 Red Sport, 400 horsepower, twin turbo, etc., etc. Um, I would argue a good 80% of it was men. I'll put money at least 75% if we're going to be generous. Were the men buying the Q50 Red Sport? In South Florida, I don't see any women driving a Q50 Red Sport. It's all men. It's all men. A couple of ADOS, but really Caribbean men and Latino men, right? Spain man, yeah, I see a couple of women driving the CLA AMG, right? Yeah, I saw that. I saw when Jason Black roasted her for that goddamn used Bentley GT she has, and Destro says Kendra G and that used Bentley she bought. Yeah, I saw it. Right, I ain't even got anything negative to say. Z will buy a used car. I will because most of the cars I like are old. Right. The only new car I'm really looking forward to, like that, is that big ass Nissan Armada that's supposed to be coming out next year, or maybe even late this year. But we're already in late this year, so next year, right? So yeah, I ain't even gonna get on people that buy used cars. Clearly, right? So yeah, no, it's you can't tell these black women anything, so that's why they're surprised and shocked that Camry driving ass white women voted for Trump. DeVito said, Honda is pretty good. Accord driving ass white women, Civic driving ass white women voted for Trump. Black women can't, they don't get it. They don't get it. Huh? Man. So, to all these women who are surprised, black women who are surprised, white women who are, oh my God, it's the manosphere man, and then, oh my God, it's the end of the world. Y'all are in y'all bubbles. The one thing I definitely got to applaud Chisa Zed on is when he played the clip, like I said, with the little mixed looking or kind of different looking woman. Maybe she's South Asian. She could be Caribbean for all I know, or maybe even Latina. I couldn't tell. And she was like, being in Atlanta and being on her bubble and her For You page is nothing but Harris supporters. And like I said, that these echo chambers. That's why I say, what's the end of when I end out? Go check out other Black Manosphere content and other non-Manosphere content. Go touch grass, like a FD signifier would say. Go outside. They speak about us being chronically online. Are you sure it's the men being chronically online? Huh? Those Mazda 3 um 5 doors. The new ones are cool. Well, they're not new like that anymore, but yeah, they come with 250 horsepower turbo. Yeah, those are nice. The 6 was also nice too. The Mazda 6 that came with the what same motor, I think. I think they were also what 250 horsepower because they were like Ultima size, but turbo without the crap CVT. Right, Vincent Ultima gang. You know what's really sad about the Ultima? Y'all done made me go right back to this car stuff. The last generation Ultima was not a bad looking car, and it had a 2.0 turbo option that had like 230 horsepower, 220 some odd horsepower, which was the like detuned version of the same motor because there's a couple of cars with that same motor. So the new QX60 Infinities that started this year going forward have the same motor but a little bit more power. The QX55 and 50 has the same motor with more power. I think they're like 268, so pretty much 270 horsepower. But yeah, that Ultima was dope because it was turbo. Now I don't know how much power that CVT could hold if you start modifying it, but yeah. So the new Ultima, it's a full size car. It wasn't a bad looking car, turbo, but once again, nobody wanted to be associated with the Ultima because what the women made the Ultima become, especially the single moms, especially the single black moms, it just became the negative stereotype of black women car, and it's really messed up. So yeah, that was the I agree. And Spademan says they should have done an SCR version of the latest Ultima. Yeah, and I'm really annoyed. Um, with Nissan Infinity because I think they just let Hyundai and Kia come through over the past maybe decade, but at least definitely over the past 6 or 7 years and just eat their lunch. Because the new Infinity QX55 is a great looking SUV. It got the little swoopy roof line, and it's arguably one of the more inexpensive of the swoopy roofline SUVs, that kind of coupe looking roofline SUVs. But there's not a fast version, and I really think in the for the last hurrah, they should really give it the at least make a fast version, like you were saying, Spain man, and give it the same motor as the Nissan Z and the Q50 to Q60. Like make a red sport version of it for men, because it mainly be men, and you don't even have to produce a lot of them. Do a 10,000 um a 10,000 run, 10,000 of them, right? 400 horsepower, all-wheel drive, the same motor and transmission on the Q50s, 60s, and the Nissan Z, right? But the Q50 and the Q60 are the ones with the all-wheel drive option. The Z is only rear-wheel drive. But yeah, oh, the strippers drive everything. Vincent, the strippers drive everything, right? Man. So yeah, yo, listening to and let's get back to the topic because I went way off. Listening to and y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and Big Mo once again. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Listening to these folks rail on about the young men and their insecurity and being ripped out the frame by women, and I'm like, yeah, that I would agree. Some of that is true. A lot of that is true. Some of the insecurity, being ripped out the frame, but it's not just that. Y'all continue to speak, and this is why my title is what it is. We are our relationships. Y'all speaking about these men like they're not in relationship with women, and it may not be intimate relationship, but their mothers, platonic relationship, familiar relationships, school and work relationships with women. You act like they don't overhear things. You act like they don't have conversation with women. They don't banter with women, right? It's not just them being ripped out the frame. It's their perspectives. When they see what women's perspectives are, when they're hit in the face with the hypocrisy, that does something to them. They resent that, from mothers to sisters to cousins to could have been, should have been girlfriends, could have been, should have been, would have been. You know, Matt said something early when he was like, the INCLS word and term became a slur, and it was something the dark little seedy parts of the internet used to accommodate. And I'm paraphrasing some of what he was saying. And it was just, that was something they would mock these people and make fun of these INCELS. And I kept on saying, culture is downstream from politics. Politics is downstream from culture. Y'all keep on thinking this is little, it's insignificant. And here we are now. I was screaming it from the mountaintop. Shout out to my day ones. I kept saying it. Y'all kept on thinking that what these men and boys were feeling, divorce court, child support, even for the young men, the nuclear rejection, um, the women huddling up on the top 20% men who or boys who are gifted gab or extremely tall and good looking or with the money, or this, I guess in high school it's the guys with the wardrobe and whatnot, the cool guys who are just cool because they're cool, that wouldn't have an adverse effect on these young men when they become voters. And it did. And you really can't change it until you address what the young men are saying. This is my final statement on this. You have moved the young men as far as you're going to be able to move them without moving the women. We have reached the market cap of moving the men to be more accommodating and accepting of women's newfound influence, power, and position in this society. This is about as far as this is going to go. Y'all are going to have to talk about the women like, number one, they exist. Number two, like they are not infallible. And number three, like men, at least in the black community, are not just here to oppress them and tell them and bow and do as I say. Well, maybe the do as I say part, but right. So that's something to consider, right? And y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And I'll definitely bring some of you guys on. But yeah, these are things that I just listening to these folks speak. You got to wonder where are they getting what they're getting from? What world are they living in? What are their experiences? Because they speak about these boys and men and young men in a vacuum. That it's only men radicalizing men. It's only older men radicalizing younger men, right? Or elders, quote unquote, radicalizing younger men. It's social media. It's these podcast guys. It's the Manosphere guys. And I'm going to continue to say this over and over again. No, it's the women and the girls, or at least it's also the women and the girls. And once again, that's if I agree with your framing, which I kind of don't. And as much as y'all thought that this wouldn't affect the way the boys and the men vote, we're here now. So y'all can make fun of Aiden Ross, and y'all can speak about Joe Rogan a certain way, and y'all can drool over Hassan Piker, and y'all could, right? Huh? Y'all can make fun of Andrew Tate, as I say, all of that. That's cool. The young men got to respond to that. And they just showed it to you. Huh? Well, on that note, y'all. Okay, so let me put the link in here, and there we go. Wait a minute, y'all. Okay, there we go. Yeah, y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and we're here. Okay, yeah. So I know for Brett I said Brett for Matt I know many of y'all were like Z really. Yeah, I know, but it was important. It was important that I y'all see the kind of different people and notice how often he was saying, and there are white dudes in the comments flaming him like, "Yo, this is why we voted for Trump. We don't want to be you." And he gets that. He said that in the conversation in the stream, and that's why they brought up Hassan Piker, which is like for them like their ideal version of like I guess leftist white dude who is kind of swaggy and like who could usher these young men into not acting a certain way. My thing is Hassan. I never. I've been listening to Hassan Piker on and off for years, ever since he was on TYT. I didn't really realize how much women found him attractive and drooled over him. So I would say that actually it's a plus, but it also counts as a minus because he doesn't come off average-ish. Like if he's a tall, good-looking
Mm.
white dude, then the problem is that he might it might be too much, right? But I mean, I think y'all can weaponize Hassan to a certain extent, but I think he might have reached the market cap of his type of reach when it comes to getting young men not to go down what y'all see as the dark alley of these kind of retrograde, conservative, quote unquote, misogynist. Y'all gonna have to appeal to the young men in a different way. Um, and y'all are going to have to. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. I don't care. Reprimand the women in front of the men. Y'all don't got the
Oh yeah.
ovaries or the balls to do that, and so. But yeah, what's going on, AB?
Hey, speaking of TYT, did you see Jink make old boy cry pretty much?
No, who?
He made Alan Wickham had Alan Wickham pouting and everything.
Really?
Yeah, you didn't see that on Pierce. Well, you probably been busy,
Oh
but
yeah. No. Was it? Oh yeah. No, I did say that. Yeah, no, I did say that. I did
it
say
was
that.
hilarious. I thought it was hilarious, man.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
blasphemy to speak. It's like motherfucker, you ain't God. What the fuck's wrong with you?
yeah. It look right now, like though everything is everything is up in the air.
Yeah,
Yeah. I did say yeah.
but
But real quick, Kim Foster. Actually, I gotta give this to her. I gotta give this to her. She was speaking about how Alan Lichtman he got too caught up in like this kind of pseudo fame
yeah,
coming particularly for the left because he's been predicting these elections
uh,
correctly for a while, and so
Yeah,
he
yeah.
got caught up in the hype, and it might have skewed the way he sees things. It probably did, and yeah.
I've
And
just
I agree with her. She was right about that. So
yeah, yeah.
when they write, they write. Go ahead, go ahead. My bad, AB. Go ahead.
I have despised this term for over 15 years.
Go ahead.
Above he's one of them above the fray. I
Yawn.
have despised that term for over 15 for over 15 years. I never liked that term. I'm like, no, no, sometimes you gotta get muddy, get dirty. Quit fucking lying.
Yeah.
I have despised that term for the years. So to see that smug motherfucker pout and be in his species,
Yeah, yeah. And the left
I was
was blowing
going
smoke
all
up
up
his
his
ass so
man.
much. The left was because he's predicted the elections on on par or right for how long now? For a couple decades.
Yeah,
And
for about
so
20 years.
yeah, so he was just so astronomically wrong here. And I would argue number one, because they were blowing smoke up his ass. Number two, I think he saw what he wanted to see this election, definitely, obviously.
Yeah,
And so it just
and
it kind of discredited him.
it should
He
be pointed out.
yeah.
You talking about discredit? This actually discredit. I think this discredited him even more. It should be pointed out that he had Biden winning too.
Uh,
With his
nah.
what do you call it? His so-called keys. Apparently, he had Joe Biden winning two before they replaced him with Kamala Harris. So yeah,
Yeah. See,
but
you're
regarding
lying to yourself and then you lie to everyone else. Go ahead.
but regarding your point about they're shocked that white women voted for Donald Trump. Okay, they didn't vote for the white woman. You say what you want about the politics. Hillary Clinton was qualified to be president. They
Yeah,
didn't
she
vote
was.
for that white woman. What the hell make you think they're gonna vote for a woman? We don't know if she's black, Indian, or whatever, and can't answer a question. I saw that coming.
It's the same thing we're talking about Alan Lickman. Wishful thinking.
Yes, that was wishful thinking. I was not either. And as far as I said on your panel a week ago, some white women like being grabbed by the pussy. I can't knock them. At least they're honest about it.
Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
It's the clip that Coach Greg Adams play all the time of the Asian lady that says, "I like being dominated."
Yeah, it is. So what? Yeah, it's human nature. What you want them to do about it? What's going on, better you?
Yeah. My
Nothing
bad,
much.
y'all.
What's happening?
Go ahead, better you. What's going on with you?
Nothing much. So I just seen you were streaming and came up. So you talking about the keys with Alan Lickman?
Yeah, we were talking about Alan Lickman. We also spoke about Matt Brent what's his name, Bernstein, the LGBTQ white dude. I don't seen this dude before. Would that be wearing the makeup and stuff like that? And him
Was that what that one
and
video was? Yeah.
yeah, that's the second one because I put Chisa Zed as the first because I kind of did it last minute and I wanted people to check that out too.
Yeah,
But
that first video. Damn, not even Zeddy can catch a break. Damn, that's fucked up.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, but what the black women, bro? So
That's
I've
fucked up,
referenced it a
man.
million times. I've referenced this a million times. The then and now kind of mini doc about Putin and Russia and Ukraine, and the 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 I think he's a philosopher, white dude out of UK, and he was speaking about like how we essentially, and he didn't stress it too much, but how essentially in the West we kind of take this concept of progress for granted. And when he said that, and that's why I reference it so much, when someone says something and it's not a revelation to you, but at the same time you're like, yeah, right. And so that's where I was with it.
Yeah.
Like, and so that's why I keep on referencing it. Like they just took it for granted, and so I think black women just took women and like freedom from men and freedom from the male gaze and freedom from the liberation, and they just took it for granted, and they didn't
Mhm.
realize like other women were just saying that. I don't know how many of them really meant it. Black women, to a certain extent, actually, many of them really kind of mean this. Other women don't really mean it, especially when you put their back to the wall and you tell them what it's going to cost them. They don't want that, you know.
Yeah, yeah. I'm telling you, I've seen white women online. I'm Team Dick.
Yeah.
They don't miss words. They heard about this 4 people, and this white woman said, "Go fuck yourself."
And I don't.
What you think? You think I'm gonna let him go? Go fuck yourself.
And I think Black people in general are going to have a conversation about the limits of money.
Yep.
When you witnessed Hillary Clinton lose to Donald Trump even though she outspent him. You
Yep.
witnessed Kamala lose to Donald Trump even though she outspent
I've
him.
spent him. Yep.
Not only that, I would argue whiteness trumps money. They only use money as the tool. Y'all don't really appreciate what they use money for. You use money for nice things.
Wait a minute. Don't talk about
Because
Bill
you're
Cosby like that.
well, you see.
See,
So go ahead.
no, you hit on a fundamental thing. There's a key disconnect in the way that white folks and black folks view money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I would argue not just white folks, but I don't I think black folks writ large, but especially black women don't appreciate not just putting your money where your mouth is, because they will fund and back another black woman. I've seen black women do both sabotage other black women, but I've also seen them fund and back another black woman, right? I'm not just talking about some online stuff. I'm talking about real life, my own personal experiences. With that, I still don't think they fully appreciate white folks, and we're not talking about the Elons of the world, the billionaires and millionaires. Your average white folk has a line where they'll say "F the money." So there was a line in 444 Jay-Z where he was talking about buying property and stuff like that. And I remember saying to myself, in the South, the seller could tell you, kick rocks, I'm not selling to no, inward. And they'll sell to the white dude that's offering them less money because.
Yeah.
And so like I think when we say money is power, yeah, but no. Power is power. And like money is a tool to gain power and to use to signal power. And oftentimes it is question mark power, but not all the time. And I think with black women, they just didn't appreciate that white women and white men are like, white men especially are like, if you earning more, if you earning more is gonna make you give me the middle finger. We'll just have to live in a smaller house in a different type of neighborhood. But the days of white women giving white men the middle finger are over now. Is that actually gonna be over? No, that remains to be seen. But that's where white men are with it right now. And we'll see how that goes. But I don't think black women really appreciate that. Because for them, they're using their money to be autonomous and to give black men the middle finger. They don't really appreciate that ain't where white men are with it. Right?
To your point though, Z, Oprah's a great example. Remember, she went into that store and they
They mistreated her.
Didn't have the money, and then she did the stupid thing and went up and bought everything. No, what she should have done is just walked out like, okay. If it was me, I would have looked. I would have, if I had Oprah's money, shit, I would have looked at it like, okay, I'm gonna design this shit myself. Fuck you, I'm out.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
this is the thing though. The power play in that type of dynamic would have been all right. Especially think about it. If that store, if the demographic of that store is Oprah's audience, oh, you about to be out of business, baby.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But I think it was an Hermes store, wasn't it? I think it was an Hermes store, so that would have been a little bit more difficult because them white people want the exclusive bags and stuff, right? So they want their Birkins, they want the exclusive bags. So I don't know, but I mean, if it was an Hermes store, that would have been a little bit more difficult. But there is something to be said about that. Better you because the flex was really inferiority complex, a million, right? Your flex was to buy out the whole store because you still think it's the money. It's not the money. She's a white woman in Europe.
Yeah, they don't care.
Are you crazy? You tried to flex by buying out the whole store. Look at what I could do. Excuse my language. Bitch, I'm white. And no matter what you could do, I'm white in Europe. Right? Bartman, goddamn. That's probably how she looked at Oprah for real. Sarah Bartman ass. That's probably how she looked at Hot to Trot ass. That's probably it. Really, probably was some racist ass flex. Because I know they interviewed her and she was like, "Oh no, but I didn't mean it like that." And yeah, whatever. White woman flexed on your ass. and your flex back was to buy out the store, you don't really get it. Like, oh, I'm not even gonna tell Oprah she don't get it. She might have, but this was her way of feeling better. I'm not even gonna tell that lady she don't get it. But yeah, as Fame
I'll
Man
say
said,
it.
ninjas in Paris
They
fell
don't get it.
hysterical, right? But go
I'll say it
ahead. After this, I'll
because like
inspire you. Go ahead, better you. Go ahead.
because like real talk. Think about it.
Mhm.
Walking away and disengaging from that system is how you get your get back on it. And whether it, I don't know the whole situation, but whether it's a luxury brand or whatnot, cool, whatever. You're gonna do it without my money,
Yeah.
and that is my whole thing. Like we've, as a people, have been fighting to participate in a system that doesn't want us.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many times we have to be slapped in the face to finally get it. Like I'll be real, I'm from South Carolina. There was a gas station I went to a few years ago. The dude looked at me like, "Yeah, your kind ain't welcome here." All right, cool. Guess what? I ain't spent a goddamn dime. I'm leaving.
Mhm. And that's, I don't have this. If y'all hear the way Z speak, I'm not 100% doomer, but at the same time, I can describe these things. It doesn't emotionally
In
affect me
600
in that
feet,
way,
turn right onto Leonidas
and
Street.
then it shut up, bitch. No, I'm playing. I love doing that to my navigation system. I love doing that. I'm like, I'll be telling Jamaican to shut your bumble club. Shut up, bitch. My lady be looking at me crazy as hell because I'll be waiting for that shit to go. Shut your ass up. But anyway, but
You ain't
so
shit, but okay.
for real, but no, so I don't have this like attachment to white folks and their acceptance of me. I am a human being. I do want to be treated equal. I don't want to be mistreated. I don't want to be looked down on. I don't want my intelligence questioned. All of the things, right? With that, I understand the dynamics, man. And like, so if a white persons, or if a Latinos, if an Asians, and they say something slick or they do something, any type of microaggression, any type of question, I expect it. I'm not saying I should. I'm not saying that it's not right. I'm saying I'm not surprised. And it doesn't hurt my feelings. It doesn't hurt my feelings because quite frankly, I don't expect them to act better.
Yeah.
Like, and so when I watch black people get hurt, there was a MTV episode years ago in a heavy set system. It was about race, and it was like this undocumented immigrant Latino dude hosting it, and he had a heavy set sister was in there, and she went to somebody's house and they're eating dinner, and one of them said something like, "Oh, that's ghetto" or whatever, and she started tearing up and she ran into the bathroom and all this hoopla. And I'm just like, if you don't, right, and you just get annoyed because you're like, yo, weak ass. And I know she's a woman and she's heavy set, she's black and whatever, but and I really didn't want to feel like that because I actually felt ashamed for thinking that about her later on. But at the same time, it's like, but they're white. Like, don't you have any like slick one-liners like in the pocket ready? Like, I'll be having slick one-liners ready for white folks, Latinos, and Asian. I have at least a good 5 ready to go. Bap, bap, bap. Whenever I'm around them, if they go underhanded, I'm ready. If they go overhanded, I'm ready. If it's when black people are like shocked or they don't have the the line, like you see how I just responded to whoever that was trolling us earlier. I'll be ready because I know you're white. And I know if you want to reinforce the hierarchy psychologically on me. So I'm ready for you to say something slick so I can remind you that even with that hierarchy, yo bitch ain't trying to fucking have your kids.
Or do they have the awareness, but lack of awareness
Right?
at times? There's this movie scene I remember. It's by
Mhm.
Jim Morton, the
Mhm.
guy who played Eli Pope in
We
Scandal.
we not gonna say nothing about the fact that Namer skipped the line like a motherfucker, but go ahead.
Oh, my apologies.
he
My
did.
apologies.
go,
I thought we were reckless.
not yet, not yet. No, we are reckless, but go ahead and finish up, and then we'll have inspired truth and then Dre. Go ahead.
Yeah. Do y'all remember there's this, I forgot the name of the movie, but it's like a white man invites a black family for dinner, right?
Mhm.
Not for as
Mhm.
dinner, but he invites them over for dinner. And Jim Morton plays the father, and he has that speech where he says like, "You people are a virus and whatnot.
You people. I love when people say you people.
You
People.
people, you are not people. You are
Mhm.
a virus.
Mm-hmm.
You do this, that, and you sometimes break our, you built this world by breaking our backs and such. And you sometimes, and you keep wondering why we keep screaming. And the host just looks at it and says, well, and tries to change the subject and everything. I mean, what you're saying is like, a lot of people just don't have that awareness. You're surrounded by people. I'm very watchful. I have to be very careful. When I first came to this country, I had to be vigilant and self-aware because mindful of what people are doing. Because sometimes people ask me certain questions, and I have to have an answer for it. But I have to also be put in a way where they have to like. And sometimes I ask them questions about like, what's this? What are you doing? Like, and make sure they're not trying to, try to get slick with me. If they do, I try to flip the script on them sometimes.
I bet they do in Norway.
Trust and believe they do, or they do it behind my back when I'm not in the room. That's why I said it. I told somebody, if you want to say that N word, you better not do it in my presence.
I don't know. There's Norwegians is some tall ass white dudes, boy. You gonna be really fighting. Slam that motherfucker. You better slam him. His feet better catch air. Oh, that's the first. The first thing. Take him off his feet. Go ahead.
I took up Muay Thai. All right, so I understand. Where the pressure points in the legs are, where to kick them. Like you checking the inside of the thigh.
There's a whole lot of 6'3" tall ass white dudes over there. Timber.
I'm 6'3", but you'd be surprised how many of them are under 6 foot. You'd be surprised how many of them are your height.
5'9", 5'10" type thing. 5'8".
5'9", 5'10". There's plenty of them, but
Oh, name are tall, huh?
Okay. I'm 6'3". You didn't know I was 6'3". I mentioned I'm 6'3" plenty of times.
Okay.
Y'all let Z get in the gym for real, so I can be walking around here like a 20-something-year-old Mike Tyson.
My brother looks like you should see my brother.
Just a thumb, just a wall walking, just a wall. Charles Barkley Jr. Right?
Z.
My brother, go ahead.
My younger brother. He's about an inch taller than you, like I mentioned, but this guy doesn't fuck around either because he's been taking up Eskrima, or Filipino Kali. Martial art itself, so he knows how to take care of himself. He also trains in kickboxing. I studied capoeira and Muay Thai, so we don't fuck around. And people don't really fuck with us because they know, like, hey,
I'm definitely gonna put my kids in the future, daughter and son, in mixed martial arts and instruments. If I could afford it, we definitely doing that.
I would make a couple suggestions. Like I would say, you got to you got to put them in 2 types of martial arts. One for grappling and one of striking. So they know what to do when they're on their feet, or where in case situation goes on the ground. For example, like say you can like in case of Charles, it's boxing and wrestling, or if it's like Taekwondo and Hapkido, because Hapkido is a combination of striking and grappling. You got certain forms of karate, and you can combine that with judo and Japanese jiu-jitsu, not Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
I'm telling you, I really want to put my if and when Z has kids, daughter, son, definitely. Hey, y'all don't be raising y'all sons to be touching women, because my daughter gonna slam your son.
You know what?
Your son gonna be looking up like, oh, what the hell?
There's a martial art you might want to look up. You might want to check out as well. It's called Krav Maga.
Oh, no, I know about Krav Maga. Yeah. I know.
That one,
the small hats and they thing. Yeah, I know.
Or Russian and combine that with Russian Sambo, or you combine that with.
Because it's really not about fighting. Like they teach you to fight. It's really about immobilizing the person as quick as humanly possible.
You have to learn how to be counterintuitive, because like when somebody tries to strike you, most of the time we try to step back and block it, right? But in Krav Maga, they tell you to like do counterintuitive. Basically, when the first goes strike,
let me address this real quick, Neymar. And L says, look, man, Z is getting older, right? Me and Miss Z are both in our 30s, so yeah. Like, I say, you never know. Like, I don't be counting the chickens before they hatch. Like in this case, literally, right? So you never know. Life be lifing. So the last thing you want is to be like, and then it doesn't happen. So I don't count it until it happened. That's me just about everything. You could ask Mama Z. When I was looking for the Z, I was depressed. I was looking all over the place. I was like, goddamn. Tried to go out and get the loan, got rejected a couple times. I'm like, I'm never gonna get this thing. I done made my credit good. I could afford it, blah blah blah, and it wasn't going right. And I just never owned it until I owned it. Right.
Man, it
So
sounds like
that's how
me
I am
with
about
video games.
everything. Yeah.
It's like me with video games, dude. I remember
Yeah.
like
Just
I
even
didn't.
name it. Wait, name it, because you got to keep on going. Okay, let's go inspire truth. Go ahead.
All right, my
So I
bad,
get
y'all.
blown
I didn't
away.
know. My apologies.
Yeah.
It's all good.
What's going on?
I don't know if y'all are into the sci-fi scene, but it
Mhm.
amazes me how art imitates life sometimes.
Mm.
Particularly with the movie, not the movie, the series that came out for Dune. Like there's so
Mhm.
many different metaphors in there, so many different
Mm.
things that are
Yeah, I need
really
to
analogous
watch
to our
that.
situation. Like you'll see the sisterhood there that are like the truth seekers or whatever, and it's crazy
Yep.
because they're also the most diabolical and the most surreptitious and the most dishonest in the whole orbit of the nobility, basically. Like
Mhm.
they're kind of like marketed as the people that are going to tell the truth, the people that you're going to need on your
But in
side, and the people.
reality,
Yeah,
Well,
that, and
I
they
know.
also
I watched the
control.
first two movies, but I haven't watched the series yet. So yeah.
Bro,
well,
they control like who like gets to, well, not control, but kind of like manipulates who ends up kind of married to whom. So like they
Hmm.
kind of end up picking out genetics or genetic lineages that they can control. And their big fear is about a tyrant, a so-called tyrant, basically putting them in their place.
Yep.
so
Man.
if you want if you actually understand Dune, like you would understand like pretty much like that that new Dune prophecy. It's like I'm gonna watch it because I'm gonna watch it, but
Mm.
it's been said like a while back.
Hey, don't let it get lost on y'all that they like in the movie series they didn't want what's his name mom to teach him the way.
Exactly
Remember?
because
Yeah.
the
Yeah. Go
Bene
ahead.
Gesserit, the Bene
Hmm.
Gesserits are a matriarchal culture. That's what
Yep.
they are.
Yeah. That. Hey, when I noticed, I was like, wait a minute. Yeah. They'll be the homegirl over here chastising the mom for having the son go through the whole process and whatnot. It almost killed him, but still. But yeah.
Right. Are we talking
Yeah,
about
Yeah, it's like
the
don't teach
current
the son.
movie? Wait,
one of
you
the
talking about the
one of the
current movie
original
or
Wait a minute, Name. Let them go. Let them go. Name.
okay.
Yeah. Go
yeah,
ahead.
like one of the original MGTOW spoke about that like over a decade ago.
Mm.
Like that's how I knew about Dune before the movies came out.
Yeah. It is.
Oh,
It
you talking about
is. So,
Barbarossa?
and
Yep.
we'll have and Dr. Dunbar is up, so Dr. Dunbar get doctor privileges. If you ever want to speak, you go ahead
Yeah,
and
of course.
Yeah,
speak. But
just
yeah.
thank you, Z.
Hmm.
Salute for
What's going on, Doc?
the hard work you put in every
I
day.
try. Hmm.
It's
I
amazing. I
try.
look up and I see another stream and another stream. I see the little engine there, and I know how to do your sound now too. But I won't do it. But what I wanted,
Years of practice. No, I'm playing.
you know, what the
Good
key for
morning
me
or
is
afternoon, Dr. Dunbar.
the key for me is to slow down and
Hmm.
just take my time doing it. Take my time with the noise. Anyway, I'm not going to try to do it now. But to your point, I want to come up and say that it was probably over a month ago. You were doing a stream, and I made a joke in the chat about microaggressions, and you were
Yes.
talking about the BWs and
Hmm.
microaggressions. So for the last 2 to 3 years, I was with somebody who was in corporate. I'll just say she was in corporate,
Hmm.
and that's where I kind of got a feel for that because I think she may have experienced it before,
Hmm.
but it hit her like a sack of bricks again
Hmm.
that high up in organizations, high up in companies, nonprofits, whatever, I think a lot of our women think that, okay, it's all women against everybody else. But when they get up in
Hmm.
those high levels, they see
Mm-hmm.
that white women have their own agenda. And
Yes.
you're just there. You're either there as a DEI hire, you're there, maybe your accomplishments got you there, but
Hmm.
they don't see you as equals and they don't see it as all women against everybody. Okay,
Yeah.
it's us, it's our men,
Yeah.
it's our families and it's everybody else.
Yeah.
Okay, and so
Doc,
we, yeah,
don't talk about Jasmine Crockett like that.
Okay. Well, but
go ahead, Doug. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I had to get that out.
One of the things I was thinking leading up to decision 2024 was that number one, the first woman president was supposed to be Hillary, and that got snatched away by Barry. Okay. And so I was wondering, based upon what I realized and what I found out through my ex, I was thinking, okay, well, will white women want to elect in the electorate? Will they want to elect the first woman president? Will they want a woman of color being the first woman president?
I haven't found that answer.
And I kind of said they probably won't. Okay. And I think that the other thing is that what she was running on, number one, I'm not going to insult her. I don't think she's the sharpest knife in the drawer. Okay. Madam Vice President Harris, but what she was running on, and even Michelle Obama helped reinforce this, was breaking families up. Go in the voting booth. Don't tell your husband what you're voting on.
Yeah, that was a big mistake.
It's women. It's women against everybody. Okay. But going back, I don't think white women see it that way. And I think the white women who voted for Trump, that majority, I would love to see what those women are demographically. Are those married women? Are those family-minded women? Are those women?
The majority of white married women voted for Trump.
Yes. Okay. So there you go. There you go. So I think women, liberal women at large, Black women in particular, they think that there's this all women thing, women against everybody, but it's not like that.
Yeah, can I add on to just a little bit?
Go ahead.
I would posit that for a lot of white Americans, not just the women, one of the biggest problems with the Democratic Party is they don't see the need.
Did he cut out, or is it just me?
No, you cut out for a second.
He cut out. Better you.
Is he still out? I have something to
Okay.
add if he's still out. Like, I think that if they actually did get Kamala in, they would end up being disappointed.
Yeah.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Go ahead and finish up, and then we'll get Inspired Truth again. And if Doc want to say anything, he can. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying that the problem is, one of the biggest problems with the Democratic Party is they don't see the need to invest in the boys and men. And I feel like those white individuals were seeing it, and how, in particular, a lot of really niche communities were being foregrounded. Not even like, Black or Asian or whatnot. Like, the whole transgender thing has been such a big debate, and even post-election, you have people fighting back and forth about the most niche of things, like sex change prisoners and whatnot. Like, I really feel like that was the biggest part of it, to where they didn't really offer anything for increasing men's economic viability. And I feel like white people understand their connection. White women understand, the more he has, the more I can get. And this is not purely a vacuum.
Yes.
Whereas Black women, I feel like in terms of corporate, a lot of times they make themselves adversaries to Black men and people that would be their natural ally, because they see it as, he's here, I want to get there, I gotta knock him off. Instead of, you know what, how can we collaborate together to, I push him up, he pulls me up, or vice versa.
I would like to build off of what you just said, especially since, like, Z's a lefty, so Z BGS, like, he put me on to Garland Nixon, and he was doing a stream one time. And he was talking about that election. He kind of likened it to what was going on with the Disney Marvel kind of stuff, where it's just keep pushing all these strong females and all this kind of crap, and ignoring the men, and men are dumb and they're useless and all that kind of crap, and you're wondering why men are going to turn away from anything that they produce.
I don't think that the Democrats really. I think they thought they had enough labor things that were positive and good with labor. They thought they had enough men with that, unionized white men in particular. I think they thought they had enough of that, and they were just gonna run up the numbers with the women and all type of abortion and hang Trump with abortion, and then use JD Vance and some of his, like the red pill tendencies to scare enough white women to vote Democrat, and it didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
It just didn't work. They thought they could run up the numbers with the women, and it just didn't work. And I'm looking here, um, for the at all the numbers, and I'm gonna tell y'all right now. Give me a second. Do you have any children? Da, da, da. White, born again, evangelical, religion, total family income. Yeah, I'm just going through a lot of these kind of okay. Yeah, education by gender among white voters. White women college graduates, 57% went Democrat. White women non-college educated, 63% went Republican. Non-college
Yeah,
educated. Yeah,
yeah.
so that
That's
yeah,
another
yeah.
thing
Go ahead.
that I was hearing is
Well,
that
you know what?
that's
Mhm. Go ahead,
sorry,
Doc.
sorry, Doc. Good.
Okay, you know what, Z, since you just read that,
Mhm.
I think that one of the things that we saw with this election, and we may see it going forward, is this divide, and they instigated it. The Democrats instigated this
Yep.
divide between college educated and non-college educated, and they
Yes.
belittled the people who voted for Trump as, well, these are uneducated
Yep.
voters.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm white collar.
Mhm.
My folks highly encouraged that. I have 2 degrees,
Mhm.
but I understand that I don't live in this country by myself.
Yes.
And if the people who are not college educated, if they're not taken care of, if they're not doing well, then that's going to hurt all of us.
Yes.
Okay, those people need
Mm-hmm.
something to do. Okay, our economy
Yep.
needs those people to be productive and fruitful as well. So I like what happened. I like and some of the people who flaunt their degrees the most. You know who those are, right?
Yep.
And
Yep. Yep.
I don't personally think I'm better than anybody because I have a bachelor's degree and a PhD.
Mhm.
But I think this type of reckoning is good. The white collar, college educated people,
Mhm.
we are not the only people in this country, and we have to make sure that everybody is on good footing.
Yeah, that kind of
Doc.
like leaps into the whole macroeconomics versus individual economics story that played out. They kept talking about the macro
Yep.
numbers and how good they are, and look at all of
Yep.
this job creation, yada yada. Look at what the
Meanwhile,
stock market
average
is
people
doing.
struggling, but
So,
Exactly,
yeah.
so to
exactly.
chime in on what
Mhm.
Dr. Dunbar just said, like
Mhm.
that's kind of why like the left is really confused about why Trump got all the support from like the working class, non-white collar, non like university, college educated people, because they came out and said that like anybody that votes for Trump is trash, and
Yep.
and they've been going on for a long time saying that pretty much you're like low IQ and all this kind of crap, and it's like I'm
It
not sure how insulting people is going to get them to vote for you. Like it doesn't make any sense to me.
it's virtue signaling to the people that aren't college educated, but you don't want to be like those other non-college educated folks over there, do you? It so this is the thing. Francis Fukuyama, the same one that wrote The End of History, he wrote a book a couple years ago called Neoliberalism and Its Discontents, and I've mentioned it before. Mishra wrote a book called Age of Anger, and both of them are speaking about the people that quote unquote lost over the past, give or take, 40 years ish of neoliberalism or this type of classism. You also have Dr. Richard Reeves talking about dream hoarders. That was his book before of Boys and Men. And all three of these guys are speaking about the resentment and the anger of the people that were quote unquote left behind. And exactly what Dr. Dunbar was saying, where like there's this kind of condescending tone from the people that are doing okay in this kind of new world, new economy. And I don't think it's just that they think they're better. I think they think they know what's best for everyone else, and all the rest of us that aren't going along with them lockstep and aren't enthusiastic about it are just in the way of progress. They think they're on the cutting edge of like what's new, and we're just retrograde, slow, meandering Neanderthals who don't just want to get up with the times. And that goes across gender lines, that goes across class, that goes across education, obviously income. And so I don't think it's just that I know better than you. It's that I know better than you, and I know better than you what's best for you, and definitely what's best for society, right? And I
So,
just, yeah. That's
I
this
think
thing. I look at them like, go.
to that point,
Mhm.
so podcasts like Call Her Daddy's Best for Us. So
Mhm.
dudes excuse me, Transformers competing in female sports is best for us. Um, having a president who can't even answer a question with her media, let alone anybody else's media, is what's best
Mm.
for us. Okay, okay, y'all so
I
That was
think
smart. But go ahead.
that was one of the arguments that was made. Is like pretty much Trump like had these podcasters that helped push him across the line, but like as AB just said, like Kamala was on Call Her Daddy, which is one of the biggest female podcasts in the world.
Yeah.
Literally one of
Yep.
the
Yep.
biggest
Yep.
female podcasts in
I
the
think it
world.
might be the biggest, but yeah, it's one of the
Yeah.
I
biggest,
never heard
definitely.
of it till that day, but yeah.
Well,
No, I've heard of it
of it.
before. Yeah.
I heard about it like a couple years ago,
Mhm.
and I didn't like anything they said over there, so I never watched it.
It's
But
just the Democrats and the left put their thumb on the scales for the ladies, and they put their chips on college educated women, right? College educated folks writ large, but college educated women specifically, and they put all their chips over there, and
Mhm.
and they lost because they don't appreciate how much human beings are complicated, and like these women might be leftist, they might believe in a lot of the social programs. As a matter of fact, there's a number of people that voted Trump and then they voted for whatever initiative in their state that might have been left,
Yeah.
right? So because it's Trump, they're using Trump to spite you, but it's also y'all keep on bringing them candidates that they're not enthused about and then attempting to frighten them with Donald Trump, number one. Number two, have you ever considered that maybe abortion isn't as important to many women as y'all think,
well,
right?
Yeah.
Not in this
they did
economy.
push
I
that
would
as the most important thing.
And
Yeah,
and
well,
and the TRANS
but
too. But go ahead.
Go
I
ahead.
would with the abortion issue.
Mhm.
I would I would say that it's a very complicated issue, and they fail to account for that. Broadly
Mhm.
speaking, most people agree with it in certain circumstances, like health of the mother, rape, incest, things like that.
Mhm.
However, once you get into the realm of elective abortion, I mean, is it a wonder why you fell off with Catholics? Is it a wonder why you fell off with certain
Yeah.
very conservative demographics? Is it really a
well,
wonder? And then when you couple what states have already enacted certain things about it, you know, how many
so
folks are really uncovered?
You
Shit.
so
know,
I,
months ago
Wait,
they were
wait.
calling them
Go ahead,
white.
Dre. And then I think was that you, Doc, or was that Inspired Truth?
that was
it's
me.
me. I think.
Okay, go
Okay,
ahead.
okay. So
So
Dre
months
and then
ago,
Inspired Truth. Go ahead, Dre, and then Inspired Truth. Go
yeah.
ahead.
So
I'll
months
be
ago they
after him.
were calling them like white Christian nationalists and that kind of crap, and it's just just the way that they completely ignored men and expected
Hmm.
men to want to vote for them. Like
Let me go after
it's
Inspired Truth.
insanity.
Okay. Yeah, no, I agree with that. It's ignoring, it's belittle, and not belittling. That's another word I was looking for. The benign neglect. There we go. Benign neglecting,
Well,
and if that's your strategy, then that's okay. But it failed. That's
Mhm.
okay if that's your strategy, but it failed because you didn't account for the fact that the men have woken up, and they woke up way faster than I think the Democrats appreciate. And the Democrats, I don't think they really appreciate like how many men are blue collar, are not they don't have advanced degrees, even if they're college educated, or they are college educated, but they might be blue collar. And just they don't agree with the idea that you can kind of survive without family. You can kind of like there's a lot of things I think the Democrats take for granted because they were around, they were in echo chambers, and they are in echo chambers. That's why I said the second part of Chisa Zed's video, first link in the description box. The second part of it, he has this, different looking woman. I don't know what her background is,
Stop
and
talking about Ella
she's
looking like that.
right, but she speaks about the bubble that she was in Atlanta, including on social media, where she really thought Harris had this in the bag. She's pretty much what she was saying is she didn't even think it was really competition, and she got slapped in the face with like the reality when Harris lost, and that just speaks to that bubble and what I was saying when I spoke to FD Signifier the second conversation, when he said to me and to those of y'all that were listening that were in our bubbles in the Black Manosphere, and remember I responded to him instantly. It was like, no, y'all are in your bubbles, and I made sure to say I'm not just saying that as a knee-jerk response. I mean y'all are in your bubbles, and I'll pause right there. Let inspired. Go ahead and let it in inspired truth. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, just to finish off what I was saying, is like it's no surprise why this happened. It's, just like if you're gonna ignore men like that, is Trump like when he did like when they were calling like anybody that supported him garbage, and he showed up in a garbage truck, and you see him like working at McDonald's. Yeah, like once he did that, like that was pretty evident that he cared. Well, like he like realistically, like he's part of the 1%, so he actually doesn't care. But at least he pretended like he cared, right? Like at least he pretended like he cared.
Trump comes off like he's not above it, which comes off very authentic. He doesn't do the quote unquote high road thing. He does. Yeah, he does. And he comes off authentic. He's Bush Jr. 2.0.
Yeah.
Right?
Real
and he's
quick,
petty.
Another way to look at it is he's transactional.
Yeah,
real quick.
They're all transactional.
Yeah.
Wait, name it, because we got a whole rotation. So let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do Inspired Truth, AB, and then you name it. Go ahead.
All right.
As crazy as it sounds, this might actually be a good thing for the Democratic Party. And I know it sounds wild.
No, I agree.
But if they actually got what they wanted, and the voters had to actually deal with seeing them get what they want and see that it's not quite as pro-woman as you thought or pro-black woman as you thought, you would probably lose some of those voters for a generation. They'd be cooked, and they still have
to warn them.
And they still have to come to terms with this whole like you were saying before, being in their bubble. Like you have a bunch of people now saying it's the messaging. They've been saying that stuff for years now. That we just need to message better.
We heard. Let me say this, Inspired Truth. I gotta say this. We heard your message. We disagree with the message. You could package the message in a goddamn GTR. We'll take the GTR and we'll leave the message on the floor. It's not the message. I mean, excuse me. It's not the messaging. It's not the packaging of the message. It's the message. It's not the packaging of the message. It's the message. Yeah, I agree with you, Inspired Truth. They keep on saying that. And by the way, the right and the left does that. We didn't appeal enough. No, you did. We heard you. We disagreed. Whenever the left loses or whenever the right loses, they always do that. And I'm always like, no, we heard you. We just disagreed. Like, BS.
But, yeah, the point
go ahead, AB. Go ahead.
The point I wanted to make is, how they were talking about this abortion stuff. For a while they were saying, "Oh, Trump's gonna," because Trump lightened his position on abortion a bit, and then like, "Oh, Trump's gonna use the Catholics." And I always said, "Where are they gonna go? They're gonna go to Kamala." I've never seen a Democratic candidate in my lifetime talk about as much as abortion as Kamala did. Yeah. I was like, where are they gonna go? They either gonna stay home or they're gonna vote for Trump.
AB, did you see real quick? Did you see Armio say Frimpong, the funky academic? He spoke about exactly what you say, the left and abortion, and how the left just became that was the platform, that the whole platform was pretty much abortion.
Yes.
And how like
I've never seen anything like it.
And when you make the party that and I'm not saying they didn't have labor, for me at least, I'm not saying they didn't have labor things that they were fighting for that actually probably would have been better for your average person, but they put everything, the messaging, once again, was mainly about abortion. When you turned your party into the party about the sentiments of loose ass white women. And this is what you got.
So Z, So Z, I'm not sure if this
And
was
after this, we'll get AB again. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if this was Dr. Dunbar or somebody else, but basically they were saying pretty much what would happen. Like a big part of the reason why Trump got elected because Kamala wasn't saying anything for men, and like obviously they're not going to do anything for black men. Like let's be real, like like black men maybe be able to benefit off of whatever policies get put in place, but it's nothing is ever going to happen directly for black men. But basically, it was like
You can get a couple of crumbs here and there.
Yeah, like you might get some crumbs. That's better.
You mean
than
molded crumbs?
Oh,
let me shut up.
Yeah, right.
Kamala like actually directly said that she's not going to do anything specifically for black people.
Yeah.
She directly said that. So
yeah, I know. We remember. Yeah. We remember that 2000. Yeah, we remember that 2016. Let me read this real quick and tell real quick, y'all. Real quick. Let me read this from a Telescope. And Telescope says, because this is going to exactly what I was saying earlier. It's not the way you try to hand me the turd. It's not the person you use to try to hand me the turd. It's the turd. Exactly. And
exactly.
and let's AB go ahead and then I think hey Dre real quick. Let's do AB real quick, Dre.
I just want to quickly finish off what I was saying is that
okay, and then we get AB and then we get Nema and then Socrates. You'll go ahead, Dre.
Well, yeah, like what was being said by like I said, I can't remember who said this. It might have been Dr. Dunbar or somebody, but like pretty much it was the argument was you see me, and like I think that's pretty sad that like men are going to vote for you see me rather than
a lot of folks said that. Yeah.
At all.
Dr. Richard Reeves spoke about that. The fact that the Republicans did not do the bad men. Pow, right? The Republicans didn't do that, and so that alone spoke to a lot of young men in particular, but men in general, right? And I think they said the Republicans won young men by what 17 points, something stupid, 17 points, something dumb,
something like that.
Yeah, and it's just like once again, I still think this is the ghost of Bernie past.
Where were they going to go?
No, exactly. Like that. Well, you're right about that, AB. But remember what I said? I've been calling it the ghost of Bernie past for the longest. It's the ghost of Bernie past, y'all. Bernie gonna be haunting y'all for at least a generation. I'm telling you. But go ahead, AB, and then we get Nema.
And you know what, Z? I told them that back in 2016. Y'all keep playing this game, you're gonna lose a generation.
Yeah.
I told them. I told them that back in 2016. They didn't listen. Yeah. I told them that, but Kamala Lawson, these chicks are crashing out so much. They're trying to use Bible verses on us now, talking about Esau and Jacob and how Esau gave up his birthright for a pot of soup. And my response to that is, well, black people gave up their birthright to the Democrats for molded crumbs. What make your point?
Yep. Yeah, I mean small crumbs. Like actually, Asians got like billions of dollars in this administration. Non-citizens got health care, housing.
Yeah, like I said, molded crumbs.
Yeah.
In other words, crumbs that are green been molded for about 5 or 6 weeks.
So crumbs and moldy.
Yeah.
The thing is not what they got, is why did they get it, and that's what that's why most of us are going to stop talking to civilians, right? You guys are going to the what, not the why. There's a reason why they did it, and the thing is, if you don't understand why they did it, you're going to keep going around in circles.
Yeah.
Well, let me read real quick. Let me read this real quick, and then we get name up his name was up there. And KMS says, "F your vagina if I'm not effing it." The voting public to the Democrats. If I'm not in it, then why do I care about it? Forget it, right? And go ahead, Nema, and then we'll get BGS and whoever was trying to go after that. Go ahead.
I think a lot of people also forgot they never really tapped into certain issues that really affected them. I mean, there's a couple of black pill YouTubers I listened to, and I mean, one of them said it like this. He basically summed up but he mostly does it in a European context, but it also applies more or less in North American context.
You guys are worse off than we are because you suffer from the same policies.
True. True. In fact, they're even seeing the rise of conservative liberals up here. Not liberal conservatives, but conservative liberals.
And because the same. Okay, the thing is, hopefully, Europe can go fascist way quicker than the United States can go fascist.
Oh
Okay,
yeah.
because
Oh yeah.
can I let me finish for a second? Okay, okay.
Oh, I'm agreeing with you.
Basically, if you look at go back and look at Italy, go back look at Germany, go back look at Spain, right? Okay, fascism rose is because the socialist liberal policies crashed and burned and failed, so they
Yep.
had needed to go back to something. Okay, that's what happened. People don't understand what fascism actually is. Fascism is a failure of the left. It's not the
Yes.
success of the right. It's the failure of the left, and that's what happened. You could, because Weimar Germany. I mean, Mussolini was a socialist before he
Yeah.
became a fascist. Okay, but socialism didn't work in Italy because after World War I, they went through a severe economic crash, and they needed something, and they needed what they call an ordered society. Same thing with with Franco after the World War II, right? The crash. Okay, there's an economic crash. And socialism and liberalism failed, so they went back to an ordered society. And Franco stayed in Spain until '75, until he died. Okay.
Mm.
I remember the
Yeah.
monarchy in Spain. Oh, by the way, it was also, if I'm not mistaken, this master teacher. You also had the Spanish Civil War,
Yeah.
because how much it took a toll out of Spain. Franco, for his own survival, decided to keep Spain neutral during World War II. And then after World War II, he decided to align himself with the West against the communists. That was one of the ways he was able to stay in power for that long. But
Hey,
Go ahead, Doug.
okay. And first of all, greetings to the master teacher.
Hey, Dr. Goodbar, what's going on?
One of the more powerful things that happened during this election cycle was that one snippet from CNN with Abby Phillip and the white woman. I can't think of her name. And I thought
with
it
Nina
was beautiful.
Turner.
With Nina, yeah, that's right. It was beautiful. And it was like an epiphany, because she said, "You know what? Look at us. We're trying to push women's reproductive rights here, but we have to appeal to men." And it's like, okay, yeah, because you all are not in this country by yourselves. You all are not in this society by yourself. This is not an all-female society. So yes, even though this thing you're pushing for, it's not top priority, but yeah, you guys have to think about what we want as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
This is the thing that I'm getting tired of, right? Okay. The freaking propaganda. Okay. Number one, women can vote in abortion if they really want to. That's what Donald Trump did. All the Republicans admitted to that. It's kicked back to the states. If you want abortion, you really want it. Most of the voting population are female. Okay, you can vote in all 50 states. You can vote abortion in if you really want it. Okay, no, it's up to you. So stop bugging us about abortion in the Supreme Court. Supreme Court cannot override state law. Okay, not gonna
But
do it.
BGS, my conservative female cousin is in my way. So why can't I put pressure on you to align with me?
Okay.
Because I can't budge her.
What the thing is, what
Coward
both
ass white
sides.
women on the left.
No,
Go ahead.
both sides, conservative and liberal, need to lay down the facts of what the cost is of you having these reproductive rights. Okay. What's going to happen is demographically you're going to decline, and you're going to go down to eventually go down to zero. Okay. If this is really the path that you want to walk, this is your future, and it's the future for your kids and your grandkids, and possibly even you.
Wait. Let's do this.
Andre, if you really know as much as I do, go ahead and speak up and take over.
Wait. No. I'm directing this real quick. So I'm gonna read this super chat, and then we're gonna get Naima, and then we'll get Dre.
Go ahead.
And then...
Continue, Andre. Tell me what I was getting ready to say, because you interrupted me.
I wasn't talking to you at all. I was talking to Mr. Z.
Oh.
While I'm talking.
Okay.
Well, it's about what you said, and Mr. Z was responding to what you said.
Oh gosh.
Okay, let me just let's do this. Let's do this. Naima, if you don't mind, go ahead and read the super chat. And thank you, KMS, for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Go ahead and read that, and then you can make your comment, and then we'll get Dre, and then BGS, and BGS could go firebomb Canada. Go ahead.
All right. KMS, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I find the irony cosmic that the party that brought in 78 pronouns forgot how bleeping complex people are. Way to miss the bigger picture. idiots.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. The thing
my
is,
thing is like,
go ahead.
oh, go,
I'm
sir.
sorry. I was going to say the thing is about the
Hmm.
Democrats and what people don't understand is why I'm getting
Hmm.
tired. Most of this crap that we're arguing over had nothing to do with you. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Biden has come
Hmm.
out and said exactly what he's on and what he's about, and basically the stuff that's going on domestically are little details. Okay, doesn't really care about that for the most part. Basically he brings in immigrants because the parties are messing with him because the budget is skewed. We don't have enough taxpayers. We need a bigger tax base to draw upon. So guess what he does? He imports people. Okay, so what do these people need to become prosperous workers? Okay, they need to be supported, they need housing, they need food until they can get their feet on the ground. That's what he did. Okay, he just didn't
Hmm.
tell you that's what he was doing. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
because if you connect the two, then there's a bigger problem about the budget and defense spending and all the other kind of crap, which they don't want to unravel, right? Okay, this in essence is about the neocons wanting to and neocons on both sides of the Atlantic want to control the world for another 100 years. Okay, they
Say
don't
that.
want white supremacy to actually go away. That's what it's about.
Yep.
Okay, because see what's going on right now, even though they're damn near getting you into a nuclear war because they don't want to give up power. That's what it's about. And all this other little stuff about the propaganda, about abortion, about female rights, about all this other kind of
They
crap.
don't care
They,
about
they,
that
they don't
shit.
care about that crap. Okay.
Let the church
It's
say amen.
distractionary.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
And the thing,
Well,
the thing is, the thing, and I told Mr. Z this. Okay, I wasn't sure whether Kamala Harris was going to win or not. Okay, I knew
me either.
she shouldn't win because she shouldn't even been in the race. Okay, but the thing is, with $2 billion worth of propaganda being shoved down your throats, I didn't know if the American people were smart enough not to fall for it. Okay, fortunately they weren't. Okay,
mm,
she never
Mm-hmm.
had a shot. Okay, Joe Biden.
yeah,
Number one, Joe Biden should have been. For most Democrats, said Joe Biden should have been president the first time because he wasn't, physically capable of finishing out his term. Right?
Right.
Joe Biden never should have even tried to run again. Okay, but thing is, their agenda wasn't finished, so they needed him to be in for another term, which is why he refused to step down. Okay, that is
yeah.
that is the bottom line. Most of the stuff that we're talking about had nothing to do with you.
Mm.
So all this other stuff we're
Are you
arguing
saying
about.
we're not important? I'm messing
Can I
with you,
bounce a
B.
question off you?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
As I was saying.
The,
Oh,
you're
the,
just
go ahead.
you might about as important as the million Ukrainians that sacrificed their lives for what?
Nothing.
If they
Yeah, yeah,
sacrifice,
yeah. Pretty much. Yeah, yeah,
to keep
they,
Russia in place.
that's
yeah.
probably beyond the scope of what we talked
Uh-huh.
about, and I don't
Right,
want to
right,
get your
right.
channel in trouble. But what I'm saying is, well, you are fodder. You got 330 million people in the United States. They don't care about losing a few.
Yeah.
So they
Trust
don't.
and believe. Had
So
Biden been in office and COVID had happened, he'd have let 10 million you guys go over. Okay,
say that.
Yeah.
he
So
said
Yeah.
that.
so let's do this. Let's let Naima finish up with that. Then we got ALU. You got elder privilege under BGS, of course. Let Namer finish. I think better you was trying to say something, and then we'll circle around.
Mhm.
If AL want to say something, he can outside of BGS and Dr. Thunder. I don't know. I mean, not Dr. Thunder, Dr. Dunbar. So I don't know how I want to do
What?
that. Let's do
What?
Yeah.
BGS because of elder privilege, Dr.
No,
Dunbar and AL. Yeah.
just read your super chat because
Oh, okay.
What?
I
And
got
Dre
it.
says
AL has elder
I'll,
privilege
I'll read it. I'll read it
because
because
he's
Dre is
also
up
the
here and
oldest.
I like reading it while people. And Dre
and,
says
and,
Popeyes Z BGS and Dr. Dunbar AB tax. And thank you for the super chat, Dre. Thank you for the super chat. So go ahead,
All
Namer, and
right.
then we get
you got one
better you.
more. You got one more
Oh
super
no,
chat.
yeah, I'm gonna highlight that. I'm gonna leave it up for a little bit. But yeah,
Okay.
go ahead,
All
y'all.
right.
The
Yeah, I
BGS,
can read it if you want.
I got it. BGS, I
Yeah.
understand your
Okay.
perspective about the game beyond the game. Dems did what they did for global reasons, but until that becomes less esoteric, they're judged by their domestic actions, which are symptoms of a greater action. The thing is, okay,
Say that, KMS.
but the thing
BGS
is,
over here trying to be covered with the goddamn language. Go ahead. Go ahead.
what basically the thing is that every, unless you're an idiot, okay? Unless you're an
Mhm.
idiot,
Mhm.
you know when you walk into a freaking store that your economy's not working, okay?
Say
Mm-hmm.
that.
When you
Mhm.
can't, when you go out, and if you want to rent an apartment, you know that your economy's not working, okay?
But the stock market.
Unless you're an idiot, you walk into a grocery store, see an immigrant that can't even speak English with a EBT card, getting way more groceries than you. You're not,
Yep.
okay. And what you're telling people, who you gonna believe, me or your lying eyes? Okay, that's what they've been telling you for the last 3 years. And when all that stuff got uncovered, guess what happened? You think you're actually going to win? They knew they were going to lose. This basically, the internal poll said that if Biden had run, basically Trump would have got 400
Electoral
electoral votes. They knew.
That's a
Okay,
fact.
but the thing is, how can we push back on this and still have a chance to win? AOC was saying the exact same thing. How can we push back on this and still have a chance to win? So they put damn near $2 billion into a propaganda campaign that got her close. They were bragging about how close she actually got.
Let me make sure I say this real quick. Let me make sure I say this. I don't think a lot of people appreciate what you just said, BJS, about how much money they dumped into this campaign. It was a lot. Trump won, and Kamala, and a lot of that money was off the books. But Trump won, and the money they backed Kamala with should have got her way through this election. She should have wiped the floor with Trump. But
So
and in any
it was
other
the
normal
messaging.
situation, maybe, but not against Trump. But go ahead.
Yeah.
So
Anyway.
quick.
Wait, y'all. It was supposed to wait, Dre. So let's do Namer, Better You, Dre, unless, of course, y'all want to speak. Y'all go ahead.
The thing is, like what I said earlier, like you're reflecting what BG has said, like, you got to be an idiot unless you watch what's going on in the grocery store and everything like that. I see that myself every time I'm at the goddamn grocery stores. I see the same thing like when I'm looking at listing of housing, like when I'm looking for like a new place to move to, I see like the rent rate, how much they are. And of course, in my case, I can also deal with redlining of sorts. It's more covert than overt about it, but I got to deal with that shit. And it's easy to see people just, turn far right easily. It's like they said, like when the economy's good, and white folks turn liberal more often. They lean somewhat liberal. But when things get bad, they start leaning to the right more, because it's like they get like, and people know how to get them riled up and whatnot, get them agitated. Trump's thing was he was able to tap into what people wanted, was their grievances and whatnot.
Say that.
At the end of the day, he tapped into what was their base, where they're giving grievances, and made promises of how he's going to turn this stuff around. And he's got 2 years to do it. In the meantime, who knows what might could happen in the next 2 years. Also, consider that you got the midterm elections, and that could change things. You never know, one way or another. So we have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Let's see what the next 2 years, because the way it sways in America usually is whatever ruling party loses the House the next election. We'll see if that happens. Let's see. Maybe, and I don't know how many Senate seats are up this upcoming election also. So let's see if it stays 53 seats I think the Republicans have.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Something like that.
Also keep in mind but keep in mind this, not this Z.
And after this, Better
You
You.
have to also keep, as far as the U.S. goes, you got to also keep in mind what's going on up north, where Dre's at, and across the Atlantic where I'm at, and everything like that. Because you're seeing like a lot.
We don't
of
care about y'all like that. No,
right.
I'm playing with you. Go ahead.
No, because everything's interconnected, motherfucker.
No, it's true. It's true. But Trump said America first. America first. That's what he said.
He may say that, but there are factors outside his control that will force him to think otherwise.
Let me check the likes real quick, BGS, because Vic said we need more likes. I don't know what's going on. Let me see what these numbers look like. Let's see. Boy, we got 70 likes and it's 103 listening. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Where the likes at? I promise y'all, but I gotta get it with compassionate, because I'm about to hit y'all with the goddamn old dial-up internet sounds.
Oh gosh.
I'm gonna start the thing. But real quick, AB, we got Better You, and then we going around. So Better You, Dre, then AB, unless once again if AL want to speak. So go ahead, Better You.
I'm not actually. I was gonna ask a question to BGS, but he actually answered what he was saying.
Okay. Well, stay of execution. There you go, Dre. Your turn. Dre?
Bueller?
Bueller?
Oh, yeah, man, you did.
Well,
Are you dead, man?
You're dead.
Yeah, man.
All those people got them.
Right. All right. Go ahead, Dre. Go ahead.
Rise up, red man. Rise up.
that's not what happened at all. It was no placeholders. Like he's another brother from Jamaica, and yeah, he had a little bit of smoke for me for super chat, but shout out to you, Z. I guess shout out.
Oh, I didn't even read it yet. Oh, my bad. My apologies.
I know I'm a
He
compelling
came to
character, but my goodness, you can't wait till I finish speaking. Okay, sometimes.
Okay, it's Jamaican on Jamaican crime right now, and no placeholder says, Dre, please stop interrupting BGS. You're making Jamaicans look bad. We pride ourselves on intelligence, discipline, resistance,
Bumba clot, man.
Look. No placeholder. I know. Wait, y'all. No placeholder is only half right. Because I know a lot of Jamaicans, and it splits into, and Drake can tell me if I'm wrong. Half are very disciplined, and I'm not even just speaking about the mixed ones or whatever. Half are very disciplined, like no placeholder says, very about their business, very cool and chill. And the other half want to lick shots for everything, loud as hell, hood as hell. They're literally ADOS, but with a patois accent. Somebody tell me I'm wrong.
No, they worse. They ghetto. They ghetto with a patois accent.
Hood Jamaicans, yeah, exactly. They hood as
They
hell
ghetto
with a patois accent.
Middle-aged elder privilege. Thank you. I just can't really quite understand their language.
Dre's still talking, man.
Oh yeah, my apologies. Okay, Dre's still talking. Go wait, real quick, Ayo. Let Dre land with that, and then we get Ayo because of elder privilege. Go ahead.
I want to talk after AL, but I wanted to correct AL. Like, you're not middle-aged elder. You're an elder. Once you hit 50, you're an elder.
Okay.
I really wanted to start the elder. AL would have been mad at me because I would have started the elder clock at 60. But yeah.
No, you can't. You can't. Because when I became eligible for AARP, you got like fucked up.
Sorry. You eligible at 50?
I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it.
Yeah.
I'm proud of it.
I thought it was 60.
No.
I think it's
he sounds like Mystical. He been sounding old since he was 18. Okay, he like Mystical. He sounds like Mystical. Okay.
Y'all quit playing with me, man. For real. Y'all better put some respect on my name,
next to
man.
Texas, so I mean, yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Y'all better put some respect on my name, man.
Put some respect on my name.
So, if you didn't see AL in person, you would swear he's like a 70-year-old man who's smoking a cigar. Okay.
I swear.
He got that Mystical voice.
He really do. Here I go.
First of all, in defense of AL, Mystical's my man. I want y'all to put some respect. No.
AL say if it ain't live, it ain't me. All right.
Right.
Tarantula. Bring out the tarantula.
And AL's whole vibe is the man right here. It really is. It really is.
That was my jam. If it ain't live,
it ain't me.
He did his man. If he just couldn't get, if he could have got over his sexual exploit and kept him in check, he would have been a hell of a rapper. I mean, period. But that boy there, he just had to
Vic over here being a comedian. Let me say this real quick. And thank you for the super chat, Vic. I'm going to read this one now. He said, help the bear. Because Mystical said, if I get in a fight with a bear, help the bear. He did say that.
He did say that.
I was in a freestyle. Hey,
I have a better chance if you help the bear.
Yeah.
Shout out to Vic.
Help the bear. But, I want to say on behalf of
one time, yeah.
One time. So better. Remember, so better. You said he already had spoke. Dre, are you finished yet?
Just to add on what was just said, where's Black when we need him? Because he said that AL, like, he's an honorary old nigga, but like
Right. No, he's crossed over. No, he's over 50. He's crossed over.
Honorary, what's this honorary shit, nigga? I done told y'all, BJ he can testify.
Yeah.
When you pass 50, they
You
send
old.
you the AARP envelope
Yep.
once a month. Please
Yep.
sign the fuck up. I'm
Yep.
elderly now. I done
Yep.
crossed the
You ain't
threshold.
wait. Yeah, you might be an
I
old
get
nigga. You ain't
discounts at
elderly though. No,
McDonald's,
no, you
nigga.
ain't elderly. No, that's a
You,
whole
I
you,
different
get
category.
discounts at McDonald's, nigga. Denny's, nigga.
hey, hey, Z,
Go
you'll
ahead.
find when you hit 40, you'll find out what we're talking about, all
Oh
right?
yeah.
Okay, okay. I don't know about
Yeah.
elderly though,
Because
AL. I don't know.
No,
He
no,
said
no, no, no,
elderly.
no.
That's a whole
No,
different
hey,
category.
when you get past 40 and you feel that pain in your back, it's okay, I know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. And I got 10 more years before I hit 50. Oh, I
Ugh.
see.
Yeah, yeah, Morty,
So
wait,
that is
wait,
Don't
32.
forget the pain in the, don't forget the pain in the back of the knee. Don't forget the shoulders start to ache.
Oh,
Your
man.
arms are not like they used to be, or like BGS said, like BGS. What was the thing you try to used to play? One of the reasons you couldn't stop play basketball no more.
So what?
What was the reason you couldn't? You said once that you realized you couldn't play pickup games no more because of something.
Oh, yeah. Because I used to be able to dunk, right? And then one time,
Right.
I think I was in my mid 40s, and I tried to, my biggest warm up was just jumping up and touching the rim, right? Okay,
Mhm.
I missed the whole net. Okay, didn't hit the bottom of the net. I said, oh shit. Okay, I said, okay, things have
Hey, no.
changed. Things have changed.
No. Hey, at BGS, this is what happened. You
Hmm.
turned into Danny Glover's character,
I'm too old for
Roger
this.
Murtaugh from the Lethal Weapon
Mhm.
Yeah,
movie. Like,
Too old for
I'm
this
getting
shit.
too old for this shit now. I'm
I
getting
know.
too old.
Let me read this real quick. And Vic says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe. This is super chat. I couldn't even get it out. And Vic says, I'm 43. Something hurts, and I'm not sure where it
Here it
is.
is, exactly. it's
I've had that since my
it's a
mid
general
30s.
body feeling, okay?
I've had that since my mid 30s, and I'm gonna tell you something. You know you getting old, and this has happened to me a couple times. When you just
Oh
walk
man.
into a room and you forgot why you were in there in the first why you were
Hmm.
there in the first place.
Why
Yep.
did I come in
You just
here?
walk in like what
Right.
I've done this a couple times. I remember walking to a store, I'm like, what did I come in here for? What the hell
that's
was that?
called early onset
It is what it is.
Alzheimer's and dementia.
Well,
It's coming.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey, Z,
you can't be.
Go, go ahead. Wait, somebody was trying to speak also. Who is that?
it's the doc.
go ahead, I'm done.
Okay, oh, yeah, Doc's trying to speak. What's going on, Doc?
I want to toss one more question BGS's way, then I got to drop down.
Okay,
So
you're good. You're good. Go ahead.
I was I don't know if you guys are familiar with Diamond Dave. He hangs out with Erica. He
Mhm.
did a really good stream, and at the end he said basically that just because Trump got elected, it doesn't mean we're going to be in another economic boom, and the inflation might be here for a while. So BGS, I didn't finish watching your Jack Rasmus video, but
Hmm.
from what you know, I mean, just because he got elected doesn't mean that things are going to turn peachy again.
No, it means the things that'll slow itself down. In other words, we want instead of hitting the wall at 100, hit the wall at maybe 30. Okay,
Mm.
Okay.
you might be able to survive it. Check out the one right after that, which is the one um, with Richard Martin. He gives even a worse outlook.
Okay.
We have never recovered from 2008.
Yep. 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 I said that the other stream too, BGS. Well, a couple of streams ago. But
Yeah,
yeah. Yep.
we have never recovered from 2008. They've been kicking
Yep.
the can down the road since 2008, and you're running out
Yep.
of road. Okay.
Yep.
And that's relating to printing money, or
Not only printing money, but abusing the financial system. What happened 2000 from 2001 to 2008 is a total abuse of the financial system and raping and hoarding the financial system till it
They
virtually
it
collapsed.
imploded, and they've been papering over the
Yeah,
implosion since '08.
yeah, that's what they've been doing.
BGS, correct me if
thank you.
I'm wrong. Didn't we have to suffer a point drop in our credit rating with the world because of that?
The
We
thing,
Yeah.
dropped
And Obama's administration, I remember that.
the thing is it was a point drop. But thing is they couldn't send the United States into receivership because it'll collapse the whole system.
Hmm.
Okay, that's why.
And it
Because
wouldn't just be America; it'd be global.
yeah. So what you've been in since 2008 is an austerity measure holding pattern. That's
Yep.
why the prices keep going up and your wages are stagnant,
Hmm.
which is something that Rasmus alluded to. He wouldn't say it because they don't want to say it out loud, even though they know it. But if you go to Richard Martin's, the second one I put up with Richard Martin,
Mm-hmm.
he paints a more accurate picture of what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay, question. What would happen if they did say it out loud? Well, if they said the out loud part, what would really happen?
They would lose their jobs and their positions.
And because a lot of the economy is built off of faith also, and you would kill the faith that people have. My apologies, yo, go ahead, I'm finished.
It makes sense what you're saying also. Biden doing that, saying the loud part out loud. They're opposite. They're basically opposite. They're passing the buck because, like BGS said, if they said it out loud, they would lose their job.
Yeah.
Everything would come crashing. They have to keep money. They have to.
Even Schweiker, when he was, goes every month in front of Congress with the budget and the deficit and the debt, right? Okay, he refused to actually tie it to demographics and immigration. Okay, if it wasn't for the little Negroes on YouTube that actually tied all those three things together and said out loud what they wouldn't say, nobody would still probably wouldn't even know about this. Okay, because we're saying the stuff out loud that nobody will say.
What? I just want to quickly ask.
Toya, this is your cue to put black men are elite in the comments. There you go.
I just want to quickly ask this question because Dr. Dunbar said he had to go, and like on his last stream, he was talking about how do you guys feel about like Trump not having anybody black in his cabinet? And
who cares?
Yeah, who cares, man?
Yeah,
you mean white men
I
whiting?
want Trump to get somebody to fix this mess that they got us in. As best they can.
What did having people black in Biden's cabinet get you?
Well,
not
yeah,
shit.
No, I'm asking.
Yeah, well, Dr. Dunbar.
I asked you a question, sir.
Well, so
what's up?
Like,
what's up, Dre?
It would make no difference. It would make no difference if he had anybody black or not.
Well, I think
so.
You want qualified and
one time.
Wait, everybody. Let Doc finish with his statement, and I'm gonna read Black Uru's comment. Go ahead, yo. Go ahead,
I think you
Doc.
want qualified and effective people in there. I don't really care what color they are at this point.
Yep.
And yes. I think most black voters, most voters that voted for Trump don't care what color that person is. Okay. In fact, there was one I think it was one radical I heard said might be better to bring back Obama for a third term. Don't care what color you have. And most white people say fix this. That's what they said in 2008 with Obama when they elected Obama. Fix this. Okay.
Well, like the only reason why I brought that up is that Ed was like the only person that was saying that like black men actually voted for like 2 black senators to be elected.
Okay.
The black female senators, yeah.
Like, I'm not sure that if that counts as like his cabinet. I don't think it counts.
No. Okay, the thing is, I'm Andre. You're in Canada, right? Okay, we're down here dealing with this shit. Hold on. Okay, nobody cares. Okay, that's what we try to tell you. Nobody cares. Identity politics and representation doesn't matter when you have to go and spend double or triple the amount of money on food. Okay, when your heating bill and your gas bill is double what it was. When you can't buy a car, when you barely can pay rent, nobody cares who's in office. Fix this shit. That's what people are asking.
Hey, BGS, you go ahead and read Victor Creed's comment because it's speaking right to what you just said.
It said BGS is effing right. Fix this. Nobody cares.
It goes back to what you said. Hold on. It goes back to
real quick. Go ahead, AB, and then we get Better You. Go ahead.
It goes back to what you said about the first debate. America's better than this. Do better. Fix this shit.
Yeah,
get people that know what they're doing and fix this shit. Quit fucking around.
The Democrats should have allowed a regular primary so we could pick the best Democratic candidate. They didn't do that because they had an agenda. Okay, and that's what happened. So this is the fallout. Okay,
BGS, I think you're being too nice. This is still the ghost of Bernie Pass. I still agree with what you're saying. This is still the ghost of Bernie Pass plus what you just said. Go ahead.
That gives me an idea. I'm glad you said that.
Real quick. So let's let Better You go, and then Black Ooh just came up, so y'all know elder privilege still in effect. And go ahead, Better You.
Yeah, with the identity politics part of it, like how many? One, I think that falls flat because with Biden's cabinet, I think Lloyd Austin was the only black man in that whole cabinet. But how many how much of the last 4 years have you been fucked by people who look like you? Like nobody gives a damn that
Good point.
somebody's black, they're Asian, or they're Hispanic, or whatever. To the point that's already been echoed. Yes, people want to feel like they can afford to fucking live, and it's not $1.5 million goddamn dollars for some milk and fucking Oreos.
A
I
million and a
agree.
half for milk is crazy work,
Hey,
bro.
I'm saying, hey, bro. Let me go. If better you going down now, Ray, then let's keep on going with the hyperbole. Look, I'm tired of these $1 million cars, $1 billion houses, hundreds of thousands of dollars for eggs. This shit is ridiculous.
I mean, I only
This,
got
this,
two kidneys, man. Like shit.
I'm saying, like a gallon of water is motherfucking arm and a leg. No, it is ridiculous, and it is stealing wealth from the youth, and yeah, it is
Still,
uninspiring.
still in the wealth from the old folks that have
Yeah,
to
we
eat
ain't talking
cat
about
food.
y'all old ass. We ain't talking about y'all old ass geriatrics. So that's not what we not doing. Right? We're about to push y'all off the edge of a goddamn mountain. That's what we're about to do. Start a whole new
Hey,
Now,
civilization.
give
No, I'm
us some
playing.
fentanyl before you do, though, so we don't hurt ourselves going down.
I'm getting sick, man.
now we don't
I
have
don't,
to
if,
go
I,
through that
if I gotta
again.
die, I don't want to feel this. Okay.
But in fairness to BTS, he's not wrong.
Hey,
I know a lot of people in his age bracket that are struggling right
no,
now, man. He's
hey,
not wrong.
no, it's funny BGS said that because I thought about Jeremy Clarkson, got the main host from Top Gear back in the day, and he said he was talking about speed and crashing and stuff. He's like, it's not the speeding that kill you, it's the instant stop that kill you. And so when BGS was like, give us some fixing, I was like, it's not the fall that kill you, it's the instant stop that kill you. Just the stop.
The
It's not the
acceleration.
momentum.
Oh man,
The
Oh
you
acceleration.
man.
know what? Wait a minute. First of all, before we continue, Z, you watch Top Gear? You used to
Yeah,
watch Top Gear?
I'm a car guy. Of course I watched
I
Top
know.
Gear.
But wait a minute.
What?
Who was your favorite host?
Jeremy.
Was
Jeremy
it?
was funny as hell. Jeremy made liking cars a funny experience.
Hmm.
His car comedy
Me,
was
mine.
top notch.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he also. But then again, my favorite was always the Stig. You know,
Yeah.
he didn't say anything, but he
By
was
the
kind
way,
of
for
funny.
those
But
of you that don't know, apparently Jeremy Clarkson slapped fire to Pierce Morgan back in the day, which is one of the reasons why Pierce Morgan came to the U.S. When he came to the U.S. back in the early 2000s and started doing his thing with
yeah,
CNN. Yeah, Jeremy Clarkson
I
slapped fire because
remember they threw
he was going to put
down.
out a
They
story or
threw
something like
down.
that. Yeah.
And
He
the
got in trouble
reason,
with that
and
though.
if you remember, the reason that Clarkson everybody got separated, got fired from BBC is because he got into it with the producer, and he was Irish. They called him Irish
Yeah.
cunt, and they called her a frat
Yep,
cunt.
yep, yep.
But here's the thing about Jeremy Clarkson. When I look at him, he reminds me of my dad, because
Mm.
that my dad was like the black version of this motherfucker in a way, size wise, height, hairstyle, everything. I was like, and it's just like I just kept laughing all the time I watched this guy talk, especially the shit they would do.
Let me read this real quick. And Vic says, and thank you for the super chat. He said paid $3K for chicken thighs. So my younger sister, I think I told y'all this the other day. My younger sister and my mom hit me up for Thanksgiving dinner, and I wanted to just slide them a little 50. Well, my mom looked at me and laughed practically in my face, and I had to slide her another $70. I was like, all right, take the 120. God damn it. Right? But yeah,
I
yeah,
ain't
just
not, I
like
ain't a,
$50.
yeah, I ain't
Laughing
a
at
dude.
Oh man. But yeah. Native American Slaughter Day coming up, y'all. Native American Slaughter Day coming up. But yeah, if Black Widow, if you want to jump in whenever you want. But who's speaking that?
So
Who's speaking?
that's me. That's me.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanksgiving last year was
Mm-hmm.
was like the canary in the coal mine.
Mm.
My family, we normally travel for Thanksgiving every other year and do like a little impromptu family reunion from my dad's side. This year, instead of cooking, my aunts was like, "Hey, we'll just go to a buffet." There was a
Ooh.
line almost 2 miles for
I
Golden
bet.
Corral.
I bet.
For the buffet? Wait, is this in Georgia or is this in North Carolina?
It was all over. This was in Atlanta,
Ooh.
Georgia. I was
Mm-hmm.
familiar with the area because it was near where I used to work. And
Mm-hmm.
I remember everybody was like, "Hey, what's going on down here?" I'm like, "There ain't no club or nothing down
Man,
this way." Like, I don't know why there's people on the sidewalk.
I
It's nothing
just
but
got
a shopping place.
I just got my ham hocks. Now all I gotta do is get my chicken, man. Again, my dinner set.
Wow. Wait a minute, better you. Wait a minute. Before we get to what you saying, AB, better you just told me there was a 2 mile long line for a buffet.
Yeah, that's a sign of
What are they selling? Popeye's chicken sandwiches? What the hell?
It was more affordable for most people to go to the buffet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm about to say that's a telltale sign of the economy right there. That they would rather go to Golden Corral than actually do. Fortunately, I had enough money to do, my Thanksgiving dinner. So just got my ham hocks for the greens, and got to get some other stuff for the fried
Don't
corn.
forget the death bird. Don't forget that nasty death bird. You just got to put it in your mouth.
Yeah, I got two. I'm getting two of them death birds. 2 rotisserie chickens.
That's crazy.
I did turkey last year, so
On the line with
Detroit
you,
said it's
bro.
the same in Michigan. It's the same in Michigan. Detroit, are you speaking
Damn.
about the 2 mile long line for buffets? Please don't tell me
Yeah.
you saying that. Damn.
I can believe it. Yeah, it's sad.
Damn. No, y'all messed me up with that one. Y'all messed me up with that one.
As long as they don't cut, as long as they have high price for yams.
Kareem, what you know about Golden Corral in Florida? And Kareem says, I like Golden Corral in Florida. Ocala, only place my dad would go whenever. Yeah. And who was that speaking just now? Was that you in Spark Truth? I was speaking over somebody. Or was that Dre?
That was me smoking. Sorry.
Okay,
that was
okay.
me speaking.
Okay. Go ahead.
Speaking and
Goddamn Jamaican. That was me spoken. Go ahead.
well, I said smoking. But
Okay, go ahead.
And yeah, I'm gonna have a little bit of smoke for this Harold George dude in the chat. He was talking about Jamaicans not doing turkey, like
Yeah, he said my Jamaican family don't do turkey. We just doing a big chicken. We definitely can't do
Yeah,
no
like-
oxtail though. God damn.
like I don't know where he's from, but like that's bullshit.
Damn. Detroit said, yeah, that's what he was saying. Yes, and Denny's too. So 2 mile long line. So there's a bunch of y'all that's talking about mile plus lines. What the
Yeah,
hell?
It was
That's
nationwide.
crazy.
It was all over. Matter of fact, Uru BGS, have y'all ever seen anything like that before
No,
in y'all time?
no.
Oh shit!
Now we've always
But back in our time, we cooked.
Yeah. No, but
Yeah, I mean, I think some of that is younger women being lazy and not knowing how to cook.
That's
and not
true.
know-
Yeah.
I mean, you can have a decent Thanksgiving meal economically.
Yes.
I mean, even with the prices being what they are, I mean, maybe you have a smaller, fewer options.
Not if you don't know how to
You could
cook.
have
when
you could
refuse
have
to
a
cook.
you could have a decent Thanksgiving
Yeah.
meal for a reasonable price, but you have to actually know how to meal plan and proportion plan and stuff like that. And the biggest problem is the younger women don't know how to do that. Black people were a lot poorer than they are now.
Yeah.
And we're able to have Thanksgiving and Christmas.
But you all came on getting together as a co-op, and everybody brought something and shared. That's what
Exactly.
Thanksgiving's supposed to be about. It's not supposed to be one person bearing the whole burden of the whole meal. It's supposed to be everybody gathering and bringing something to share.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It can be
the
done.
and the person with the most money, they usually was the one who bought the meat. That's how you know it.
Yeah. Speaking to that, let's read this real quick. And Vic says, and thank you for the super chat. My mom easily spent over $300 just to put on a Thanksgiving dinner with all the fixings last year. It was only the two of us. God damn.
Yeah. See now, why would she spend so much money for just a couple of people?
Yeah, because she wants the celebration, the experience. Yeah, she wants the effect. She wants the effect. Yeah.
Well, realistically, like $300, like that could feed like at least 10 people. Like if you know how to cook, like $300 is feeding at least like 10 plus people.
If everybody,
look, I assume you all probably had leftovers. You probably had still
a good week at least a week. Yeah. No, that's true.
Pulling half a ham out of the freezer.
Yeah. No, that's that. I mean, it. So, first of all, the holiday is some BS, Native American Slaughter Day. But I'm always gonna say it. But with that, it is an American hallmark, and it is sad that there were a number of people who normally would be able to afford, like we were saying, Thanksgiving dinner, and now they kind of got priced out. We got to start finding alternatives for our food.
Go down to the mission if you really can't afford it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean,
Well,
and that's also a sign of just the general breakdown of the black family. You know, I
Well, that
mean,
part too.
and 40 or more years ago, BGS, with
Yeah,
you had Big Mama in the house and,
yeah,
and Auntie,
Mm-hmm.
Ethel in the house. I mean,
yeah,
people were all putting together all their resources.
yeah,
You might have
hmm
had
hmm
3 or even 4 generations of people
yeah,
in the same house or the
yeah,
same duplex or whatever. So
yeah,
that Thanksgiving meal wasn't just on one person to spend $300 on. It might have been 8 people that spent, that helped to kind of pay for
yeah,
that dinner. So that's that whole people standing in the bank in the buffet line.
yeah.
hmm
That's not just an economic issue. That's a sociological issue.
So,
That's a
Beat me to the
Mm.
punch.
sociological.
That's
Yeah,
exactly
I
what I
would
was
agree
going
with
to
that
say.
too.
The village is
what?
gone.
So
Go ahead and
I'm
finish
not
that
sure
with that
about.
inspired truth. Real quick. Inspired truth, then Dre. Go ahead. Inspired truth.
Oh no, I was just saying that Black Guru beat me to the point. I was
Mm,
going to say that same thing. That basically the village is gone. That's evidence that the village is
mm,
gone.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Unfortunately.
So and Vic says, and thank you for the super chat once again, Vic. Vic says BGS is right, leftovers around. I think that was Black Guru who said that, but either way, yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, yeah. So he said he still got leftovers all around. But yeah, and go ahead, Dre. You was trying to say something, and we got AB. Go ahead.
Yeah, like recently it's the same. Like it's not the same thing, but like I was used to like Thanksgiving was like it got to be at least like 20, 50 people plus.
Wait, y'all celebrate Thanksgiving in Canada like that?
Yeah, yeah, we
Yeah,
do.
because y'all was slaughtering new first peoples too, huh? Yeah, 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 yeah. I forgot the Canadians was out here murking the first people. Z, are you always gonna say it? I said I'm always gonna say it. So yeah, go ahead, Dre. That don't got
Yeah,
really nothing to do with us as black folks, but I'm just saying I still be saying it. But go ahead.
yeah. I'm just saying like yeah, I'm used to like the 20, 50 people plus at a Thanksgiving like event. It's just not where I'm at currently because I moved, right? So
Mm. Yeah, no, I think my mom's trying to host a few more people this year. So yeah, and I'm probably gonna have to slide her a couple more dollars. So there's that. But yeah, I mean, I yeah, it even though it's a BS holiday, which holiday isn't BS? I don't even know if I really want to own that statement. But with that, yeah, it like I said, it is sad, and I definitely
you
agree
don't
with
want to own
BGS and Black Uru and Inspired Truth with the it's a sociological thing also, not just the economic thing, which makes it worse for me. Like it didn't make that any better. That statement didn't get any better for me on Black Uru. It actually made it even more sad. But yeah. Go ahead.
Well, one of the videos you showed, and this is only somewhat indirectly related to what you're saying, but one of the videos you showed, featuring the black woman who was disappointed in the lack of fidelity of non-black women to the feminist cause, I guess, that supposedly manifested in the recent election results. Uh, I'm listening to her and I'm like, do you know that you're basically admitting that you're mad at white women and Latino women or non-black women because uh, unlike you, they refuse to betray their own men. Do you know that's what you're admitting to?
Mm.
You know, do you realize that what you're communicating to black men is because basically you're saying, well, I thought we were all women first, right?
Hmm.
And you prove to us that you're your own kind, your own man first. So now, how should black men view what you're saying? And then now you're declaring that, okay, well, I'm not going to deal with white men anymore, which means you were bedwenching with white
yeah.
men previously.
Hmm.
And now you want to come back to black men after you've
Hmm.
admitted to bedwenching and admitted
Hmm.
to betraying black men and
Mhm.
conspiring with other women to betray their own men. You know, the level of treachery that these women not only engage in but admit to, it is profound. And the fact that they can do it publicly and suffer no great punishment or reprobation for it is astounding. Now, maybe as we go along and as maybe black men figure out what's really happening, maybe that will change. But what saddens me isn't just their betrayal, but they're not not enduring any real punishment, for their betrayal. That's what continues to.
I think it's not overt punishment. Black Guru.
Craig, the tech guy said, "So what? They betrayed you. Get over it."
Well, then that explains why they feel empowered to do it.
Yeah, let me say I don't, so for me, Black Guru, I like when people appreciate that this is a consequence of their actions. If there's any space to reinterpret what's happening to you and why, people will take it. That's just a human thing, particularly a woman thing. I don't think that they go unscathed. It's just that they get to reinterpret unscathed. That singleness, that maybe having a flirt with some man 15, 20 years younger than you for him to knock the cobwebs out, that is the punishment. That's lonely, those lonely nights, the Lifetime movies with the vibrator in the cabinet that you playing with, that is the repercussion, but they can always reinterpret it in a way that's more favorable to them and their emotions.
And young black men that are being used for concubines need to start charging these chicks.
Yeah, no.
Well, that would actually be helpful. But to address what you're saying, Z, I agree that happens. But meanwhile, they're fucking up the lives of black people, black children, black community. So yeah, you're right. Ultimately, they don't care.
Wait. Let Black Guru finish with that, and then whoever is speaking. Go ahead, Black Guru.
Some consequence of what they do, but because they do not suffer immediate and painful consequence, they're a lot less likely to be compelled to correct themselves in a way that's beneficial, not just to them, fuck them, but to everybody around them and all the other things they affect. So actually, they're allowed to continue to fuck up children. The next guy that comes along, extended family or whatever. So to me, when we talk about these issues, I'm always like, okay, we know what they did wrong. We know, but I'm always disappointed, or I always focus on, because you can never punish the quote Chrissies or whatever, or we're not organized in a way to do so. You never really get to a point where you can actually correct the problem in a way that could maybe be of greater benefit to people.
It hurts to say this, but
to do some sort of damage.
Let them go.
It hurts to say this, but I write down what's healthy. Finito, it's over.
Yeah, let them go.
Let me do this real quick. Let me see. Let them Fig. What's going on?
That's Snake Man. That's Snake Man. Let him play.
Oh, Snake Man, I need you to go back to your own name. That's the whole reason I didn't let you up earlier. I saw you in the back. I'm just like, I don't know who this is. I don't
playing stupid now, Mr. Z.
No, you changed your name, and I didn't know who it was. Okay. All right. So Bruce, let me say this real quick. Bruce Owen Wayne. That's why I haven't let you up, because the backstage was packed between the backstage and the panel, and I didn't know this was Snake Man. So I know Bruce Owen Wayne is like. Let me read this all real quick. And thank you for the super chat, Bruce Owen Wayne. He says, drop the link, Z. I'm trying to join. Bruce Owen Wayne. Snake Man beat you to it. My apologies.
I'll drop. He can get it. I'll drop down.
No. Well, if you want to, BGS, okay. But BGS want to drop, but then everybody knows BGS. We want to hear BGS speak, so yeah, But yeah, definitely.
Who's next? Yeah, y'all jump in.
No, Mr. C, you can drop me.
Well, like
no, you're up here now, man. Speak.
Well, that kind of interrupts the conversation. It is what it is.
What is what it is?
Actually, let me say this. Whoever wants to join now, you can. I got one more slot, so y'all good. But go ahead, Dre, and finish up.
Yeah,
so BGS can bite your head off. Go ahead.
I'm working on stuff. I'll drop down.
Okay, so I got 2 more slots. All right, AB, thank you for coming up.
Can I speak?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, y'all.
Hey, how y'all doing, guys?
What's going on? What's going on, Bruce Wayne?
Quite all right.
Yeah. Glad that I can catch BGS live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I love the elder.
Look, y'all better
I cannot not say it. I love the elder.
let's get the teaching while we can. Get all the teaching you can.
Yeah,
Siphon all the
you
teaching.
better. You better. You better.
Yeah.
And there's no telling how
I
long
think
it's
we
going to
need.
be around.
I think we need to immortalize his work. Somebody needs to download everything that they can from him and make a channel
I'm
called
saying
BGS
for real.
Immortal. Everything that you can get from him, BGS Immortal, and we re-upload his stuffs
Yeah,
every once in a while to remind everybody who he is.
everybody's stealing from it, so you guys might as well get a benefit from it.
Hey, going to with something that Black Uru actually said earlier when Black Uru was pretty much talking about the reach back that the sister was talking about. Chisa Zed. Shout out to Accountable Commentary. I think pretty much everything y'all hear from us that's worth listening to. I think y'all should download it, use the phrases, obviously give us credit, but yeah, like. Shout out to Accountable Commentary, the reach back, exactly, which was what Black Uru was describing. But BGS and when he says Ed, Charles, Z, everyone, Obsidian, everything y'all, because it matters. And you saw it with this election. I know they're trying to, well, some folks are trying to play it down, but clearly the powers that be are mentioning more and more goddamn manosphere people. So clearly we had some type of impact, right? So there you go.
I mean, it is that you guys wanted to be recognized, right? That's kept hearing.
I think it's split in two, BGS. I think certain people wanted to be recognized, and I think certain people want to stay kind of underground. But I don't know how effective being underground would have been.
What is the complaint we always get that the black manosphere and the manosphere is not effective at doing anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not making an impact. Why you guys here?
That's what FD was saying. We're not making an impact.
Yeah. I mean, there are people inside the space,
Yeah,
not to mention their names.
Yeah, no, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, yeah.
Well, those are people who have some deficiencies in their understanding of how culture move and society move and how things are influenced, how things trend. The change doesn't necessarily start when you see it on TV. Very often the change has started 10 or 15 years prior to that point. I mean, anybody who knows anything about history knows anything about society. And if you read history and society, when you look at the origins of things, you might often be very surprised where and how some great movement started. And by whom that great movement was started. Look in your Wikipedia and pick any historical event and go to the section where they reference to the origin of any great movement, and you'll be surprised at when it started. You'll realize, for example, this started a lot earlier, for example, than I knew it did. And the people who were involved with it might have been very different from those that I would have presumed, because I'm only seeing, again, what they're showing me in the media. I'm not seeing, I'm only seeing, for example, Kevin Samuels. I'm not seeing and hearing BGS, even though Kevin Samuels is saying what BGS authored. So those are people who don't really have, when they make statements like that, they're either ignorant of history, ignorant of society and how things form and how the zeitgeist of a culture is formed, or they're liars. Now, the smarter ones are usually lying.
They're liars.
Because they're attempting to obfuscate and minimize the effect and influence, or try to play down the effect and influence of their adversary, people with whom they disagree, or positions they take exception to. So they want to minimize. So I think very often when people say the black manosphere has no effect, they're often hating on the greater influences, particularly gentlemen like yourself and Z. They're hating on you because they don't want you to get credit for your influence, and they're afraid of how if more attention is drawn to you, the greater your influence will become. So they'll lie and say, well, that has nothing to do with that. That has no influence at all.
Oh well, let's say this. 1 year later, election. Anyway,
Yes.
say
Yes.
that. Yeah, no,
Neglecting men is what brought you Trump, J. Vance, and his gang.
the cadre of cartoon villains is what I call them.
Yes, all the Negroes ain't ish, men are trash, yada yada yada. That's what got you this. You know what men did? The average man, the blue collar man, the ain't ish man, they pulled their big D and put it on the table and say, "What about it now?"
I
mean, for real though.
If them I were the feminists or whatever, I mean, a Trump's son, the damn near 7 foot tall son.
Oh, Barron's going to be a problem.
Who is becoming this very attractive figure, particularly even to young women. That's going to have his connection to the manosphere, and certainly by virtue of the influence of it, frankly, to the messaging of the Black manosphere, could have a profound sociological effect.
Man, they don't know what they bargained for.
And his father likely being succeeded by J.D. Vance could have a profound effect.
I'm going to call it now. Barron's going to run for president one day. Oh, I'm just going to call it now. I've been called it. I called it last year, but anyway, well, actually before that. But I'm going to just call it now. I just want to put it on the record because I don't think I said it as overt as this. Barron's going to run for president one day.
Why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he? If the Bushes did it, why wouldn't the Trumps do it?
I'm just saying. But no, I'm saying it's not going to be Junior. It's not going to be Eric. It's not going to be Ivanka. It's going to be Barron.
We better hope there is America by the time.
Or Brittany. Or yeah.
He's 35 years old and is willing to run. We better hope.
You're right. It is Tiffany. I don't know why I said Brittany. Yeah, you're right. Go ahead. Yeah.
Man, them Cheerios didn't know what they bargained
for. Let's hope there's an America. This is true. I think
these Cheerios didn't know what they bargained for. They stepped on a minefield, and now they gonna feel it.
Let me read this real quick. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe to the super chat. He says, I know wealthy family in Michigan that spends over $6,000 for ordering steaks and not eating steaks when they left. Wow.
Hey, they got it like that. They got the paper. Let them learn the paper.
Hey, bro.
Must be the Wagyu.
Hey, right, bro. I'm walking out with a pan full of steaks. What are you talking about? I don't care how much money I have. I'm gonna leave, especially if it's good and seasoned, and I'm not leaving steak around. Are you crazy?
Yeah, I'm a single man. Steak? I don't have no wife. I'm living with something.
Yeah,
what y'all be talking about?
shout out to Denzel Washington. I'm from the neighborhood. I'm going with something. I'm leaving with something. Go ahead, KMS. Go ahead.
No. Once again, thank you guys for allowing me up. I greatly appreciate it. I do want to speak to the Black Guru, and not my usual rift of, why don't you start the channel? But it's to this. I kind of want to speak in code about it. Like, say we're playing tennis, and you mentioned a lot about how these women need to be corrected, or they're in much need of correction, which I actually do agree with. But
I know you don't want to go there.
Yeah. Of course,
you don't want to go there.
Wait. Let KMS land with that. Let KMS land with that.
Wait, slow down. You got Dessalines online, so you don't want to go there.
Yeah. Let KMS land with that. Let him land with that.
All right, go ahead.
Go ahead, KMS.
Are you there?
KMS?
Yeah. Sorry about that. No, I mean.
Go ahead.
I mean, if we're playing tennis, and this is like, okay, I got this wicked backhand that I can deliver on at will that will more or less end this event, but the line judge is preventing me from doing it. Then how can I deliver this backhand? How can I make this game over in that sense if I can't do it because I'm being prevented by a higher power, a higher judge, so to speak? So
it's the thing that you talk about all the time, Black Guru. I know I get what you're saying, KMS. I get what you're saying. It's Mr. Charlie being in the way is what we're saying.
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm just like, I think.
Well, one of the things, I've said before, one of the things you can do is, take a fair evaluation of your own personal contribution to your family, to your neighborhood, to your community, and where your presence in your employment or business, church, etc. take a clear and fair for you evaluation of your contribution to society. And to the extent you do that, you will realize how much women, especially those in closer proximity, benefit from your presence, from your activity, from your resources, from your goodwill, you know, and remove that when it is convenient for you to do so for those for which you're not deriving any mutual benefit. There are lots of things that Black men do. There are lots of things that Black men attend. Like, for example, one of the ways that Black men, have, quote, punished Black women for their misbehavior is they're not attending clubs, not attending these smokers, not attending these dating programs, etc. And women are suffering speakeasies, and women are suffering profoundly. Not taking them on dates are suffering profoundly from that socially. Women require attention. They require, some conveyance of love and appreciation and adoration and support. And so, to the extent that you can remove that from their lives, for which those activities for which you have influence over, that's one of the ways you punish them. And then also, again, one of the reasons why I supported Trump and voted for Trump was because I think Trump offered the best opportunity for things to be taken out of the system itself that artificially inflate and enhance females in general, but Black females in particular. So it's not. You're right. In some cases, it's more difficult to do than to simply overtly and punitively punish them. But I do think there is an opportunity for maybe the change in the federal government, to change in Congress. I think now may be a time to attack, for example, the Violence Against Women's Act, the all this DV legislation, this very bigoted and very often racist and sexist execution of of laws and regulations with a Republican presidency, Republican Congress, Republican Supreme Court. Now might be a good time to attack those things, either formally or even informally, even in how you engage in the workplace. Maybe a lot of the execution of policies, these sex-related policies in the workplace. Now might be a good time to challenge a lot of that, to the extent that they're often executed in very bigoted and sexist ways against men. This is probably a better time to take on those programs than it would have been, for example, had a Kamala Harris became president and or under a Democratic Congress, etc. So I would look for opportunities in the changing political environment for men, especially Black men, to assert themselves more so. And as the language change, because you're going to hear more pro-man or less pro-female language in the political environment, in the social environment. So now would be the time to assert yourself.
Yeah,
if you don't mind, real quick, KMS, real quick, because I want Black Roo to read your actual super chat, because I got two for him to read, so because both of them are pretty much addressing him. And KMS, if you don't mind, KMS, Black Roo, if you don't mind reading this one, and then I got another one for you, that's kind of short, but go ahead.
All right, well, KMS, thanks for the $5 holler. All right, to Uru, if the line judge is preventing me from using my wicked backhand, how can I serve it? I'm speaking in code. Well, part of the reason, to the tennis analogy, part of what you do to hide the wicked backhand is you disguise it, or you set it in such a way in which there's less overt focus on the wicked backhand.
Yeah. No,
Excuse me, Black Uru. What is a woman exactly?
That's hysterical.
is an adult human female born with double X chromosomes.
No, we people. We are people. We are people, okay? So
It's,
this
it's
quote
just a
unquote,
people thing.
so quote unquote violence against the WOMEN
I,
doesn't
I,
exist since we're
I,
people.
I think we should go ahead and have unisex bathrooms and forget all about it and let the women sort all that stuff out.
Actually, let's go.
Because
Let's go there. Let's go all the way.
because none of this
BGS
is
and then KMS.
because none of this is our fight. Okay, this is all about females. Let them fight
then
this
Nema.
stuff out.
Hell yeah.
That's why I'm
I'm
called
I'm
Let
all
Them
the
One
way
time,
Fight.
in.
Wait. Organizing in
one
the
time.
court. Let's do this. KMS, Namer, then you, Snake Man. But yeah, by the way, I just wanted to say this. Shout out to Leon, because that's Leon's whole argument too. Let the women figure it out.
Yeah.
Let all the TRANS stuff go, and then let the women figure it out. However they got to figure it out. But go ahead, KMS, and then Namer. Go ahead.
No. I totally disagree. The reason why I use the tennis analogy, because if we could use the wicked backhand, this game would be over pretty quickly. But everyone knows that, and everyone wants to keep this game going. So what I think what people are naturally doing, or black men are naturally doing, we're just doing more of a bigger siege. We're just slowly not supporting them at all. And I think that is more. I think that's a more vicious punishment, particularly to women, due to the area of indifference. And I think that's a good thing, and I think it's actually deserved at this point. And if they're not going to come with good faith, they should not come at all.
No, I agree with this.
They got to come with more than just good faith. They got to qualify themselves. They have to compete.
No. But
wait. I get what let KMS land with that, because he's trying to play something. Wait.
Ain't no good faith in this month.
Hold on, y'all.
Wait. Let KMS finish with that. Then we get Namer. But I get what KMS is going with what he's trying to say. That's why I want him to explain that. Go ahead.
I do understand. Because, no, of course they have to come with tangibles. But here's the whole thing: they have so fucked up and fucked off that tangibles is not enough. Good faith, it can't be good faith with no tangible. It can't be tangible with good faith. It has to be both at this point. That's how fucked up and far off they are.
No. Fuck good faith. Give me tangibles first.
No.
I think you all are presenting a false dichotomy.
Exactly.
I don't know if you can have good faith without tangibles. Tangibles
Exactly.
are confirmation.
That comes first. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
But the good faith does mean something.
If anything, it's the tangibles that prove that
good faith
exists.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Okay. Well, then, what I say is the good faith is the consistency of the tangible. I don't want to be in a Trojan horse situation.
In other words, I don't want someone cold and calculating that doesn't actually have the emotional background.
Okay, game. Let's play the game. What's good faith? What does good faith mean to you?
God damn, I wasn't trying to trigger you, BGS. God damn it.
No. Hold on. I want. Since we don't have a definition of good faith, what is the definition of good faith to you?
To me,
Wait, y'all. Let KMS. Wait.
Y'all calm down.
Wait a minute. Let KMS answer that, because L's Active already got the answer. I know what he's trying to say, but let KMS answer that. Go ahead.
Consistency.
Okay. Okay. Good. That doesn't mean anything. Consistency doing what?
Consistency providing this tangible, persistently with this work.
What tangibles do you want to see? Because that's what I want to
know. In context, as far as with women in this regard.
Yeah, you say they need to come back in good faith. You say good faith comes with tangibles. Okay, what are the tangibles?
Getting on my program and on my page, and to be more specific, loyalty. I don't need you to be me, but I need you to compliment what I need done.
Bullshit. Bullshit. What we need is a change in legislation of this feminist shit in the family courts. Have Title IX to apply to everybody, not just you. Okay, the tangibles. Okay, all this feminist shit, all these advantages that you have used to actually ride over us, give all this shit back. Okay, in other words, black men should be where you were 60 years ago as far as schooling is concerned. All the stuff laying towards you, we need that to go to the black boys. Okay,
which means you might have to go to war with white women.
So it means that you have to take a back seat just like we did for 60 years, okay, to make this stuff equitable. Those are tangibles, okay? Until we get that shit, there is no good faith.
Okay, I agree. I agree with you on this.
Fuck getting on my program. Okay, the program's already out there. You already know what it is. This is what we need.
But I mean, that is getting on your program, though. That is getting on your program. What you just described is getting on your program, BGS.
And those are tangible. The thing is, we need it outlined. That's 18-point plan is. Okay, it's right there. Okay, you know what we want. That's getting on our program. Those are the tangibles we need to actually prove that that's in good faith. Okay, when a chick betrays me, she got to come back double than what I got the first time.
I'm in 1,000% agreement with you. I'm not disagreeing with you at all.
Wait. I got to say this too. With a smile, though. This is where KMS is going. This is where L's activists coming. Okay. Look. This is boomer talk. We talking about Xer and millennial talk. We want the smile too, BGS. We want everything you just said, but we want and require the smile also. We want the smile. If we don't get the smile, then you might as well throw everything in the trash.
And that smile put y'all to sleep. That's the problem with it.
No, I ain't going to sleep.
If I may intervene,
wait. Let KMS land because he wasn't finished, and then name it.
Hey, as Yoda said to Luke, right? Which is why you fail.
No,
I thought he was gonna say to try to not, don't try to do, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me at least try to get out the chair first. Okay.
That noose is around your neck, so yeah, you better be. It's tipping, so you better tread lightly. Okay.
No. I agree with everything you're saying, but no, it's true. I want all that, but I also want you to talk to me nice. And if that means
thank you,
if that makes me an a-hole for needing that from women as well, then I'm just going to. But everything you're saying is for the tangibles. I do agree with that. I do agree with the positive part of it. I do. I'll see her to be nice.
Fuck nice. Okay.
Fuck nice. Let's do this, everyone. Wait. Let's do this. I'm gonna read the two super chats from Vic. Yeah, wait. No, wait. I'm gonna read the two super chats.
It only gonna take 5 seconds. 5 seconds.
Go read the super chats. We gotta keep Z's page. We gotta keep Z's page organized. Go ahead and say what you're gonna say. I'm gonna read the two super chats. Then we got name it. We gotta let name it go, and then we're gonna keep on circling on. But AO trying to say something too.
Go down. F their smiles. I want them on their knees. Thank you.
I mean, that'll work too because we know what they're about to do, right? Exactly.
I'm asking for both. Asking for both.
More demanding than asking, but that part. And let me read these, and then we got AL because elder privilege, and then you name it because AL just jumped ahead of you, and elder privilege. So and Vic says, real quick, Vic says, and thank you for the super chat. The elders are right, and and FD is a F boy facts. It's hashtag F boy facts, and then he also says for 6K I want the cow. He talking about when I was saying the steak thing, yeah, when I was talking about the steak also. So and once again, Vic, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, for 6K, you're right. And forget the steak. You probably could get a whole cow. I don't know how much cows go for, but 6K, that's a whole lot of money of steak, and nobody like the steak was finished. I don't even understand what's going on. So go ahead, AL, and then we get name. Go ahead.
That was really self-righteous of you, whoever said, I want the smile too. So you really want that insufferable smile. That insufferable smile is gonna make you feel. Hey, I don't even like using the word feel because that's a tough word to me. That's a 4-letter word. It does not exist in male thought. You literally
I don't know. I want the smile. I want to feel that. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
You really want the insufferable smile, but trust me, it's not going to be genuine. You asking for the cow, the steak, the land, and you want her.
AL has something to consider. Wait. AL.
One time. Calm down, y'all.
Let me get this out. Let me
offer.
Calm down, y'all.
Let me disagree with BGS and AL.
Oh boy, the grace words are coming out.
I want to smile.
I don't care about it.
And let me say, I want to smile because I want the confirmation of my power in this situation.
Yes.
I don't care if she. Let me finish. I don't care if she's hating me. I don't care if it's a shit-eating grin. I want that bitch to be smiling at me. I want her to feel the fear. I want her to feel the fear of the possibility of my displeasure. So I do want her to smile. I do want her to smile.
As a matter of fact, if it's disingenuous, here's something important. If it's disingenuous, that's the point.
Like, people ask me, people ask me, you guys talk about love and stuff like this. I've been married for going on 35 years. I don't know if my wife ever loved me, but she's acted like she's loved me. And that's the only thing that concerns me. I don't give a shit. She smiled probably most of the time. Maybe most of the time she smiled at me. She probably was hating me. I don't know. I don't care. I only judge her by her behavior and what I see. So yeah, I do want her ass smile when she
talk
do
to me
right
nice.
by me. I do
Talk to
want
me
her
nice.
smile. And if she's hating me while she's smiling at me, that's even better.
Is it better? What did it say?
Okay, you sinister motherfucker. You okay?
What did the capo say? Is it better to be loved or feared?
I'd rather be feared.
I want both.
No.
We want both.
It's called a dichotomy. It's called.
I want to be feared, and I want her
That
to
wasn't the
pretend,
question,
and I
sir.
want her to
There
pretend.
was not an and question, sir.
Wait, y'all. Wait, everyone, wait.
I'll answer.
Go ahead.
I'll answer.
Go ahead.
BGS, I want her to smile because she fears me.
Exactly.
I don't care. Okay, at this point, I don't care.
Point.
I don't give a flying monkey.
And
you gonna do what you're supposed to do to me.
We've been asking for the goddamn smile for 60 years. Fuck the smile. Why we want results?
Kevin Samuels, anyone? Kevin Samuels, anyone?
Wait, everyone, wait a minute. What BGS just said was hysterical and it's true. 60 years of asking for a smile. God damn. For real though.
Well,
fuck the smile.
The problem is we've been asking for the smile, but we haven't been making a bow while she smiles.
Exactly. You got the smile while she's cleaning your clock. So fuck the smile. Okay.
Well,
and now she don't even smile at you no more because all you wanted was a goddamn smile. Fuck all that.
Nah, get on your knees, B.
If I may come in.
Wait. So we got to cut off Neymar for at least 15 minutes. So Neymar, read this super chat.
Pimp don't care if Pimp don't care if his hoe don't smile at him.
Pimp down.
Anyway, we don't.
But go ahead, Neymar, read this real quick. Let's let Neymar go because y'all know if y'all cut off Neymar, then he gotta start over, and that's gonna take like 37 minutes. So read this Neymar and then go ahead.
All right. Oh, by the way, first and foremost, fuck everybody's couch. Fuck everybody's couch.
Okay. That's hysterical.
Fuck your couch. Fuck your couch. Fuck your couch.
Especially yours, sweet cheeks. I will do a Jamaican stomp on yours. Anyway, to Leon here. Leon says, Leon, thank you for the $5 high. He says, BGS.
So, Mr. C, how are you doing?
Wait. Snake Man, let him finish with that, and then you got a Snake Man. Go ahead.
What the fuck was these not just doing? Anyway.
Go ahead, Naaman. Go ahead.
Nigga, read.
I'm trying to keep this organized. Let me say this. Black Uru said something very important a few streams ago, and maybe y'all didn't catch it. When y'all were asking why there's not more elders in the space, Black Uru gave y'all an answer. I'm trying to get more elders with some background and some maturity in the space, and that has to come with some organization. I'm trying to make this as smooth as possible. So when I tell y'all to go. Please, everyone, Don't be jumping in and out. Only one person can jump in and out, and it is Z. Thank you kindly. Go ahead, Nima.
All right. BGS, etc. In this space, got more black men to read books than the black education system. If this is misogynistic, well, all I need you to do is prove it. Oh, and also on behalf of Leon, stop the bullshit. Oh, and from L's Active, if I may read that one as well.
Actually, I hit that by mistake, but go ahead. You can. Yeah. Go ahead.
L's Active, who gives the 2 pound 99 pence. You can't make it a full 10 quid, mate. What's wrong with you? Cheap bastards. I don't care whether it's genuine. If they can fix that face for that white balls, they're gonna do it for me at the very least.
Oh, read mine after that.
I mean, yeah, because KMS is saying the same thing. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you for the big old 100 KMS. Go ahead.
Yeah, he made that $100 highlight. My hoe's gonna smile at me and get me my money. Two things will coexist. KMS.
Thank you for reading it the right way because that's how I heard it too. Give me my money.
Pimps don't care if the hoe smiles or not. Okay.
All right. So the pimp don't.
It's hysterical. And by the way, I did not forget about you, Southern Purchase and Chef Butter Biscuits. I'm gonna read y'all a little bit later. But yeah, go ahead, Naaman. Go ahead with your commentary.
All right. First and foremost, I don't think KMS remembers what happened last year when we had a hangout. Mr. Z, do you remember when I talked about the significance of doggy style?
Yeah, I
Oh
remember. But
no,
go
I know
ahead.
you're not
Yeah.
saying this.
Enlighten.
Let him go with that. Yeah, let him go with that. Go ahead, Nemo.
There's a
Let him
reason
cook.
I see.
Good.
Yeah. Well, nobody like. There's a reason I said what I said because women will do anything. If you have a woman that get on your program, understand they're not going to come in honesty. Patrice had mentioned this time and time again. Women do not deal in honesty, and nothing in them is righteous. Everything they do by nature is self-righteous because it is about self-interest at the end of the day. Their main priority is always going to be their survival. So if they do anything for you, it's mostly disingenuous, but they're gonna have to. But the first person they have to lie to is themselves. And as far as what Black Uru was said about, and people talk about keeping that hand strong, I directed you guys, and I'm not surprised. A lot of y'all haven't seen this link I keep sending you guys because hey, I even sent the translations of a series of cheese commercials that talk about this shit. But nobody want to watch or fail the point, so it's not my fault. Your losses. But if you want me to explain, I can explain what that cheese commercial was about and how it's related to
I
Black
think you
Phillip and
should.
everything.
Yeah. No, you. I actually clicked it, by the way. But that was a little while ago. I think that was like maybe the second time you sent it. Okay. So okay. We're okay. Name it. That's your commentary. Who was trying to
Go
say
ahead.
something? I think Snake Man.
Before I
Let me
go,
let Snake Man go. Go ahead and then Snake Man. Go ahead. Finish up.
I just also wish to mention something, a couple things. On KMS's behalf, Alexa, can you please play Blue Suede Shoes by Elvis Presley? I'm done.
Okay, go ahead, Snake Man, and then I think who was that? Bruce Wayne, I think, was trying to say something, and then we'll just snake our way through. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I keep myself short. First of all, it's let some fight now for a specific reason. Second of all, Mr. C, I didn't know you were French. Why you always using the word we? And third of all,
I mean, I am Haitian descent, but I mean,
Yeah, he's Haitian. He's French speaking. Like, come on.
okay. And third of all, BGS, how high is your blood pressure?
A lot lower now, after the elections are over. A lot lower now.
Okay, because I have a question. It's not even a very deep question, but do you remember when I had to talk with you about, okay, we are in the burning plane?
Yeah.
And the pilot, one of the pilots is a decaying corpse, and the other one is doesn't have no idea what she's doing.
Okay.
And I asked you where the plane is landing, and then I said, "Do you know something? I know the plane is going down, so I just grab the parachute and just jump out, and then I watch from the seas where the plane is falling down."
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the plane has now fallen. So what's now?
If the plane's falling, then now you have to find out where you're going to land and how you're going to survive. Okay, that's the next step.
Time to see which bushes have the berries that's not poisonous.
Exactly. So now you have to adapt to the environment that you're in.
I'm saying, and go ahead, because BJS, this is kind of directed towards you and KMS, continuing the conversation with Black Uru, KMS, pretty much all of us. But BJ, if you don't mind reading this.
Okay.
I still have a question.
A smile is one of the many tangibles I require. If it could have been 1,000 years, they're gonna use them cheekbones if they want my shelter. Well, then that's why you fail. Okay, got to keep your eye on what's important.
Goddamn, BGS, goddamn, with that harsh.
Man,
yeah, hell yeah.
I'm coming back.
We have talked the same shit for the last 60 years. Shit ain't work. Fuck all that. Business first. We'll get to the smile later, okay?
Hey, you know the type of pimp. BGS is gorilla pimping like a motherfucker. Shout out to Project Pat. This is gorilla pimping. This is gorilla
You're
pimping.
gonna be on your knees. I don't give a snitch. You're gonna be on your knees. You better be smiling.
I don't care if you're on your knees for me or somebody else. I want tangibles. I don't give a shit, okay?
Yes.
Like,
we about that life.
About that life, yeah. I want, I don't give a fuck if you smile at me. I want my kids raised right. I want my food cooked. I want my house clean, and I want my bills fucking paid. We can scowl for the next 50 years as long as my shit's correct. Okay, fuck all
my
that.
doorknob clean.
Let's do it. Wait, everyone. Let Dre go because I can hear him in the back. Dre, it sounds like you're a million miles away from whatever you're speaking through. That's why I know people speaking. That's why people speaking over you.
Put
Go
the
ahead.
bong down, Dre.
A scowling BGS, with all due respect, a scowling woman is not gonna raise your children right. She gonna spread poison to them children. She gonna spread hatred. In fact, if you think about it, and if you think honestly about it, is a lot of scowling, greatest generation and silent generation that created these hellions amongst our generation and the folks who came after. It was a lot of scowling silent generation and greatest generation women who created these hellacious baby boomers and Gen X's and the ones that came after. And you know that's to be true. I'm sure you saw it. I saw it too.
Well, this is just a minor correction here. KMS was actually saying that like tangibles as well with a smile. He wasn't just saying a smile alone.
No, I think they got it, but BGS is like the hell with the smile.
Well, no, but I'm just saying I saw a lot of mean black women doing all of what they were supposed to do.
Wait, Andre, calm down, Dre.
Wait. Black Uru finish up, and then Dre will get you.
A lot of mean old black women doing what they're supposed to do, cooking every meal, washing every dish or whatever. But they spread poison to their children. They spread poison to that man. They cooked every meal that man had, and it was hate in every one of their meals.
Because we didn't have the good old fashioned patriarchs, man, for 1,000 years. Go back to Rome. They could give a fuck whether that woman smiled or not. Okay, and their civilization lasts for 3,000 years. They could give a fuck. Okay,
the good old pimp hands, the good old gauntlet,
yes,
the good old backhand.
Mr. BGS, they're not ready for the. It looks like they're not ready for the grip.
They're not ready for it. That's what I'm talking about. That's why.
I mean, again, I just think we're kind of talking a false dichotomy because I don't know how hateful a woman can be towards you while she do her job, and then it at some point don't infect the environment. And especially infected children. I've seen too much of that mean old woman who did all of what she was supposed to do, and I saw what had happened to those children and grandchildren.
Let me read this real quick, and we gotta get Dre after this. KMS says, "I can't have both."
I saw the mean old women run churches. They were the head of the nursing board and all that.
And the shit worked.
A lot of poison.
And the shit worked.
Well, let me read this. Let me read until the point that it did.
Until they poisoned the kids. I get what.
Until the white man gave them a better option. Okay.
Tangibles.
Right.
And they were gonna leave anyway.
Let me read this real quick, y'all. Let me read this, and then Dre gotta go. Dre, you gotta hurry up too. And Joe says, "What's a smile when you're poisoned in bed?" Good point. I'll cut your motherfucking dick off.
I don't care about her smile.
Wait. Let Dre go, and then we got you, Bruce Wayne. So go ahead, Dre.
All right.
So Joe, like, I'm assuming like he was responding just like off a smile in general, but like I'm bringing it back to what KMS said. It was like the actual benefit of having them around, like the tangibles in the first place is what's the most important thing. But like, smile while you're doing it. I don't care if you're lying. I don't care if you're bullshitting. I don't care. Smile while you're doing it.
And let me read this. Wait. Vic says, "Put scowling in the book. Put it in the book."
Wait. Right, I'll speak my own humanity, and then
wait, everyone. KMS, you read your own super chat. Thank you for the super chat, KMS. And then you go ahead and speak your own humanity. Go ahead.
Okay, my compromise with BGS: 1, tangibles; 1A, smile; 1B, talk to me nice. Can we be friends again?
Hell no. Fuck all that. Fuck all that.
No.
I want tangibles, I want obedience, and I want results. Fuck all the rest of that shit.
This is Gorilla Pimple like a motherfucker.
Look at them. You don't get no smiling Chinese women, okay? But guess what? Your food's cooked, your house clean, your kids are raised properly, okay? Fuck all that.
Scary that you brought that up, and I thought about it, and you're right.
You're
Yeah,
right.
you take the
Goddamn.
feelings out of the fucking equation. Don't allow them to
But I want to smile
they
too
don't
with
smile.
KMS. But I agree with you though, BGS. So I'm of two minds of this, or maybe a mind and a heart. Maybe I
You
didn't
do
throw the
not
heart in the
allow
trash.
them to
One time, y'all. Hold
You
on,
do not
AL.
allow them to interject with feelings. BGS is correct. You supposed to be dutiful. I ain't asking for how the fuck you feel. I'm asking for you to be dutiful in this shit. Period. Point blank.
I
If
don't know
you
if we're
can't do that,
asking for the
get the
feeling
fuck away
either.
from
We just want to smile.
No, I don't
No,
need
you. Yeah.
it.
Oh, I want to feel that you love me. Get the
No,
fuck
not
out of
really.
here.
Well,
See,
I
trustworthy.
just,
There we
mean,
go, trustworthy.
I could not have lived with a woman for 30 some years and feel and
Okay.
viscerally see
Yeah.
those
Okay.
times that she hated me. Now,
Yeah,
whether
but
she did or not,
yeah.
I don't know. But
Yeah,
for her to visually communicate hatred towards me, I couldn't have lived with that.
well, that's that's fine. That's fine. That's fine as far as marriage is concerned. But we're talking about fucking politics right now. We ain't talking about
Yeah.
individual marriage. We're talking
Oh,
about
I'm
politics.
sorry. In that case, I am genuinely, I gravely apologize in BGS because we're talking
Yeah.
about politics. No, then everything you
Those
said
are
is
two
absolutely,
different calculuses right there.
yeah. We're seeing two
Yeah.
different calories. Here,
And
hold on. Let me give my mea culpa. As
mm-hmm.
far as politics and policy, you're absolutely right. Fuck their feelings. I do not care how they feel about any of this stuff. I need this stuff. I need this stuff now. I need this stuff now on a hot plate. Now, to relationships, to Uru's point, yeah, no, I'm gonna need you to smile. I don't care if you hate my guts as soon as I leave the room. I'm gonna need you to smile in my face. If anything, that might be a sign of respect and the power I have and your fear you have in me doing something that I could do to impact your life. But to BGS, to what you're saying from a political standpoint, absolutely agree. Black Uru, from a relationship standpoint, I absolutely agree with you too.
Yeah, but the thing is, that, like I said, go watch what is it, the China Unvarnished, man. Them Chinese dudes don't give a fuck. Okay, they want results.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
I agree. But that's why results for me is number one. 1A is all the other flowery stuff, but that don't happen. But no flowers bloom without the soil being properly tilled and had the proper nutrients in it. That's the can.
The thing is, why are women doing that, smiling at you in the first fucking place? Because they love you. Okay, I mean, hell,
Because they want something from you.
yeah, they want something from you. They had plenty of bitches that smiled at me and give me all the loving feelings, and that shit it fucking didn't work. Okay,
Let me do this because real quick. After this, I want AL to read this because his mic is actually not that bad. This super chat, and then after that, yeah, I'm selling out Texas right now, and then after that, we'll get Snake Man. So AL, if you don't mind reading this, and then yeah.
Two questions for BGS and Black Uru. How has the tension for Black women towards us developed changes since you two guys were young? Do you think Black women refuse change because of the current state of their comfort zone?
Yeah, it is that because we see this in Africa too, when basically it's an interdependent contract between men and women, right? And women really don't want to be under men. They really fucking don't. Okay, they really don't. Okay, you find out that's why I showed you the Nigerian immigrants moving here to Canada, the UK, or the United States, right? And when the Nigerian women, their word traditional turning on their men, right? Okay, it's a contract. It's a contract. Okay. And basically, every time when women get their independence, they don't need you anymore. They tear up the old contract. Okay. So the thing is, so if the environment's going to change, you need a new contract to actually deal with these women. And what it is, we need, in other words, bitch, you don't sleep with me for free. If I'm slinging dick, pay me just like I have to pay you for the service. Okay. If it's going to be like that, and guys need to go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick. I think.
Well, I think the question was for me and BGS.
Yeah.
Yes, Black Guru, go ahead and answer.
You know, to be a little more specific about America, because I agree with everything BGS said. But in terms of from what I've observed, you know, look, BGS and I came into a much more religious world, or where religion had much more of an impact on your behavior, like your moral. You know, being a Christian, even if you didn't attend church every day or at all, Christianity, or particularly the black church or whatever, had a profound impact on how most people, most black people, most people in general, but especially how most black people behave. So it's a general baseline of behavior that women would or would not engage in, right? And in particular, how they would or would not treat you as a husband or as a mother, you know, et cetera. Now, it doesn't mean that women, wives didn't betray their husbands and didn't abuse their children. I mean, certainly those kinds of things happen. But there was a baseline level and expectation of decorum. And so a lot of it wasn't even about necessarily your relationship with that woman as much as about the overall standard of behavior that your typical woman black woman would engage in. And other women would enforce that. Men wouldn't have to enforce that as much. Other women, particularly elder women, would enforce that behavior, length of dress, neckline, how friendly she were with boys when other adult women weren't around. You know, just sort of baseline behavior was just much more different. Now, I think BGS kind of said it a while back. The seismic change I think that occurred in the relationship, particularly social relationship standards between black men and black women, occurred with the crack epidemic. I think that fundamentally changed the moral character and the overall standards in which and expectations of behavior. I mean, we came up in a world where a black man getting a blowjob, man, that didn't happen.
It didn't happen.
You know, and then
unless you paid for it.
From that to you can get a blowjob for $5.
Yeah.
You know, that's a change in the world, man.
It changed the environment. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's something that if you, brother, let me finish. If you,
Dre, you got it after Black Guru.
If you're younger, you don't really see how radically different the behavior of women are. Like I'll often say, for example, even how black women present themselves. Watch your old Soul Train videos. Notice how svelte all the women are. Notice how thin all the women are. It's shocking to look at those videos now. They're all over YouTube. It's shocking to look how svelte, how nimble, you know, black women in general were. You know, it wasn't just no Soul Train. I mean, in general, black women were a lot thinner, a lot more
shout out to Donna Summers,
more graceful in their behavior, in their comportment. And black men benefited from that. It wasn't anything we necessarily had to do. That was just the standard that had been set. And any diversions from it were strictly enforced, or any attempts to divert from that were called out. More times than not, were called out by other women. You know? So it's so different now than it was before. It's hard to describe to somebody who was not alive, because I know all you guys have seen is the shit. You know, and in the world of shit, everything smells. I understand that, but it wasn't always that way.
Let me say this real quick too, and then you got it, Dre. But Black Guru, the example you gave us with Soul Train, I can draw the parallel. That was actually a really good example to paint for us the before times. For us, it's the before times, right? So and yeah, the shape, the weight of the women on Soul Train compared to what we got now when we used to go to clubs. That was actually good that you brought that up earlier too. Is a good example to show us the difference between the sisters that, yeah, they might have had mouth too, but fit, felt like you said earlier, nimble compared to what we got now, which is like tatted, heavy set, overtly attitudinal women, right? And yeah, that's our new normal. Yeah, that's our new normal. And go ahead, Dre.
Yeah, so basically, to what was you talking about? Yeah, like no disrespect to the out, like all.
You went out a little bit, Dre. I don't know if it was me. You might want to have to say that again.
Yeah.
Did you hear something? Is that the wind?
Okay, I'm talking, but yeah, like to the older brothers, Like, I'm just wondering, like, when were y'all like actually younger? 'Cause it seemed like y'all was like always
What are you
like.
talking about, man? That makes no sense.
Is he drinking or is he getting high?
He must be.
I think
Shit.
he's on something.
Wait, y'all. Wait.
Okay,
Let give Dre
Dre.
a chance to get it out, and then
No,
BGS, you can,
Dre. When did the crack era start? Right, 1981, which is about 40 years ago. Okay, that's when we were younger. Okay, younger than you.
He
Yeah,
was
What
born
else?
in the 90s.
that's what I'm trying to say. It's
You
like, when
wasn't
did this
even a
all?
thought in your father's cum in his fucking nutsack. So why are you questioning these old men? They know what they speak of. Just listen, absorb the knowledge, and listen to comprehend. You might educate yourself today. Please.
Literally,
No. Make him, Dre. Dre. I know you want to go all the way around the park, so make your point succinct so we can actually understand what you're trying to say. Okay.
Now,
Glad
Dre,
to
stand your
hear
ground.
No. What question do you want to ask?
y'all give him a chance. Y'all give him a chance. Get that out, Dre.
So my point
Downs
that
at
I'm
him.
trying to make is that yeah, like all the effery. Like, I know we make the boomer jokes and stuff, but it's like it's not on y'all. Like, this is more like a silent generation problem. But like, people don't want to call it out for that.
It's a perpetual decay. Nobody started it. Okay, that's what you're trying to get you. There's no one generation that's to blame for this. Okay, and there's no one country, no one people that's blamed for it. America has been on the downslide since 1971. You can't. That had nothing to do with us. Okay, there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it now. The thing is, we're talking about the black community and what the atomic bomb was actually dropped by Ronald Reagan and George Bush to actually fund the Iran Contras. Okay, and they dropped this crap into our neighborhoods and try to contain it. Okay, and then after they couldn't contain it, and when the Soviet Union actually fell because that's what they wanted, then they tried to clean it up by putting all those Negroes into prisons to clean it up after they dropped the bomb on it. Okay, basically, but before that, if you wore a suit and tie and you had a corporate job, you were the ideal man in a black woman's eyes, right? Okay. Now, when the drugs came in, just like the cartels down in Colombia, or just what's going down in Mexico, what's going down in Venezuela, what's going down in Argentina, in other parts of the land, when the drug cartels come in, guess what? Who has the money now? Who has the
The
flash?
niggas with the gold chain and the big rims.
The big rings, the gold chains, the big rims, and basically, so it's the scammers and the drug dealers, right? They have all the money, and guess what? Women are hypergamous, especially black women. Okay, so you had
and
women.
the really tough part was how quickly and how young you could get money. Look,
Yes.
I could be a smart kid. I could be a brilliant kid and could be on the way to becoming a doctor or whatever.
Yeah.
But I'll be 30 years old before I get there.
Yeah.
I might be in a Benz at 16, 17 years old.
Yeah.
You can't compete against that.
No.
You can't compete against that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, and I want to emphasize what you just said.
Ask Chrissy about her teenage years and her college years.
I'm going there. That's what I'm going. I'm going there. But I'm not. I was going to mention her real quick. Real quick. Oh, was that you?
Ask fucking Cheyenne Bryan about her daddy. Okay.
Ooh. Okay. Let me say.
Don't forget to ask if she wearing Spanx too.
Wait, let me say this, y'all. To emphasize what Black Uru was saying. So we know men don't reach their peak until 50 some odd years old, right? 53, 54, 55, something like that. Their
peak
financial
wealth,
peak, which is only about 10 years before retirement anyway. Well, now it's more 67, but still 10-ish, 12-ish years before retirement anyway. When you have, I won't even go teenage years, although y'all right about that too.
Oh, we got 13. We got 13, 14-year-old kids driving
killing the game
Benzes.
financially, exactly. So, but let's say 21, 22. If you're in your early 20s, because this is when you really can actually go to the clubs and all that other stuff and somewhat kind of at least blend in.
Hey Z, I wish I could drop you back into Miami with the Scarface years,
in the
okay?
80s, you could go to a club at 18, 19 years old and still get liquor and whatever, because people weren't even, when you had money like that, they weren't keeping you out of club at 18 years old because it's only 21. You know, even the enforcement of standards like that were not enforced to that degree, you know, in the 70s and the 80s. Everybody
You
in the
could still
club,
smoke
everybody in
any
the
place.
club and Studio 54s and whatever, those folks weren't all legal adults.
Train track.
Oh, you
This is
got
true.
you got the original Rick Ross that was worth
Oh, yeah.
$100 million
Yep.
and could not read. Okay, couldn't read.
Yeah.
Yep.
They had to learn to read in prison.
And
If
so
I
that
may,
this is
Dr. Z,
One
wait.
time.
Everyone, I was speaking. This is what I'm saying. The that age gap, even till this day. So we're the heyday of the drug era. We're decades out of that, and still to this day, the entire black communities. Because I talk to brothers, I'm talking about real life. Clearly, we see it online with the videos. Even as a young kid, I didn't really fully understand how it distorted the way people see money, and like what Black Uru was saying, how early you can get to that level, right? It's completely distorted people's idea of age and time and stability, where really we're thinking of young men should out the gate 19, 20, 25 years old, have everything together financially, and that's just not where we are. And I think that you can link that back to the drug game.
Here to emphasize that point, dude, you were probably a generation away from sharecropper.
Yes.
So your mama
I
was
we were.
Mississippi,
Were.
and you 18, 19 years old and got a Mercedes or Cadillac, Brougham or whatever. That's how stark the change was.
Hey, or the Beamer, right?
Yeah.
Or the 7 or the 5 series.
Yeah,
The Beamer 3.
Yeah, the 7735.
The Beamer was the signature entry level balling kind of.
The 3 series.
Yeah.
Wait. Look, the big. I get what y'all saying. The Beamer with the BBS wheels, and that is where we are now. It's completely, especially as a person like, in the 90s, it was Haitians' time down here with the whole drug game, and I see the fallout of that era now, even now, with how some of the young Haitian girls think about money.
Z, go back. I don't know if you ever watched it. Go back and look at the 1980 series Miami Vice. Go back and look at it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I loosely remember. I did watch the movie back in
No.
the day when it came out.
No, go back and find it. I might be on Netflix, wherever you can find it. I want you to go back as an assignment. Go back and look at the 1980s series Miami Vice. That's where all that shit started. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, anyway,
wait. AL and then Nema, and then I hear you, Dre, in the background. So AL was the elder privilege. Then I know you're trying to say something, Nema, and then Dre. Go ahead.
Stray cats, man.
BGS, absolutely. He said something a while ago. He said, I wish I could have dropped you in Miami in the early 1980s, late 70s, early 80s. The reason why he's telling you to go watch that Miami Vice TV show series, he wants you to watch that as an assignment. Do it. It will enlighten you everything you need to know. The only thing you understand and comprehend from the drug game is when the Haitians came into town and was running stuff. You look
No. I know about it before that. Yeah.
What BGS is trying to educate you to, what BGS is trying to educate you to, is the metamorphosis of this all. And if you go back and watch it, it will enlighten you to how the game started, elevated, and has moved all the way to where it is now.
Miami was a retirement village before the Colombians came in with the drugs.
Yeah, that's
okay?
a fact.
Go back and look at the transition. I want you to go back and look at the transition, okay? About what it was going on and why Miami and South Florida is the way that it is.
Okay.
Anyway,
so wait, Snake Man.
All right. Can I say something?
Wait. Let's do this.
Who's first?
Nema, read this, and then Nema's comment. Dre's trying to say something. I heard you, Snake Man, and I heard you, Bruce on Wayne. So Nema first, Dre, Snake Man, and then we'll snake through, and then you, Bruce on Wayne. So go ahead, Nema.
Tusen Z. That means thank you very much in Norwegian. From Chef Buttered Biscuits. Oh man, I'm about to get bloated just to think of butter. Thank you for the $10 holla. He says, watching in the past, when BGS tried to touch the rim, not only did he miss the net, when he landed, he created a crater with each knee called old yellow abyss. Ain't that about a bitch?
Yeah, you know what?
Old yellow
The
abyss.
thing that would be true if I jumped high enough to create a crater. I didn't jump high enough to create a crater. Okay.
Yeah.
In
Yeah,
fact, you probably
that's
could.
all.
You probably could have put a piece of paper underneath the shoes. Okay. That's how
Yeah.
I jumped.
Okay. Secondly, from Trust, thank you, Troy, for the $5 high. He says, you can have both. She's just over 40, has a fupa, and listens to the Black Manosphere often. She
And
is
I'll take it.
me.
I'll take it.
Hashtag.
Wait a minute.
What the? Hashtag I can define women. Hashtag currently cooking with a smile.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Hysterical.
And
And so
it's
here's
called
you.
that's
And by
called
the way,
unicorn.
so by the way,
All right.
Toya is
And
up
my
here, so she can interrupt if she want to. And I
yeah.
think KMS was gonna try to respond to that. I think, but go ahead, Nema, and then like I said, we'll snake through. Go ahead, Nema.
All right. First of all, what BGS was saying earlier, there was a movie called The Map, and there's a line I remember because this was a line that was quoted from Beige Phillips show. It's when Goldie is in the car, right, and the hoe just runs out of the alley.
Mm-hmm.
He's looking and she said, "Tell me, Goldie." He's like,
You were hogging the mic, fam.
Oh, Andre, can you please
Dre,
pipe down for a
Dre,
second?
literally, Dre.
I'm
But
gonna
trust me,
keep
we're gonna get to
talking. You
you.
keep
I'm
interrupting.
snaking through. Go, Nema, just go. We're snaking through people. We're snaking through. Go ahead, Dre.
Yeah.
I mean, go ahead, Nema, and then we'll snake through.
Yeah. What's the blood clot? But the quote is like what he says when she's like screaming at him, hysterical and whatnot. He says in the car, says, "Listen here, I don't care what happens to you. I don't give a shit what happens to you. I want you to go out there and get me my money. Now
Damn
get
right.
it. Get." And with that said, also, Z, here's some additional homework for you. Watch the series Cocaine Cowboys. And while you're watching
I saw it 1 and 2. I saw it.
Okay. Well, go back and watch them. But when you're also watching the original series with Don Johnson, everybody at Miami Vice, keep an eye on all the guest stars in there because you're going to be surprised how many actors were young back then, how many old actors we know were young back then and had the guest appearances in that show.
Yeah. The Miami Vice template still lives in Miami, even to this day. Fresh and Fit still lives the Miami Vice lifestyle.
It's not even just the underground scene. Everyone worships the whole origin of drugs.
You're Borgin. See, you're Borgin.
He's in a reckless area right now.
Yeah. Also, here's another thing that also can
you guys hear me better now?
We hear you now.
We hear you.
Can you guys hear me better now?
Yeah.
Nope.
Okay, I was saying, even the more rare people.
You're in hell, cell hell. He's in cell hell.
You know, it's Obama phone and Everglade Wireless. That's what's fucking wrong.
Man, the alligators are chewing his phone as we speak.
Yeah. But also, BGS, I think a lot of us forget, especially young, older millennials like when we were as younger gamers playing on Xbox or PlayStation 2, Grand Theft Auto Vice City.
Mm-hmm.
That's based on it's a combination of Scarface and Miami Vice. The colors and everything. That's a Miami Vice font right there.
Yeah. Basically, when we were looking at Miami Vice, we were looking at Scarface. We seen that shit on the streets. Okay, so in LA, we seen it on the streets. We knew exactly what it was. Okay.
Mm-hmm. No, fair enough.
Okay. Hopefully, you guys can hear me now. What about now? Yes.
No, we can't.
We hear you.
You're good now, man.
Okay.
In fact, Snowfall is the cleaned up version of it. Okay.
Well,
you mentioned that before.
Even the most what?
I was saying even the most square people in Miami are inspired by the drug game. People that don't got no connections. You can see it by the way they dress, the jewelry, the way they walk. It is Miami. It is as Miami can be. Is being inspired by gaudy jewelry, the multiple chains, the type of shoes, the over expensive, not even just expensive, over expensive clothes. And by the way, that's just urban culture now in general. But
Miami Vice and the drug game and Scarface and all the kind of stuff back in the early '80s has also inspired all the gaudy jewelry and all the kind of shit up in New York, and then went to LA. Okay.
I think we should let
one time.
I think we should let Bushmaster speak.
Well,
go.
Mr. Z is on that Everglade wireless. That's why he was
Okay.
cutting out. Though.
I mean,
Okay.
I was.
All right.
I am. Well, I am. Not even was. I am. Okay. All right, Dre. You forfeited your talk. Anyway, moving on. Stegman, go ahead, and then we'll keep on going. Go ahead,
Hold
Stegman.
on, was that everything, Bushmaster?
We're talking about
Okay.
you were talking about in the what's it in the series?
Yeah, from Luke Cage.
Luke Cage. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Well,
but
I think the irony though of Miami Vice, the television show, it was kind of a blessing and a curse because it definitely provided an earnest depiction, obviously fictionalized, but earnest depiction of Miami at the time. But because of the style and music of it, it definitely helped to kind of promote
Yep.
the very thing that it was sort of an indictment of.
Yep.
Everything from cops driving around in Ferraris and
Yep.
Testarossas to the fabulous clothes and the beautiful women. So
And
it
the
actually
big ass
did
houses.
the opposite of what you presume that it would be the thing to do.
Yep.
Okay, my
No,
question.
and it's crazy because even so Miami, depending on where you are, like those type of homes, they exist, but it's a very that part of Miami with those type of homes, it's small. For the most part, we have more ranch style homes, 2-3 bedroom. Maybe you're lucky 2 bathroom. You probably don't have a garage. Maybe you have a garage.
But what do people aspire to though, Mr.
Oh yeah, those type of homes, of course, all day, every day.
Exactly, and it's not about the reality. It's about what the aspirations.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. Yeah, I do have like family friends like over where you're at. But
go ahead.
I do.
You trying to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, like I do have family that was in that shower posse shit. Like I do have family that was in that.
Jamaican posse. Yeah, I remember Jamaican posse. What about them?
Yeah, no, that's a real thing.
I'm just saying I had family that was doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I had a bunch of friends in Jamaican posse back in the 80s.
Like outside of the space, like this is why I'm cool with like people in the States. So like I'm just not here like just talking shit. I just don't.
I had plenty of partners in the Jamaican posse, and the Jamaican posse pretty much lost most of its power after the '92 riots, and when they actually put all the took the drugs from the Colombians and the black folks and put it into the Mexicans' hands. That's when the Mexican cartel started to grow.
BJ's reminds me of Robert Freeman from Boondocks. I was there.
I was there. Yeah.
Like, for real.
And a cat from Jamaican posse told me that the flow of drugs was getting ready to get transferred to the Mexicans back in 92, 93.
Well, also the Haitians too. So like, it's my side. I don't trust Z. I'm like, I fuck with Z. You my homie, but
yeah. So now
that was a small window with the freighters and stuff. That was a small window for Haitians.
In other words, instead of the drugs being transported and the drug money being transported from the Colombians through the black folks, okay, directly. Now you had to go through the Mexicans. Now the Mexican cartels distribute the drugs, and you guys are actually secondary.
Yikes.
But okay,
and I blame you Negroes for that.
Blame George Bush Sr. for that. Okay.
You know what?
Mr.
Way too accommodating.
So what?
You are way too accommodating with the folks.
Oh, okay, that's true.
You know where I'm going? You know where I'm going?
But let me wait, everyone. Toya been sitting there quietly. Let Toya go and then finish up with that. And that's funny what you was doing, Bruce Owen. I see where you was going with it. But
what I'm saying is, okay, because I grew up with this shit, okay, and I was here. You know, first time I heard of crack was when my buddy, whose brother was a chemist, was actually rocking the stuff up for his buddies, okay, before it actually became commercially available on the streets, okay. So far back I go. Huh?
Walter White? You were friends with Walter White?
Walter White came along later, and that wasn't crack.
Bottom right probably needs to
And what I'm saying, why I want Mr. Z to watch Miami Vice for is because that aesthetic is still there in Miami, and this is where it came from. Because it was actually even folks in Miami wasn't living like that until they saw it on Miami Vice. Said, "Oh shit, I want to live like that."
So in other words, life
Miami
imitated art in
Vice
that situation.
definitely marketed the
Yeah,
very thing that it was
yeah,
supposed to be.
It was a fantasy back then, and
Because
all
let me
the
tell you,
go ahead.
everybody want to be Crockett and Tubbs.
Dubs, yeah.
They
Yes.
was living a life.
Alexa,
They were living a
play
life.
Welcome
Yes,
to
they
the
were.
Village.
Let's do this. Okay. Okay. Go ahead, Toya, and then we'll continue. Go ahead, Toya.
Hi, y'all. I won't be long. I just wanted to say thank you, Mr. Z, for providing the platform so that our elders can come up here in an organized fashion and speak to things that we don't know anything about. I really appreciate it. One of the
I'll be
main
trying.
reasons that I know, one of the main reasons that I come to the Black Manosphere is because I'm getting something that I've never gotten my entire life. The fact that you all have a microphone and are able to speak things to power in a way that I was not afforded growing up. So I really appreciate you all. I know you know this, but I'm never going to miss an opportunity to say so. And towards what BGS said earlier about women not wanting to be under men, I'm going to push back on that and say that we
Okay.
do. It's just that we don't want our friends to know that we do. And so it becomes this mask of, well, we want to be independent and boss bees. Because I understand what a woman is and I know the definition of a woman, I also understand that I am not that without a man. I am not even a modicum of what a black woman should be without the black man. So this is a lot of why I say black men are elite. Now I'm gonna go back to cooking. I love y'all. Peace.
Toya, before you head out, I have a little bit of smoke for you because it's like I haven't tasted a steak that you cooked. So can I get that steak?
Yeah, yeah.
Sure.
The thing is, like I said, my grandmother was born in 1910, right? So basically, my grandmother, my aunts, when they're in their sober moments, they always admit they never really wanted to be under men. They had to be, okay, because it made life easier. And as soon as they got a chance to actually not be under them, guess what they did? They fucking bounced. Okay, that's what happened with the welfare. This is going on now in Africa right now. Women are actually getting their own money. They're getting their independence, and they're bouncing because
Which
they don't
is
want
why
to be.
you have grandmas that make tacos now. When have you ever had a grandma make a taco? If you want to
That's
ask.
crazy. That's crazy,
It
bro.
depends.
Just saying.
Depends on what grandma you talk about.
Yeah, that's why I
Is
said if she was
she
Mexican,
abuela? If she's
if she
abuela,
abuela, then she gets a pass. But if she's not abuela, then she shouldn't be making tacos and hamburger
and,
helper.
and the reason my mother didn't train her daughters and my sisters to be wise is because my mother hated being a wife.
And
But that goes
Toya, my
back to what Black. Wait,
grandmother
wait,
married me.
real quick. And I'm sorry, AL, real quick. That's what Black Guru was saying earlier. It's that the same generation that raised the boomers, and some of the, I guess, the older Xers to be who they are now as
Silent
women, right?
generation.
So yeah.
Yeah, they hated
Yeah.
being white, but the thing is, the environment allowed them to not to break the old contract, and
Yeah,
I mean, I keep stressing that. I mean, I could actually, I can make a whole channel just showing example after example. That's what's going on in China right now. Okay,
No,
I
I think
mean,
you're right.
those
No, I think you're right.
traditional chicks because they have jobs. That's what happened. They originally, what feminists actually rose up originally was because of the Industrial Revolution back in Northern Europe, right? When women were actually in the fucking factories. I don't need this white motherfucker because I got my own money. Guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna leave and take my kids.
Yep.
So like the actual truth is, it's a silent generation
Well,
that influenced the
after this, we
boomers.
got AL because AL was trying to go earlier. But finish up
Andre,
with
why,
that, Dre.
why do you want to have
Of course, the
generational beef?
silent generation influenced the boomer. They were our parents.
Yeah.
I'm a boomer that has silent generation parents. I'm telling you what I know. I'm not telling you what I think. Okay? Because I saw it. I saw it
Yeah,
with not only
that's
with
fair.
my mother, but also her sisters. Okay, she did the same exact shit. Amongst all my family friends, right? Guess what? Why you think what's her name, Maxine Waters, the way she is? I went to school with her
Auntie
daughter. Okay,
Maxine.
Auntie Maxine. I went to school with her daughter. Okay, I saw how she raised her own daughter.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, BGS, but I'm reclaiming my time, And so
Yeah.
we're gonna
Okay.
no, I just had to say, that's Maxine Waters. That's her whole signature thing. That a lot of this, they didn't know who the hell Maxine Waters was until she was checking. Was she checking again? Was it It was the what you call it, the Treasury Secretary under Trump for the first term. God damn,
Oh,
his face is right now. The dweeby
they knew who Maxine Waters was when she called in the head of CIA to come to LA and explain himself about the
Oh yeah,
crack
yeah, yeah,
era.
yeah, yeah, the crack era. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's true. That's
And
true.
I
True.
was there
But
when
I'm
she
talking about
did it.
a lot of the girls my age. Well, now
Mm.
but yeah, they didn't really know who she was
Okay,
until the
reclaim
Reclaiming My Time.
my
That's what
time.
made like that because
The
every
meme.
she yeah, because remember she wrote out with hip hop. She's done a bunch of stuff that solidified her over the past few decades. But for a lot of people, yeah, it was the meme with the Reclaiming My Time. That was when a lot of
Maxine
people
Waters
my
was
age group.
against gangster rap and hip hop in the early '90s. Okay, she
Mnuchin,
changed.
And Dolores
Trail.
Tucker. Her
Her
and
and Dolores
Dolores Tucker
Tucker.
were running
Yeah.
a two-man woman game on
Yeah.
rap.
Yeah.
Hey,
They were hating. They were.
Well, to what Z said, like she was like having a debate with like a white dude, I believe, and
It was Mnuchin, Steve Mnuchin. I remember. Yeah, yeah. Thank you for that, Trail.
yeah,
Yeah, Mnuchin.
and
Yeah.
she was like, I'm gonna reclaim my time
Yeah.
when he couldn't answer the question that she asked.
Yeah.
Well, and not the way that she wanted.
Yeah, but it's something that Black Uru said earlier, and I about like essentially like I said he said before, which is the tyranny of white men or the tyranny of everyone else. Um, and I brought this up last stream. Black Uru I don't think was there yet. And BGS wasn't there last stream. It was heartbreaking for me to watch a Jasmine Crockett kind of beg white folks not to get rid of DEI and all that other stuff. And
Yeah.
I want it kind of gone. I agree with y'all on that. But watching her low key beg white men, it was heartbreaking watching her kind of grovel, but in the black woman way, which is aggressive.
Remember
Yeah.
when I said that we're going to see some things that we're going to be discomforted by, but
Yeah.
we're going to have to be willing to tolerate those things happening in order for a greater good. And the humbling of black women in particular, like your Crockett's and black women of that ilk, the destruction of Kamala Harris, whatever, the obliteration of Fannie Willis, that's those are in my view, those are necessary events for the progression of black
No,
men.
I agree with you. I actually, and I just want to make sure, Black Uru, I agree with you, and I'm acknowledging because I'm acknowledging that I'm you're what's the word I'm looking for? Like you're twisting in your chair because it's like a nephew that you're like, hey, don't do that. And then your sister come through and give them the pow, and then they start crying. I'm like, I told you not to do that. But it's still like, goddamn, you see. And so right now I'm in the you see moment of it all. Like,
So
I tried
Can
to
I
tell
say
you, right?
something?
But yeah. Go ahead.
Well,
All right, you're gonna have to be comfortable with letting them Cheerios eat crows or starve, and eating crows if only they found crows. Let them have it.
No, I agree with that.
You don't have a choice. You don't have a choice anymore.
First of all,
Whether you like it or not. Yeah, you have to worry about.
It's Z's channel with that keep on telling you it's gonna be white men that put the foot up black woman's ass. Remember that's me that keep on saying
Now,
that.
the environment's gonna put the foot up black woman's ass. White men don't have to do it.
Help them gladly.
Wait. I'm so looking forward to it. And a lot of people, you shouldn't feel, and I hate that word because I don't feel. Yes, I think it should happen. It has to happen. It's called a total reset. This is going to
yeah.
Yeah, well, people, be careful what you wish for.
Man, I'm trying to get some head for $5.
One time.
Get sober to the fact that it's going to happen, whether you like it or not. This is black pill talk, period, point blank. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is.
Yeah,
man, I'm trying to get some head for $5. I don't know what y'all be talking about.
And what I would say though, it is important. I do think it is important because you're right, BGS. I mean, a lot of things are going to happen that black men have no control over, even if they want it other. But I do think the way black men respond to it can help to refashion or reformulate our dealings with black women. I mean, I think to the extent that we don't go into save them mode or pretend that we want to save them mode. I think that will help to. I think that will help to refashion our interaction with them. You know, I said before, they need to feel more fear about how precarious our support and our dedication is to them. And so I think there's going to be times when Black men need to take a dispassionate and more aloof response to what is happening to Representative Crockett, for example. You know, you have to say, well, you know, she's in the big chair. She's one of 400 something odd people in the country, right?
Yeah, that's in
So,
Congress.
I mean, it's not even my job to protect her.
Or the House.
You know, she could have let a Black man have that position. She chose to be a man. She chose to take the position of a man.
Yeah.
Or be a full-fledged fucking man.
I agree.
Yep.
And everything that comes with it. Everything comes with it.
So
what Roger say? You got to be prepared to watch them die or let them die.
Yeah. I mean, you won't have to because you won't be able to help them.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna let. You don't won't be able to help them anyway.
Not just let them die. Walk over their bite to get that one last loaf of bread.
I'm just saying, there's a young lady that I like a lot out of Jersey, and she say that too. She say that too. I'm just saying. I ain't gonna say whether she's on the panel right now. Well, she's not on the panel. Goddamn. She say it too.
A lot of guys I hear, especially Black guys on this in this space. Okay, well, general space, social space, right? Want to beat their chest like we have the power to swoop in like Superman and save these Black women. You do not.
No, we don't.
You're claiming that you have power that you don't have, okay? And they get mad at me when I say you ain't got that kind of power. Yeah, we do. We just have to try harder. One at a time.
Everyone, we're Black Uru, finish up with what you were gonna say, and then BGS, if you don't mind reading this super chat afterwards.
As a result of that, we will engage in some self-destructive, self-sabotaging behavior because we think we're supposed to be fucking Kryptonians, right? We think we're supposed to come in and save them and then go do some goofy shit, and then we're even in a worse place than they are in the situation. We'll vote for some bullshit. We'll risk our money. We'll risk our lives even for some shit so-called trying to defend them. From some stuff that we couldn't even defend them from, even if we wanted to defend them.
Yeah.
So that's why I said early, you got to step back. You got to let her get that full medicine, and then you got to be able to tell her, well, you put yourself in a position, baby, to get that full medicine. There it is.
So, remember in the Dark Knight when that dude, there was a guy that was trying to pretend like he was Batman, and the Joker caught him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I just
okay.
quickly?
That's Black men. Okay.
Wait.
Don't save them. They don't want to be saved.
Let's do that because I think that's you, Dre, in the background. Let BGS read this real quick, and then we'll address it, and then you got it, Dre. Go ahead, BGS.
No, what I'm saying is I get sick of this. Okay. I know that we have been trodden upon and stepped upon, and we need some kind of elevation, some kind of self-confidence. But trying to pretend that you can do shit that you can't do, I get sick of that. But motherfucker, you can't. You don't have the power that you think you have. Okay. What I'm trying to do is the little power that we do have. I'm trying to amplify that, actually get some shit done.
Wait a minute, BGS. You over here telling me I can't restart a dead planet? I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, good. Hey, there's a dead planet out there. Go restart it. It's called Mars.
BGS, you've been bugging for 1 minute.
Restart a dead star like Thor.
Like Thor, yeah.
but if y'all don't mind, BGS reading this super chat, and then I think Dre was trying to say something afterward. Go ahead.
It's the BGS. What do you see coming economically within the next 10 years to the U.S.? I see some troubling times based on my personal studies. Basically, okay, the reason that we needed those particular people out of office is actually slow down the slide because a lot of basically inflation is going to happen. Okay, automation is going to have to come in and take your jobs for us to actually be able to compete in the rest of the world. Okay, we're not an isolated little island. Okay, As the bricks grows, and your money's going to be worth less and less and less. Okay, so it's going to be tough over the next, I wouldn't say 10 years from here on out. Okay, well, what we want is a slow erosion instead of a crash. Because if these cats were on a miss to actually have the whole thing go up in smoke. You wake up one morning and all the banks are closed. That's where they were headed. At least we're going to have a slow decline instead of a crash. But that's
You
what
get
you
a
can look forward
parachute
to.
instead of just falling off the plane.
So, in other words, the lifestyle in America will never be what it was from one year to the next. It's going to slowly but surely erode.
Z, if I may.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Go
we
ahead, because
talked
Dre.
about
Wait,
the
wait, wait, wait,
whole
wait, wait, wait. Let's do
finance
this. Let's
stuff.
do this. Let Dre go, and then we can name him. Go ahead,
Okay,
Dre.
go ahead a little bit. Go
Well,
on, baby boy. Go ahead.
yeah, Mr. Z's channel is live today. Go ahead, Dre.
I know. When I get on here, everybody wants to talk all at once. Okay.
Ain't nobody came to see you on this. Go ahead, BGS.
I know. No,
I'm
no,
messing
no.
with you, BGS.
No. What I'm saying is now, I get 5 people jumping in because I say something that actually triggers them. I guess I'm good at that.
Well,
Go ahead, Dre, and we can name him. Go ahead.
yeah, like I wasn't actually talking about anything that you said, but I'm just saying it's just there's nothing is ever going to specifically benefit black men. It's never going to happen.
Yeah.
Not here.
You get a little, you get a little piece here and there, but overall, the assault is on men.
I know Dre speaking to us on speaker, but it is craziness. So let's go name it, and then I think that's you, Snake Man.
Andre,
Yeah.
Andre, can I make a recommendation? Andre, if you can, brother, can you get like a cup of coffee or something?
Yeah, because you sound slow, and when I say slow, I mean like you're speaking slow, not like you sound dumb, but you sound like you're speaking slow, and you sound a million miles away.
Shout out to him for smoking weed.
Well, I'm actually not smoking any weed at all, but like I could repeat what I just said at a faster pace if that's what you want. But like overall, like the assault is on men. It's not about black
I
men
think if you had a cup of coffee, you'd be a little more energetic.
Hey, they hitting you with the wait, real quick. Dre, they hitting you with what Trump was saying about low energy ass Biden. low energy. Trump says, "LOL, low energy maple leaf."
Hold on a second. Let me try to help Andre a little bit here. Andre, are you on? First of all, no. Listen, hear me out. Just hear me out. Just hear me out. There's a point.
And while you're doing that, go ahead, name and make your commentary. And then I think that was
we just have to get used to Andre talking under us. He's not gonna stop.
Yeah, he's but no, I want to hear what Dre's saying. But I think Dre, go into your settings. First of all, are you just using a loudspeaker, using a headset?
Using the AirPod with one.
Okay, I think I know where you're messing up. Go into settings. Go into the settings. Pick audio settings and click Bluetooth headset. That's where you're right. That's what you need to fix it, right? We can't hear a damn thing you're saying.
I'm very I know tech stuff.
So evidently not, because it's awful. Okay, you should.
Right.
Why don't you invest in a headset? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to be interrupted, but at least when I'm being interrupted, I like to know what you're actually fucking saying.
Why we tramping on Bushmaster?
Okay, let's do this. Wait, everyone. Dre, okay, let's let Nema speak, and then we got and then we got you, Snake Man. So go ahead, Nema. You was trying to say something earlier.
Yeah. Remember, we got to go from east to west on this one. If I can first read Detroit 301's 313's super chat. He says, "Watch out for Hammer, that robo-sexual healing, moist sounding." And of course, after that, he said,
Look, I don't have the same type of issue with Hammer. He's just a different type of brother, African descent, DC, etc., etc. His experience is a bit different, and he strikes me oftentimes as like a lot of the white dudes that want like not a Nip Fuentes, but like a virgin ass like brother that wants a specific type of outcome. And I don't.
Gay.
Yeah. I ain't gonna say that. That's hysterical, but I'm not gonna say that. He just have a different.
But he doesn't know how to shut the fuck up though. That's his problem.
I mean, he's so young and so inexperienced that
It's the inexperience.
it's
It's the
insulting
inexperience.
to be having a debate with somebody that is so far behind you in terms of maturing and experience. I mean, it like it's like quarreling with a 10-year-old. I mean, at a certain level, it just doesn't even make sense. But why am I even talking to you?
Well, Black Guru, sir. Hold on, Snake Man. Well, Black Guru, think about it this way. That's it. Like to quote Robin Harris. Well, that was your first mistake. What made you think you were talking to a man? In fact, to quote the late elder, Dr. John Henry Clark, as I remember, BGS used to use his quote at the beginning of some of his videos. He said, I do not debate with people. I only debate with my equals. Everyone else I teach. And that's something we forget. Sometimes we look at young people just, I look at the young folks and say,
about white people.
Anyway, my point, what I wanted to mention was, all things considered.
Somebody, your background mute up for me, please.
Yes,
go ahead,
that's Andre.
That's Andre.
Dre, your background.
I was muted. That was not me at all. I was muted.
Okay, never mind. Anyway, we've been mentioning like Jack Rasmus and other people have mentioned what's going on in the next 10 years.
Better you, I think that's you.
Is it better you?
I'm muted.
Oh yeah, it is better you.
God damn, if it's not better, somebody mute up your background, please. But go ahead. Go ahead.
I want to get in after Namer though, if that's possible.
Okay, definitely. Okay, so we'll do Namer, you finish up, and then we'll get better you, and then I think Bruce on Wayne might be trying to say something, but go ahead.
Couple of things I just want to mention. First of all, like when we're talking about Miami Vice and everything, our generation, first of all, we don't, those of us who are old enough to remember Miami Vice remember pretty well, but everybody else, their reference is usually like the second Bad Boys movie, because some people forget about the first Bad Boys movie. Next thing also is when we look at the situation, everybody talking about kicking the can, but we understand it's they're kicking the can down a dead end, and they're just getting closer and closer, like BGS has mentioned. But at some point, we got to just start saying we're at a fucking road, like Martin Lawrence in the first movie.
Right.
Snake Man, it's all yours.
Now that's how you drive a car. Anyway.
No. That was later.
Yeah. Now we're gonna do a Thelma and Louise. Okay. Over the cliff.
But and let's let Better You go. Hysterical. And Better You, if you don't mind reading the super chat for me. Afterward, I'll be putting y'all to work. I know. And Better You read the super chat and then go ahead into your commentary. You done held up the whole goddamn chat for you. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, it's all you. Go ahead, read this and then go give your commentary.
So I actually had a question for BGS.
Read the super chat first.
Read the super chat.
Do your job, Cole.
Appreciate the knowledge and wisdom expressed. Thank you, Spain Man.
Salute. Thank you, Spain Man. And go ahead, Better You.
So I actually had a question for you. You said that we were working to engineer a soft landing. What does
the fuck?
Goddamn, you broke up, Better You. You broke up. Better You broke up. Goddamn. I think I guess what he was trying to say. I think he was trying to say, what is a soft? There you go. Go ahead and finish up. Yeah. You good.
Yeah. I think you heard me. Basically, like with what you were saying earlier, kind of what does life in America look like if we achieve this soft landing?
More like a slow erosion. Basically, to have the lifestyle that your parents had, you probably won't have. Okay, your kids probably won't have the lifestyle that you have. It'll be a slow, steady erosion of lifestyle. Okay, until you hit equalization between you and the supposed third world. Third world's going to come up, and you're going to slowly but surely go down to meet them. So if you look at, say, like where's a good spot, like Nairobi, okay?
No, Central African Republic.
No, not quite that bad, but Nairobi, Kenya, you're probably gonna look like that. That is probably the model where you're gonna have disparities in wealth. You're gonna have some people that are poor. You're gonna have some people that are trying to survive, trying to scrape by and survive. It's gonna be unequal, but and the jobs will be scarce because the only way for America to compete with low wage countries is automation. So that means jobs will have to go. That's why. How can we see nurses being laid off right now, which nobody's ever thought was going to happen? But I knew it was going to happen.
Well,
Remember in the 90s BGS when it was all about nurses?
I would add there's going to be consolidation of housing and living spaces.
Yep.
For sure. There is going to be some going to be, like BGS we've alluded to, more combining of multi-generational cohabitation, grandmama, mama, grandchildren, maybe great grandchildren.
Yep.
Just look at your life, look at the things, take away from your life, it's going to be some modifications to your diet. You're not going to eat as much and as extravagantly. You're not going to dress as extravagantly. You might have 20 pair or 30 pair of shoes. You probably going to have 2 pair of shoes. You might have 4 or 5 coats. You probably going to have 2 coats. And here's the thing, and BGS, we're old enough to remember when that's kind of how everybody was.
Yeah.
So it's interesting that when I think about the inevitable contractions, it doesn't sound as I remember when your typical and now your typical family or whatever might have 2 or 3 cars. I remember when everybody only had, for example, or just about everybody only
one
had
family car,
if they had a car at all.
Yeah.
So for me, and maybe for BGS, it doesn't sound as bad.
Because y'all were there once.
As if it would be if I were 20 years old or whatever.
Yeah, because we came of age right during the peak and then the decline in '71 with austerity measures. So we caught that. You guys are catching that now. You wonder what it's like when me and Uru grew up. You're living it right now.
Yeah, but again, I'm one generation. My mama, I was having a talk with my aunt, my mother's younger sister, just a couple of days ago, and she talked about picking, a couple of hundred £100 bills of cotton for like $3.
Yep.
$3 for 100 pounds. This is a woman that's living today.
Yep. My mother too.
And got paid $3 for picking 100 pounds.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and they would pick several hundred pounds a day.
Yeah. Yeah. My mother was just telling me, I wish black women would actually be more candid about their life, right? She was telling me how what got her out of the country, out of the sharecropping, right, is because her older brother, my uncle, found them a house in the city. And then my mother, my grandmother, and my aunts could actually go work for white folks in the city instead of picking cotton. That's what got them out of the fields.
And folks didn't have an apartment; they had a room. And they'd be lucky if they had that room alone, because they very likely were piled up in that room.
Yep.
Might have bunk beds in there.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, to me, you know what? I don't look at the inevitable contracting. I think it's going to be a good thing for black people and for humanity overall. I do, and I think it will be especially good for black women. I do, but I think it will be painful getting there, obviously.
Yes.
But I think ultimately it would be a good thing. I think, look, how sustainable is it really that Americans are 4% of the world population
and 25%
and consume 20 to 25% of the resources?
Yep.
That was never sustainable. That was never sustainable.
Yeah. So real quick, and I got you got it. Stink man. So I keep on saying the progress part, right? And I bring up then and now and Russia and how they look at progress. Like Uru, there is this wolf, like it's insanely delusional thought. No, this was supposed to happen forever. This was supposed to happen especially when you see, especially for us as millennials that came of age with high-speed internet, with the iPhone and the 3GS iPhone and all of it. This was supposed to happen forever. Cars that could parallel park themselves. Like remember, like we're coming of age with all this is our normal. It's not, like you and BGS who have a different outlook because y'all saw the ramp up. We didn't see the ramp up. We just were part of the ramp up. We were born into the ramp up and raised into the ramp up. So the contraction, that's why it's going to hurt us so much more. Is outside of people like that's listening to me now, that listen to other older brothers like y'all, we have a perspective coming because of you.
Well, I
The
think
rest of
you're
us
going to
don't
get.
have that.
I
That's the
think you're going
problem.
to
Go
get
ahead.
some intangible things that were denied you. You're going to get some intangible things from your relationships, especially with other men, because you guys are going to have to really. I mean, you might actually have to kill and eat a deer, for example. Like, I'm just to use an extreme example, right?
Yeah.
Which means you probably gonna have to depend on another man to help you kill and eat and slaughter that deer.
Yep.
So that's a different kind of relationship than just somebody you hanging out with playing video games with.
Yes.
You know, and then that woman's gonna have to further butcher that deer and cook that deer. So that's a different kind of woman. That's a different kind of behavior than this bitch who want to go, you know, go to a 5-star restaurant.
Let me emphasize that because I want to say the words, Black Uru. The woman that says, I want to be a kept woman of leisure in the soft girl era and the soft girl life stuff. That's a whole different woman. Yeah.
Let me
Yeah.
interject.
So
Let me interject, Z.
Go. So AL. Let's do after AL real quick, AL, because I want to do the organization. AL. Then who was that was trying to speak earlier? Somebody was trying to say something, and then no, better you. Somebody was trying to say something before you. Was it you? Okay. Well, we'll just do this. So because nobody claimed it. So AL and then AB. Go ahead. Go ahead.
To piggyback off of what Black Guru was saying, you gonna want this woman who don't know what body parts on this deer to cut out to use and whatnot, let alone those men who need to be retaught. See, us folks down south, we know how to skin them. We know how to skin the hog. We know what to take out, what not to, the bladders and whatnot. Because if you don't do it right, it's going to be a lot of people that's going to end up getting killed and dying from eating this stuff that they don't even know how to prepare.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Y'all haven't even contemplated that. The re-education of these black folks to understand. You better understand what it's like to live poor and better get comfortable with it real quick. Because if you don't, you still go perish by trying to eat something you don't know how to process. Period, point blank. But I digress.
I mean, AL, I'm glad you said that because I don't think that's gonna be a lot of the tough stuff. It's not. I think a lot of the tough stuff. It's going to be what Black Uru and you are saying about the deer and skinning it and hunting it and killing it. But it's the feeling of loss, and I'm using the word feeling on purpose. That's the right word. It's the feeling of. But what about the stories of Granddad in the house? In the car, like Z, I have 2 cars. I have the toy. I have the daily. Like the Granddad had 2 cars, and what about the house? And like, what happened? And for some of us, we'll be able to hold on to it and pass it on to kids, maybe grandkids. But people hear stories, and some people would have been on the transition downward, and that's what's gonna kill them. It's the feeling of loss. Oh yeah, go ahead, AB. I mean, better you go ahead. Go ahead.
So AB, I mean, I'm sorry, AL just kind of said what I was gonna say. With what BGS and Uru and everybody was saying earlier, that's like the answer.
Yeah.
That's like where I came up from. That's like
Yep.
so. It even to the point about hunting, it very much is a thing where if you don't know what you're doing, like you can mess some folks up. You can make some folks real sick.
Yep.
So
Yep.
yeah.
Well, but that's why I said the relationships are going to be better, because for survival they're going to have to be better. So that's why I said, even though you're going to lose certain sort of fallacious, trinkets, I think you're going to gain more in terms of more genuine relationships, because of how imperative it is for those relationships to be genuine. Likewise with women, it's one thing to feel a certain type of way, but I think women are going to be happier when they have to be happier. I think women are going to have to find
That's a
love
good
and
comment.
You know, because a lot of their dissatisfaction ain't what they got or what they don't get, is with a lot of fallacious expectations.
Yeah.
to
Real
kind
quick,
of
better you, because I want to emphasize. I just want to say what Black Uru said, because I want to emphasize it. They're gonna be happier because they're gonna have to be happier. Oh, put that in the book. That need to go in the book. That need to go in the book. Yeah, you got it better. You go ahead. Go ahead. Jeez, that got to go in the book. Yeah.
So like the way a lot of my granddad and his peers interacted, there were a lot of relationships where you could tell they really did get along and whatnot, but there was a sense of duty with certain things. Like we they would go and hunt gators with, and anytime somebody wanted some gators or on the run, they went down there. It was a 6-man squad. If one of them couldn't go, they wasn't going. So I agree with what you're saying. Like, it's going to be a different quality relationship, a better quality relationship. And I want to say it was a sense of duty in a lot of those relationships, even still today back home with a lot of folks, but especially with my grandfather's generation.
And here's the thing too. A lot of us have family in other places. Some of us have family in the South. Some of us have. My wife has family, has land both in Michigan and in Arkansas, not far from Memphis. Farmland, good farmland. Those things are going to become more important, and they're going to transcend across just your immediate household, because, for example, that land that my white family has in Arkansas is shared with cousins of hers, not just her siblings, but also cousins of hers, because it comes from their mutual grandmother. So if now we got to together make this farmland work, across cousins, and maybe even our children, the second cousins or whatever, then these are different kinds of relationships.
Yes.
They're not as frivolous as just we get together on Thanksgiving kind of relationship. No, we got to make this shit work so we can eat or maybe sell some of this shit. Different kind of relationships. So as the descent occur, the economic descent occur, and as we just aptly described it's inevitable. I don't think it will be precipitous, because I don't think China cannot afford for America to fall through this.
Yeah.
Nobody can. No one on earth can. So it will be gradual, inevitable, and managed as best as wise and people can manage it.
Can I give an example of that, Black Uru? So for those of us that ever been to any type of shop with cars and whatever, when they put it on the lift, do y'all hear the clicking of the lift when it's going up? When it's going down, that's just the clicking isn't hitting every level, just in case that bitch drop. It'll hit something to stop. It won't fall all the way down. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I think you're saying, Black Uru. Is when it's coming down, it's just gonna slowly tick down, little by little by little, because it's not gonna be it won't be as fast of an erosion. It's gonna be a slow erosion, because we've said this before. I think we need to emphasize this. The entire global economy post World War II is built off of America. The entire global economy post World War II
off of America, and it's also built off of the destruction that occurred everywhere else.
Yes.
And I think we maybe if you have an economics background and where you would be taught such things, you would understand the implications of that to some degree. But the vast majority of people do not get that education. So they just assume American preeminence is a natural thing. No, the preeminence of America is definitely a function of the onslaught of World War II in particular. Which itself was a larger factor of what happened in World War I. So it kind of fortified or positioned America in a way to to, I'll just say predate on the rest of the world, to predate and manipulate the rest of the world in such a way in which, these fallacies of white supremacy and these sort of white supremacist backed gynocratic systems or gynocratic systems, they all kind of are undergirded by what happened in World War II and how the lessening, frankly, of the world competitiveness artificially inflated the United States, and we're coming down off of that.
Yeah.
Now,
And yeah.
well, now, had I believed, and this is my view, I think if America had not been so racist, and in particular so racist towards black males, I think we would have still been able to compete better. I think the destruction of black males and all the money invested in destroying black males accelerated the demise of this country.
Because it was so.
Believe
I've said this before because somebody thought it was a bragging right. Paris Milan, when they spoke about the black men imprisoning black men, or black men cost the U.S. $50 billion a year, and me and you have spoken about this, Black Crew. That just speaks to how much the money didn't matter to them to put black men in this particular place, and that goes to what you're saying, Black Crew, where it's like, if it wasn't for the money they were willing to throw away, to burn, to oppress black men, maybe the U.S. would have had a different type of future.
Well, here's the thing: a certain class of people, it was more important for them to remain in power in preeminence and dominance. See, if it was a fair and open competition, then they may not be the ones who are at the top of everything.
Yeah.
You would not have had a situation where only one partially black man is ever president of the United States, for example. Everybody else is a white male. You don't have that in a real open competition for who is the most actual capable individuals to do everything. You wouldn't have an NFL where 80% of the players are black and none
But the
of the
owners,
ownership are black.
yeah.
In a real fair and open competition.
Let me read these real quick. And Trail Bentley says, without the U.S.
Can I say
maintaining shipping
something?
lanes, real quick. Let me. I'm gonna read a couple of comments, and then yeah, you got it. Trail says, without the U.S. maintaining shipping lanes, there would be no global economy as we know it. This is 100% correct. And Grab Second Gear corrects me and says the right way, which is, those are safety locks on the lift. And yes, so when I was saying the clicking sound that you're hearing when the lift is going up, those are safety locks on the lift. And yes, we all are interconnected. I know what you were trying to say, globally. And yeah. And let me read this super chat real quick from Y'all Borgen. And thank you for the super chat, Y'all Borgen. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Y'all Borgen says, Hammer's problem is he thinks every conversation is a nail. It would behoove him to listen and learn. No, I agree with that. And he young, and we know he just graduated, and shout out to him. He graduated from Howard. And I 100% agree with Black Uru on the inexperienced part. Yes, the youth part too, yeah, clearly, but the inexperienced part is what really.
Well, the inexperienced part is one thing. It's the lack of respect for your position in the environment you're in that I take exception to. I don't have any druthers with anyone being inexperienced. I mean, I think part of the reason why I'm here, hopefully, is to help provide the benefit of my greater experience in certain areas. So it's not that I'm intolerant, and it's not even that I'm intolerant of even disagreement, provided it is based, if especially if I'm clear upon which that disagreement derives. But when you're talking about things and you really have no basis, no understanding, no experience, and you're vehemently disagreeing with me, then it just comes off as quite childish and disrespectful.
I mean, with the inexperience, wouldn't that, the experience and the youth, wouldn't that speak to childishness? So yeah, no,
Yes,
I
yes,
agree with that, brother.
but in a lack of and respect, because you could be an experienced child, you might even be childish to some degree, but you still might have a certain baseline of respect, and
Yeah, that's true.
because the thing that I've observed with him is he takes it too far. There's a certain point where you have to know now's the time to stop. You're quarreling with BGS has proven himself repeatedly to be not only a brilliant man, but very rehearsed in the
Yeah.
source of his brilliance. Very
Not only does he have the
with
sword, he
like
knows how to wield
almost
the sword.
perfect recall,
Yep, 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 yep.
of the sort. So I'm like, so I question, honestly, I question your upbringing. When I see you quarreling with the man like that,
Let,
who raised you?
here's something to
Frankly.
consider, Black Guru. If you're 2-dimensional, can you comprehend 3-dimensional?
Oh, I mean, obviously, you have a limitation there
Yeah.
in reality. Obviously, if you're going from 2 dimensions to 3, that's a difference in reality. That's almost
But that's
different
what
than
I'm saying.
yeah.
But that example is the exact example I'm trying to get us to. It's I think there's a what social media and the internet did to social media and internet chronically online folks, which Z is accused of, which is partially true, is that it the internet is your reality. And so you may not juxtapose that to the everything offline. This is why this is why FD and the young folks use that term, go touch grass. Because these folks are chronically online and this becomes their reality. What we're living day to day when you get in your car and you go grocery shopping, yeah, that exists, but that's not the reality for them. The internet and social media is the reality. And everything else is like a proxy almost. Where for us, the internet, yeah, it's part of your reality, but it's not reality. It's not everything. And so that's what I mean by the 2D versus 3D thing. Like for a lot of young folks, that is their reality. So they can't see outside of that. That's when the 80-20 rule, like we understood what people were saying with the 80-20 rule, but we knew it was a bit hyperbolic. No, for them, 80-20 was that was law. That was the thing. Only
Well, the
yeah.
problem with the 80-20 rule is what it presupposes. It makes a fallacious argument that women do what they do exclusively for one particular reason,
Yeah.
especially sexually. When a woman has sex for a multitude of reasons and a multitude of circumstances, and while she might prefer the jawline nigga who is 6'3" and 6'4", that don't mean she ain't brother. That don't mean she ain't fucking the dude that's 6 inches shorter and whatever for different reasons under different circumstances, etc.,
That
whatever.
is a
So
fact.
I think that's the uh, I think I think the 80-20 rule is a useful tool, but it has to be put in the context of other things, and I think that's where it breaks down.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that, and that's all. I use that as an example to speak about just the perspective when you're a hammer, the male versions of hammer and the female versions of hammer, and you just see the lack. I remember going through Chrissy's comments and just being like, who are these women? And it's like the female versions of Hammer who lack experience, but they're listening to Chrissy and Real Talk with Yanni, and they're maybe in high school, but potentially in college or maybe a little bit out of college, and they don't have no real experiences. They're chronically online, and like they're speaking this opulent millionaire, even if it's a white dude, millionaire white dude thing. And even Chrissy had to check one of her subscribers, like, yo, wait. I don't know about a millionaire. And but that's how you get there because they're listening to you. And I'm saying Hammer is a male example, a black male example of that, a black man example of that. It is, and that's why when I responded to him, I I use kid gloves because I appreciate that understanding and that background of
Well,
just being
here's the
chronically
thing.
online with a little experience.
Here's
Yep,
the
yep, yep.
thing. Like for example, Charles Faulkner
Yes.
is a military guy, and he's actually experienced live combat. It would be insane for me, to quarrel with him about any aspect of being. You know what I mean? Look, I might have read a lot about military history and certain events and battles, and and I certainly know how to use guns, but I've never been in an actual live action warfare with the use of guns and military grade instruments. So that's kind of how very often it looks for Hammer, when, like I say, in particular when he's quarreling with somebody like BGS. It's like it just seems bizarre. It seems bizarre, and like I said, I have to question your upbringing. And if you're telling me you're African, it's been my understanding that from what I've observed, African men tend to be a little bit more respectful of their elders.
Say that.
Tend to be.
Yeah. Say that. Talk
where
about
is
African.
that disrespect and lack of regard coming from?
I think you contradict Gami because he just got in the comments. Let me read this from Trell real quick. And Trell, real quick.
Answer for him.
Oh, okay, yeah, let me read this from Trell real quick. And Trell says, well, and this is why I like Trell. Trell will go back and forth between funny Trell and serious Trell, and both of them are great. And Trell says, one of the things I took the most from studying engineering is that you have a toolbox of knowledge, and it is imperative not to try to use the same tool for every job. And the hammer for everything.
That's said. And that's very
to
true.
To your question, Black Guru, that's a new African nigga. New African niggas don't know how to respect shit. They think like American niggas. So that's why.
But I get that's the point. But you do. I mean, and again, I don't know how removed he is from his African heritage, and I'm saying African because I don't recall
remember country.
He's Senegalese, sir, actually.
Okay, and I don't know what tribe or whatever. I don't want to appear disrespectful of any of that. But I assume that there is enough of some connection to his African origin where there is that more traditional regard for the elder. And perhaps I am wrong to presume that, but that and here's the thing, that is what I have observed. I have observed that guys who have African background tend to be a little more respectful and deferential to elder males. That's what I've observed.
No, you're right. Real quick, because I know there's somebody with trying to speak. Give me 1 second. 1 second. So I think you're right, Black Uru, and that's where AL comes in. But he said new African nigga. I ain't gonna say all that, but I think AL might be on to something, and that's his response to what you were saying. I agree with him on that one. And go ahead, whoever that was trying to speak. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Terrell. No, actually, better you go ahead. I'll be after you.
So for me, I kind of think the bigger thing of it is, I feel like the disrespect from men typically comes from dudes who ain't never had nobody rock them in their shit.
Yeah, yep.
Because real men know you pop off a particular way, I'm getting in your fucking ass.
That's very true. That is very true, and I have made a point of saying that in this environment, I think consequences.
You spoke to that.
Yeah, consequences and repercussions, man. I mean, those are very important. And there are few things more consequential than a bloody nose.
Yeah.
And the feeling you get from getting that bloody nose.
Yes.
That's an experience that you do not confuse.
Yeah. And I think that is not only do you not confuse it, you don't forget it, but those experiences do the word humble, but it does humble you, and I think it repercussions and consequences. I think that's actually the best way to say it. I don't even got nothing else to say. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Just say it out loud, okay? Sometimes you gotta pop out and show niggas.
I mean, for real. Hey, I still didn't hear that whole Kendrick album yet. I still ain't listened to it, but yeah, that's actually a good reference. That's a good reference.
Yeah, you know, I mean, and well, I think that is, I mean, because for the longest time, you know, Drake got to skate all over hip hop, and
Yep.
then the real one stepped to him and stepped to him hard, and obviously had been planning to step to him. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
he had been waiting for that opportunity. Have you ever had somebody who you wanted to kick his ass,
And you
but you're a
implying, yeah,
decent enough person where you're
yeah.
not just going to, you know, start the fight, but you
Mm-hmm.
just like waiting for that opportunity for
Mm-hmm.
him to, you know, for him to give you that opportunity? That's obvious what happened there. I'm like, you know, I want
But
this
we
guy,
see.
you know.
So let's call it. So it's 3 times. So it's him versus Meek. So Meek took the L on. It's actually more than 3 times because I could mention Luda. Luda gave him a nice little swift and kicking ass, but a lot of people weren't paying attention to that like that. There's a few times, but Luda. There's what's his name? Common that Canada Dry was funny as hell too, but not a lot of people are paying attention to that. There's
Yeah.
Meek. There's Meek took the L.
Pusha
Meek is the
T.
one that took the public L. The Pusha. I'm getting to it. I'm going in order. I'm going in order.
Sorry.
There's Pusha T put a nice good that story of Adidon was a killer, and it caused everybody to scramble and get at Pusha. Hey man, slow down. And Drake get to save face, quote unquote, save face for a few years, and then Kendrick just completely put the coffin in the ground, right?
Yeah.
And I always say this, and I want to give Meek his props. That Ghost Rider thing, nobody wanted to give
Can I
Meek
say
his
it?
props because Meek took the public L. That Ghost Rider thing was a ticking time bomb. It was a ticket because
Can I say something?
everybody made sure to press that button every time they got with Drake after that. And go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't name it.
What I
Go
want
ahead
to
and
mention
name it.
also,
They call it
what I want to mention.
Name it.
Oh, go ahead.
Let Bruce
in
Wayne get
Creole.
that real quick because I'm probably pretty sure he's gonna be quick.
Oh,
And then we
my
got
apologies.
Dave.
My
Yeah,
apologies.
go ahead, Bruce Wayne, and then name it.
In Creole. You know when you want to get at somebody, but you're waiting for the opportunity. In Creole, they say that man view longtemps. You know, like kind of like you're
Yeah.
rubbing your hands like Burmans and meaning,
Yeah.
I wish you slip.
Yeah. It's the
And
same
then
thing. I've been
when you
trying to get
slip,
at dude for the longest. Yeah. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
I
man.
just heard him say
I
yeah.
think after the
Mon
Pusha
view
T,
longtemps.
Mhm.
I think after the Pusha T incident,
Mhm.
people thought that Drake would, you know, okay, now you know you need to chill, dude.
Yeah.
You know, you've been exposed. See,
Mhm.
it's one thing, you know, a lot of times brothers will let you live, you know, even though
Mhm.
they know you on some bullshit. But okay, you know, I mean, I ain't got to necessarily, you know, get in your shit, but shut up, nigga.
Yep.
Like, right? And I think
Yep.
that's where the Pusha T thing, like, okay, look, you've been exposed. Everybody know you've been on some bullshit. You've been lying, but
Mhm.
okay, we'll let you live as long as we all just be peaceable. But I do think
Yeah.
that was like after that point, you know, somebody like Kendrick is gonna be like, if this nigga come out, if he come out with anything else, I got him, and that's what happened.
That's all it
By the
is.
way,
Yeah.
excuse me,
Go ahead,
Blackberry.
Nemo.
We cannot you know, forget about the dreadlocked elephant in the room, because how that beef with Kendrick started was that song from the album from, you know, from My Dog's album that Drake had with J. Cole. And it
Mhm.
was J. Cole who mentioned and put, you know, Kendrick
Yeah.
in the song First Person Shooter. So we
Yeah.
have to understand at the end of the day, even when it comes to this beef, it's always Jermaine's fault.
Right. I mean,
Because
like
remember,
literally,
J. Cole's
Jermaine.
first name,
It's really Jermaine.
it is.
Yeah. Yeah, it really
Yeah,
is.
but if you in the hood, if you
Mhm.
came up in the hood, you know very often, you know, uh A and C was fighting because of B. I mean,
Yep.
that's a
Mm-hmm.
common
Yep.
thing.
Yep.
You know, so look, just because B got popped some shit off, that don't mean, you know, C need to been running his mouth.
Yep.
And Drake could have simply, if you did come up in the hood and you know niggas are already gunning for you anyway, that makes it all the more important that you avoid B.
Wait a minute, Black Root. That's the whole point.
That's what I
Let's read.
said. That's why I said that. Yeah.
He didn't come from the hood. He don't
Yeah.
know who you know when all of okay. Here's the perfect example. What happened was that Mississippi the white dudes tried to jump the older black gentleman, and then the other brothers, one of the brothers swam across, and okay,
That was Alabama.
exactly,
Alabama.
Aquaman, right? Okay, so if y'all notice, when all them brothers jumped off the boat and they started they started bopping before they started taking off their shirts, you could see the white folks didn't really appreciate what they were watching. Nigga, y'all about to get y'all ass whooped. Now we all knew what that was. Everybody black knows. Oh, y'all either need to get ready, y'all need to start running. Whoever is about fighting, y'all stay. Whoever is not about fighting, run. But they just kind of stood still. They didn't really appreciate what was about to happen. That goes to Drake. Drake didn't really like, we know, you could smell when a fight's about to happen when you're from the hood. You're like, oh, the tension. You could smell like somebody about to take off on somebody. Somebody's about to take. I don't know which direction, but you could smell it. Drake didn't smell it. He thought this was just going to be another him going back and forth a bit. He didn't realize, you were about to get ambushed. You don't really appreciate, and then the fact that you tried to call in YG, you don't appreciate California gang rules. You don't even appreciate affiliations. You don't appreciate what Ross did with that BBL Drizzy. You don't appreciate YG, and that's why YG put out that song Weird. And you don't appreciate Future, because understand Future and Metro Boomin, how that started with Drake. Like, and then Kendrick, the fact that oh my God, the fact that you felt, because I think this is what I think. I think Drake felt like he was the one waiting on Kendrick to pop off. And I'm like, you don't get it. Oh, you dumb, simple nigga, you don't get it. No, you think you're the one waiting on Kendrick. No, that nigga waiting on you.
Well,
and you don't appreciate it.
It was because folks had let him live.
Yeah.
In part because he was a lucrative entity.
Exactly.
In the business. So I think whether it was with Future, Metro, whomever, it was always like, look, he's a kind of useful idiot, so to speak, in this environment. So as long as it don't go too far or whatever in some particular way, we'll make this song, we'll feature him on this song, that type of bullshit, whatever. I ain't got to necessarily deal with this nigga. But then when he started running his mouth in such a way in which he trying to present himself to be actually legitimate after he had already been exposed by Pusher, then that it's like, you don't think Negroes have been waiting for you to do some shit after that Pusha T thing? That's like you say, that's where you really expose your ignorance of like warfare or
the culture. Culture. Yep.
Yeah.
No, you're right. The warfare, the cult, and by the way, this is why that matters. What you expose with that is that all of the suspicions about you were true.
Everyone.
The fact that you were culture vulturing, because we saw that with you and grime music in the UK. We saw that with you and dancehall music coming out of Jamaica. We saw that with your own Caribbean, kind of pseudo-Caribbean, UK, American culture. We saw you grifting. Everybody saw it, but you were making money, so people partook. But you exposed everything that people thought about you.
Everybody ate off of
pretending. It is true. It is true. The Drake stimulus package is a real thing. At least it was a real thing. But the suspicion that everybody had of you being an actor acting like a rapper and you being a grifter, you showed it with the Pusha T thing, but you really showed it with Kendrick. The fact that you didn't really read the room correctly, because guess what? Guess who did read the room correctly? Cole did.
He sure did, didn't he?
Right.
Cole read because there was correctly. A certain point where Kendrick says, "Stay out of it, bro."
Yeah.
You stayed out of it.
Exactly. Cole read the room correctly. That's why I didn't even do the whole light skin thing. I joked about the light skin thing, but I didn't really engage, because notice something. Both of y'all are mixed. But one mixed nigga understood what it was. The one that chose the black side and never played the fence. Drake always played the fence. He always been neutral. You could tell Cole was like, no, I know what this is. I grew up in the hood. I know what this is. Oh, all right.
right?
Yeah.
You, on the other hand, did not know what this is, and you went against. See, you thought you was just going against Kendrick. What you didn't understand is you was going against the whole entire West Coast. But because we're from America, we understand if you go at a Southern rapper right now, you're going against the whole South. If you go at the Northeast, you're going at the whole Northeast. If you going at Chicago, at one Chicago rapper, you're going at the whole Midwest.
Look,
Really Chicago, but the whole
that
Midwest. You
fool,
didn't appreciate that.
DeMar DeRozan is from LA. That fool
Yep.
thought he was gonna pick him over Kendrick
Yep.
Lamar.
Yep.
That's just how out of touch, environmental out of touch that guy is.
Yeah, and the one brother, look how they isolated. I ain't gonna say his name. The one brother out of the West Coast who Loki is jealous of Kendrick, who had his shine, and he sided with you, and he picked the beef with Ross. Look how isolated they left him.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna say his name. We all know who I'm talking about. They got him out here looking sick and attention starved. That's why Ross was out
look,
here.
when
That's
Dr.
real quick,
Dre,
real quick. And that's why Ross mocked him and was like, you out here starving. That's what we do in South Florida. We know what it is, right? And go ahead, Black. Go ahead.
well, I mean, when Dr. Dre basically lent his credibility to the assassination of your
Yep.
that pretty much says it all.
Yep.
Because even the fact that Dr. Dre would even get involved with that says a lot.
Yeah.
You know the whole Kendrick.
Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
You know what it was? It was two people talking that shit in the playground, and it always about to pop off when somebody say, "I bet," and it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was I bet. The rubber's about to meet the road there.
Oh man. But what I think the Dre play, what was interesting, what I found fascinating about that is that's Kendrick talking about his big homie. Because if y'all remember when he said, "Let it get shaky, I'll park his son," he was speaking to I always thought he was speaking to Jay Prince and his son. And that was him saying, "Bruh, I know you're gonna back Drake, but let's be very clear. I could get your son touched." That's how I always saw it. Right? So that's how I always saw that line. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong if they read something different from that Kendrick line. So that Dre play and having Dre with the I see dead people, that's how I saw that. So yeah. Yeah, and Vincent too. I bet. Watch this, and exactly the I bet is the watch this. We don't say watch this often, but I bet is the watch this. Yeah. You're right, Vince. You're right.
That's the warning sign. You go past that, like, hey, you ain't coming back, baby.
Right. and L's active. Let me read this real quick. And L's active says, I'm sorry, y'all. I had to sneeze real quick. L's active says, yet another fantastic stream full of wisdom, facts, theories, and opinions. And thank you, L's active. I think he said he had to dip out, but hopefully, if he listens this far in the replay, and we get along. I'm gonna ask Black to give his benediction in a minute. But L's active. Thank you once again for the super chat. And thank y'all for listening. Yeah, definitely, bro. This is why I have these streams, especially on the weekends. I'll be reckless. Yeah. I'm kind of reckless right now, and then there's moments of non-reckless, and then reckless again. But yeah, this is why I have these streams. Yeah. And go ahead, Nima.
First of all, also I'm gonna read this from Black Wealth and Power, $5. Thank you. Says Mr. Uru, Jay-Z was able to recover from after Ether. Jay took a public L, a comeback bigger, able to diversify his portfolio more than ever. Why is that? Well, you gotta understand. You gotta remember, it was not just for Ether.
Or is that a question for you?
Oh, my apologies. I forgot about that. Sometimes I forget.
I mean, from what I see, Jay-Z is was the pick of the small hat people, and things started to transition away from the credibility of the street to the corporate office around 20 or so years ago. I think had that occurred, let's say 10 years prior, Jay-Z's done, right? If that occurred like in the early 90s or something like that, Jay-Z is done.
Jay-Z is cannabis.
But in 2004 or whatever, hip hop had already gone corporate. You know, it was Jay-Z and Beyonce. It was all it. Jay-Z had already been positioned to be put at the top of everything. He had already maneuvered out his boy and those folks. He had sabotaged DMX and you know, all that crew with
State Property,
Rockefeller, all those guys. He had already kind of decimated the landscape of competition in that business and had already gone so far mainstream that the street just did not matter as much. Nas did not matter as much, and sadly and frankly, New York did not matter as much.
I was going to say that, Black Room.
Again, when New York mattered more than the destruction of then New York taking Nas over Jay-Z matters. But you know, in 2020, hell, hip hop was mostly, you know, was more Southern by that point than it was anything else. So that beef just did not matter as much at that time.
So that's what I was going to say. So what happens, at least in my estimation, is when you have the Jay-Z's of the world and the game changes, it opens the door for the South in that way. Right? Because the fact that Nas wasn't given the crown and kind of Jay-Z kind of maybe didn't not fade all the way to obscurity, but kind of had to fall back a little bit, it opened the space for the South. So yes, you have G Unit. We know about G Unit in their heyday, and yeah, there's the peak with the diplomats and stuff like that. Yeah, we have that. So that exists. Yes, you have. Yeah, and you know obviously G Unit was killing the diplomats back then with the strict numbers, but by when they fall off for the most part, that's pretty much the end of New York. That's yeah, you have Mr. Rainbow Hair Mexican, but that's what 4 songs. There's no real resurrection of New York. Yeah, you have Casanova. Yeah, you have Young M.A. Yeah, you have these different people coming out of New York here and there, Bobby Shmurda, but for the most part, that's it. After Jay-Z, that's it. That's it. And so that opens a space for Atlanta and for Cash Money in Louisiana, and that opens the space. Obviously, he signs Jeezy and Ross, right? Or at least he helps to elevate Jeezy and Ross. But that ushers in T.I., all of these rappers that you know. Yeah.
The South took the club. The South took the scripper industry. The South dominated all of that. Started dominating all that over 20 years ago. So even just the presence of New York was not the same in hip hop that it had previously been. You know, I mean, LL kind of effectively ended Kool Moe Dee's career.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, now you have to be old enough to realize who Kool Moe Dee was. And then they started beefing, and then LL ascended and Kool Moe Dee went away.
Yeah.
But that's when New York was the center of the hip hop world. But that was what, 10, maybe hell, even 15 years or whatever prior to that beef. Well, hell, maybe even more, because that would have been like the late 80s.
That was late 80s.
That was well
Kool Moe Dee and LL, I think, was late 80s.
Late 80s. Yeah. I mean, don't forget.
So that was well
How
before.
You Like Me Now.
And that's when New York was the pinnacle of just the undisputed pinnacle of hip hop. You know, that's largely it's the timing of when that happened that was as much an influence. And like I say, those small hat people been backing Jay-Z for a minute, and Beyonce really the Beyonce connection really has carried or has buoyed Jay-Z
definitely
culturally, socially, and culturally.
I think you're looking for.
They both have benefited from each other's being connected to you.
Yeah. Let me read this real quick. And Black Wealth and Power says, why was Jay-Z chosen by small hats? What did they see in him that wasn't in any other rapper at a certain point. They were pretty much the same. Let me say this.
It was
Examples
the
like when
camel nose. It was the
hysterical,
camel nose.
the camel, but it I'll give you a couple of examples. When he said my presence is charity, when he pretty much said kneeling is pretty much pointless with the Kaepernick protests, when he shirked what's his name out of Atlanta out of the NFL deal, and then he turned around and signed it. Jermaine Dupri. Why couldn't I get Jermaine Dupri name out? So moves like that is why I would argue it was Jay. Not saying that Diddy wouldn't have done the same thing if put in a position, but it was Jay because of moves like that.
I think the difference between Jay-Z and Diddy well, first of all, Jay-Z was actually a more talented performer and could carry himself in his own right.
Yeah,
And
that's true.
obviously and then he was really kind of helped or extended by his presence with Kanye. But also he was more from what I see, Jay-Z appeared to be a more disciplined person than Diddy.
Yeah.
Diddy
Yep.
kept the partying going,
Yes.
beyond the point of excess, to
Yeah.
the point of the thousands of bottles of baby oil.
That's
Jay-Z was
hysterical.
smart enough and disciplined enough to not party when it's not time to party.
Yeah.
That's from what I see from a distance. You get the impression that Jay-Z, for whatever faults he may have, appeared to be a very disciplined man when he needs to be. And the small hat people knew that determined they could trust that about him. In addition to his willingness and ability to skillfully sabotage any would-be competitors.
Excuse
I
me,
agree
Black
with that.
Roaster. I say
Oh,
excuse
go
me.
ahead, man.
Thank you. Prime example I could give of that was like if you remember around the same in 2014, if you remember the security camera leaks of the elevator incident with his own sister-in-law, when Solange, and they're all like in gowns. He's wearing a tuxedo, and she's trying to manhandle him. She's trying to put her hands on him, and he knows the security camera's in there, so he's trying to defend himself. But he's also trying to keep it all calm. He's laughing at her. He was that disciplined because he understood he's self-aware of what's going on. It's that self-awareness and discipline. That's the thing that makes
Yeah,
Jay
I mean,
so.
I think that would, to me, that was a very very interesting interaction on a number of different levels. Because to me, the most intriguing part about that
Beyonce did nothing.
Beyonce didn't blink.
My question was
what that says
Name
to
it.
me
Jesus Christ, man.
is Beyonce's a cold-blooded ass woman,
Yeah.
and that shit happens all the time.
Yeah.
They fighting all the time.
Furthermore,
and Beyonce
I asked the question.
They rolling around on the floor, and Beyonce just stepping right
As a matter
on over. Yeah.
After this, let's let Better you go. Go ahead, Better. You were trying to say something.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I feel like those things are some of the intangibles and benefits of why they back a Jay-Z. But for me, it's because of the fact that Jay-Z don't really give a fuck about black people. Black folks are just pawns. Black folks are just cogs in the machine. And if he can make $1 off of black folks, he's gonna make $1 off of black folks. So that's why I feel like it's Jay.
But I agree that's true. But again, because there are a lot of people who don't care about black people.
Yeah.
The question is, how disciplined are you to do the effective thing in spite of that? It's one thing because I don't know if, for example, Sean Combs care a lot about black people. In fact, I don't think he cares about pretty much. Maybe he loves his children, maybe.
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, I don't know if he really cares about anybody. But he got advanced to a point in which beyond his level of personal discipline, which is why he's being exposed in the way he's being exposed. And like I said, so I think the difference is I think he and Jay-Z are same or very similar characters of men, but I think Jay is more disciplined.
Yes.
And he may even be on a spectrum, or he may have some particular kind of maybe he's a sociopathic or something where he's less he's able to compartmentalize his emotion. He may have something, because sometimes when I observe him, he does not appear to be as connected to what's going on. Just me loosely, he seems to be separate from things, which works very well, if you're going to take over some shit, if you're going to sabotage some people, because you're able to disguise your motives, your intention. You're able to present yourself a certain
You're
kind of
able to
way
disconnect
and
from from what you're doing. You're able to to disconnect from what the what this outcome is. I have a whole Southern elitist view of New York Negroes, Northeastern Negroes, mainly New York Negroes, and capitalism. And y'all really don't want to hear it because it's gonna be really messed up. I'm gonna really sound like an asshole about Northeastern Negroes, particularly New York Negroes. But y'all already got the idea. Anyway, and Jay-Z and what produces a Jay-Z. I'm not saying we don't got that in the South. We do, but not like New York. And just the environment. And if we believe in environment, I think being around, because I know for many of us, you gotta go to Manhattan to get it. There's a lot of, you gotta be in Times Square. You gotta see the hustle and bustle. You have to see the corporate white folks in the suits. You have to be on Wall Street to get. Obviously, I've been all around there.
And you're in small hat capital.
Yeah,
which means
you gotta see.
You're being profiled and you're being analyzed by a concentration of them people, and they're taking a big picture look of this burgeoning industry and culture, and they're looking to see where are the potential vectors of power and influence and leverage within it. So they're profiling the Jay-Z. Who is Jay-Z? Well, Nas is a little bit too close to black folks. He seemed to love black people a little bit too much. So we might not be able to use him that way, even though we may perceive him to be more talented. Did you all ever hear the rumor, supposedly, and this is a rumor, that they actually supposedly attempted to, or Beyonce or her people attempted to match her with Nas, and Nas refused? Do you all ever hear that rumor?
I heard that, but I didn't think it was real. No, I heard it, but I didn't think it was real.
I suspect it was real. But and I think, see, that's the kind of, but see, Jay-Z's willing to make that move.
Yeah.
Jay-Z's willing to do that partnership from a business.
It's a political marriage.
Yeah. So it's a different, okay, so this is the kind of guy we can use, because if we marry him to her, we can control her through him.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the reasons why Beyonce's career, I think, has endured, I honestly believe, is because she's with Jay-Z, and Jay-Z's connection to them people who owns all these venues, all these theaters and streaming services and all that particularly favor Beyonce. I think she don't have as much of that if she's not married to Jay-Z. And I think his connection to those people maintain that.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. 100%. I agree. Go ahead, Better You. And then we gotta get Better You, and then Black Uru benediction, and we out of here. Z got things to do. We back on Reckless. This is really reckless, actually. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just saying that I wholeheartedly agree. I think he is more disciplined. At the very least, he caps his parties at a 2 baby oil minimum or maximum. So I agree.
Hysterical. No, I think because Jay grew up different than Diddy. Diddy, because his mom had a different experience, especially obviously for those of us that know the story about his dad, which I more recently found out about. But that was a different upbringing for Diddy than than what Jay had to grow up in. And I think that gave him some foresight in when to pivot to the left or pivot to the right and when to move in certain directions. And I think that's
They
why
grew
I
up in
don't,
different boroughs, by the way.
yeah. And that's why I think that he will not be caught up. I know a lot of people are expecting for the shoe to drop on Jay because some connection to Diddy and everything Diddy was on. Possibly, but I doubt it. Possibly, but I doubt it. Right. So yeah, I just think he just moves different and he has a different type of situation. Right. But okay, with that, y'all, we will pause right here and let Black Uru give his benediction and then we'll end out.
Well, I'll just end it with, I think some I said earlier, and that is, and this specifically refers to one of the video that you referenced, and that is the young woman lamenting the lack of fidelity of non-black women that again manifested in the election results. They expected to be able to betray y'all. They expected to be able to get together with these other women and use whatever political systems and resources, particularly the presidency, to elevate themselves in their interests above you. Do not forget that. Keep that in mind as things go forward, as BGS was describing how things are going to tighten up and there's going to be a lot of economic issues and social issues that come from that, and people attempt to negotiate relationships with you and fidelity with you. Keep that in mind that their plan A, their first plan was to position themselves to not have to be with you, not have to rely on you, not have to depend on you, to be able to create a system where they could get all or most of the money and the advantage and the positioning, and have some white man's penis in their mouth while they're doing it.
Say that.
And that's what they were attempting to do to y'all. So keep
Shout out to
that in
Ghetto
mind.
Gaggers.
Keep that in mind as things change, as things tighten up on them, as you see the female representative begging Massa to not take their DEI program away from them. Keep that all in mind. And to the extent that you, in some situations, can press your advantage as to their suffering to your benefit, be mindful of that, be aware of that, and be prepared to utilize their trouble, real or imagined, enduring or even temporary, to your benefit. And I'll end it with that. Thanks for having me.
And no, definitely Black Uru. It's always a pleasure. And on that note, y'all, we will pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all have a great, great rest of y'all day. Thank y'all for listening. Thank you for the compliments. It ain't me. It's the elders and Namely and everybody else and Better You and Bruce Owen Wayne, everybody that came up. Shout out to Dr. Dunbar for coming up earlier. Thank you very much. And on that note, y'all, we'll pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. Go touch grass so that we don't sound like these women and be in our bubbles. And y'all have a great rest of y'all day. Mr. Z out.
Peace, bro.
Y'all ain't shit.